Part 1 of The Secret of Everyday Things. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A recording by Marianne Spiegel. The Secret of Everyday Things by Henri Fabre. Chapter 1. Thread. Uncle Paul resumed his talks on things that grow and things that are made, while his nephews, Jules and Emile, and his nieces, Claire and Marie, listened to his true stories, as they liked to call them, and from time to time asked him a question or put in some word of their own. Continuing the subject of cotton manufacture, he called his hearers' attention to the number of processes the raw material must go through before it emerges as finished fabric ready for making into wearing apparel, and to the countless workmen that must, from first to last, have been engaged in its production and in all the operations leading up to its final application to household uses. "Then I should think," said Marie, "that cotton cloth would be very expensive if all those workmen are to get their pay for the time and labor they have put into its manufacture." "On the contrary," Uncle Paul assured her, "the price is kept down to a very moderate figure. But to accomplish this surprising result two powerful factors are called into play: wholesale manufacture and the use of machinery. The process employed for spinning cotton into the thread that you see wound on spools will help you to understand my meaning. You know how the housewife spins the tow that is used for making linen. First she thrusts inside her belt the distaff, made out of a reed and bearing at its forked end a bunch of tow. Then with one hand she draws out the fibers and gathers them together by moistening them a little with her lips, while with the other she twirls her spindle and thus twists the loose fibers into a single strand. After she has twisted it tightly enough, she winds it on the spindle, and then proceeds to draw out another length of tow from the distaff." "Mother Annette is very skilful with the distaff," put in Claire. "I like to hear her thumb snap when she twirls the spindle, but when she spins wool she uses a spinning wheel." "First of all," Uncle Paul explained, "the carded wool is divided into long wisps, or locks. One of these is brought into contact with a rapidly twirling hook, which catches the wool and twists it into a thread that lengthens little by little at the expense of the lock of wool, the latter being all the while held and controlled by the fingers. When the thread has attained a certain length it is wound on the spindle by a suitable movement of the wheel, and then the twisting of the lock of wool is resumed. In case of need cotton could be thus spun by hand, but skilful as Mother Annette is at such work, cloth made from thread spun in that fashion would be enormously expensive because of the time spent in producing it. What then shall we do? We must resort to machinery, and in vast establishments known as cotton factories we set up hundreds of thousands of spindles and bobbins, all moving with perfect precision and so rapidly that the eye cannot follow them." "It must be wonderful," remarked Jules, "to see all those machines spinning the cotton into thread so fast you can't keep track of them." "Yes, those machines, surpassing in delicate dexterity the nimble fingers of the most skilful spinner, are indeed among the cleverest inventions ever produced by man. But they are so complicated that the eye gets lost among their innumerable parts. I can only point out to you the more important of these parts, without hoping to make you understand how the whole machine operates. First, there are the cards which comb the mass of cotton into fine strips or ribbons, just as Mother Annette cards the wool she is about to spin on her wheel. These cards of hers, you understand, are nothing more nor less than big brushes bristling with a multitude of fine iron points. One card remains at rest and receives a thin layer of wool, after which the other is made to pass over it in such a way as to comb the wool and draw out fine locks of it, one after another. In this fashion, too, the cards in cotton factories play their part. On leaving the cards the ribbons of cotton fiber are drawn out, lightly twisted, and then wound on bobbins. Next a machine called a spinning jenny takes the partly spun cotton and twists it into thread more or less fine according to the purpose it is to serve. Finally this thread finds its way automatically to the reel, which forms it into skeins, or to the winder, which winds it into those regular balls that we can't admire too much for their perfect shape. You have doubtless observed with what precision, what elegance, the thread is wound into a ball that the merchant delivers to you at the insignificant price of a few centimes. What human hands would have the steadiness, what fingers the skill, to achieve anything comparable with this little masterpiece? I know I can't begin to wind such a ball, said Marie. It just makes a shapeless lump instead of the pretty ball I buy at the store. No one, depending only on his hands, could ever achieve that admirable regularity, Uncle Paul assured her. To that end we must have machines, unvarying in their movements and working with a precision that nothing can derange. Thread is numbered according to the degree of fineness. The higher the number, the finer the thread. Every skein and every ball being of the same length, its weight increases as the fineness diminishes. We say, then, of a particular thread that it's number 200 when it takes 200 skeins or balls to make half a kilogram in weight, and that it is number 150 when it takes 150 to make up the same weight. Chapter 2. Pins. After thread come the needle and its companion, the pin. I shall take up the latter first, because its manufacture will help us to understand that of the needle, which is rather more complicated. The things most often used by us are not seldom those of whose origin we are ignorant. What is there more convenient, more often used, than the needle and the pin? What could take their place if we were deprived of them? We should be reduced to Claire's makeshift that day we went on a picnic and she tore a hole in her apron and fastened the edges together with a thorn from the hedge. We might also, as do those savage tribes that have no manufactured articles, shred an animal sinew or a strip of bark into fine thongs, to serve as thread, and sew with a sharp pointed bone for a needle. We might replace the pin by a fish bone. That would be a funny sort of gown, exclaimed Marie, sewed with thongs of bark, or the sinews of an ox, nor should I care much to have my hair fastened with codfish bones. Yes, there are even to-day savage tribes that have nothing else, and often the great ladies of ancient times had nothing better. They used rude pins made of metal or little splinters of bone. Advance in the manufacturing arts has given us the pin, with its pretty round head, at a price so moderate as to be almost negligible, the needle with its fine point and its admirable suitability to our use, and thread of remarkable strength and fineness. Now let us learn how pins are made. Pins are made of brass, which is composed of copper and zinc. Copper is the red metal you are familiar with in copper kettles, zinc the grayish-white metal of watering pots and bathtubs. Mixed together they form brass, which is yellow. The first step is to reduce the copper to wire the size of a pin. This is done by means of a draw plate, a steel plaque pierced with a series of holes, each smaller than the preceding. A little brass rod is thrust into the largest hole and forcibly drawn through it. In passing through this hole, which is a little too small for it, the metal rod becomes correspondingly thinner and longer. It is then thrust into a still smaller hole and again drawn out, becoming once more thinner and longer in the process. This operation is continued, passing from one hole of the draw plate to the next smaller, until the wire acquires the desired fineness. While we are on the subject, note this fact, that all metal wires, whether of iron, copper, gold, or silver, are made in the same way, namely, by being passed through the draw plate. The brass wires are now put into the hands of the cutter, who gathers several of them into a bundle and then, with a strong pair of shears, cuts them all into pieces twice the length of a pin. These pieces must next be sharpened at both ends by means of a steel grindstone, which has its grinding surface furrowed like a file, and which turns with a prodigious velocity of 27 leagues an hour. The man charged with this work, whom we will call the sharpener, sits on the ground in front of his grindstone, legs crossed in tailor fashion. He takes in his fingers from 20 to 40 pieces, spreads them out regularly in the shape of a fan, and brings all these branching tip ends simultaneously into contact with the grindstone, at the same time twirling them in his fingers, so that the tip is worn off equally all around the point and made even. The reverse tips are sharpened in the same way. But this first process merely produces points in the rough, so to speak. The sharpener retouches and finishes them on a finer grindstone. Finally, the pieces sharpened at both ends are arranged several together, and cut in two in the middle with one clip of a pair of shears. Each half, known as a shank, now lacks only a head in order to become a complete pin. The heading process is the most difficult part of the whole operation. On a slender metal shaft, very smooth and slightly larger than the pins, a thread of brass is tightly wound in a spiral, after which the shaft is removed, leaving a long corkscrew with its turns touching one another. A cutter of consummate skill in this delicate work, which demands at the same time so much precision and so much swiftness, divides this corkscrew into small pieces, each containing just 2 turns. Each of these pieces is a head. The workman who is to put them in place and fasten them takes the shanks one by one and plunges them haphazard, pointed end first, into a wooden bowl full of heads. The shank is drawn out with a head strung on it, which the operator pushes with his fingers to the unpointed end. He immediately places it on a little anvil having a tiny cavity into which the head fits. Then by means of a pedal moved by the operator's foot, a hammer provided with a similar cavity comes down, strikes 5 or 6 little blows, and behold, the head is firmly fixed. As a finishing touch the pins have still to be coated with tin. To this end they are boiled with a certain proportion of this metal in a liquid capable of dissolving it, and depositing it in a thin layer on the brass. After being thus coated they are washed, dried on cloths, and finally shaken up with bran in a leather bag in order to heighten their polish. It only remains to stick the pins in paper in regular rows. A kind of comb with long steel teeth pierces the paper with 2 lines of holes. Workwomen known as pin stickers are charged with the delicate task of inserting the pins one by one in these holes. A skilled pin sticker can insert from 40 to 50,000 pins a day. Including some details that I omit, the manufacture of a pin requires 14 different operations, and consequently the cooperation of 14 workmen, all of consummate skill in their part of the operation. Nevertheless, the manufacture is so rapid that these 14 workmen can make 12,000 pins for the modest sum of 4 francs. Footnote. Since the foregoing was written, automatic machinery has been invented which greatly facilitates the manufacture of pins. Pointing, heading, and papering are now done with great rapidity by such machinery, and handwork is almost entirely dispensed with. Translator. End of footnote. Chapter 3. Needles. Take from a case one of the finest needles, examine its sharp point, its tiny, almost imperceptible eye, and note finally the polish, the shine. Tell me if this pretty little tool, so perfect in its minuteness, would not seem to require for its manufacture the superhuman fingers of a fairy rather than a man's heavy hands. Nevertheless, it is robust workmen with knotty fingers blackened by the forge, and covered with great calluses, that do this most delicate work. And how many workers does it take to make one needle? One only. For the manufacture of a pin, I have already told you, it takes 14 different workmen. For the manufacture of a needle, it requires the cooperation of 120, each of whom has his special work. And yet the average price of a needle is about 1 centime. Footnote. Nearly 1/5 of a cent in our money. Translator. End footnote. The metal of needles is steel, which is obtained by adding carbon to iron heated to a very high temperature. Under this treatment, iron changes its nature a little, incorporating a very small quantity of carbon and thus becoming exceedingly hard, but at the same time brittle. A needle must be very hard in order not to bend under the pressure of the thimble forcing it through the thickness of the material on which the seamstress is at work, and also in order that the point may not be blunted, but always retain the same power of penetration. Steel, the hardest of all the metals, is the only one that fulfills these conditions of resistance. Neither copper nor iron nor the precious metals, gold and silver, could replace it. A gold needle, for example, in spite of its intrinsic value, would be useless, becoming blunted and twisted before using up its first needleful of thread. Steel alone is suited to the manufacture of needles, though unfortunately this metal is brittle, and the more so the harder it is. But I should think, Marie interposed, that since steel is so hard, it ought not to break. You will think otherwise if you listen to me a while. Hardness is the degree of resistance that a body opposes to being cut, scratched, worn away by another. Of two bodies rubbing against each other, the harder is that which cuts the other, the softer is that which is cut. Steel, which scratches iron, is harder than iron. In its turn, glass is harder than steel, because it can cut the steel without being cut by it. But a diamond is still harder than glass, since it scratches glass, and glass cannot scratch it. In fact, a diamond is the hardest of all known substances. It scratches all bodies and is scratched by none. Glaziers take advantage of this extreme hardness. They cut their panes of glass with the point of a diamond. I have heard, said Claire, that a diamond placed on an anvil and struck with a hammer stands the blows without breaking and penetrates into the iron of the anvil, it is so hard. That is a great mistake, replied Uncle Paul. A diamond breaks like glass, and he would be very ill advised who should submit this precious stone to the proof of the hammer. At the first blow there would be nothing left but a little worthless dust. You see by these different examples that hardness and brittleness are often united. Steel is very hard, glass still harder. The diamond is the hardest of all substances. Nevertheless, all three are brittle. That explains to you why needles of excellent steel, which gives them their rigidity and power of penetration, nevertheless break like glass in clumsy fingers. Now I come to the subject of manufacture, from which the properties of steel turned us for a moment. The metal is drawn out into wire by means of a draw plate. Then this wire, several strands at a time, is cut into pieces twice the length of a needle, just as in pin making. The pieces are pointed at each end, first on a revolving sandstone similar to an ordinary grindstone, then on a wooden wheel covered with a thin layer of oil and a very fine, hard powder called emery. Imagine glass reduced to an impalpable powder, and you will have a sufficiently correct idea of what emery is. The first process gives a more or less coarse point. The second sharpens this point with extreme nicety. The pieces thus pointed at both ends are cut into two equal parts, each one of which is to be a needle. The workman then takes in his fingers 4 or 5 of these unfinished needles, spreads them out like a fan, and puts the large end of them on a little anvil. Then with a light blow of the hammer he slightly flattens the head of each. It is in this flattened end that later on the eyelet or hole of the needle will be pierced. But you just told us, uncle, Marie interrupted, that good steel is brittle, the same as glass, yet the workman flattens the head of his needles with a hammer without breaking anything. Your remark is very timely, for before going further we have to take note of one of the most curious properties of steel. I must tell you that it is only by tempering that this metal becomes hard and at the same time brittle. Tempering steel is heating it red hot and then cooling it quickly by plunging it into cold water. Until it undergoes this operation, steel is no harder than iron, but, to compensate for this softness, it can then be hammered, forged, and in fact worked in all sorts of ways without risk of breaking. Once tempered, it is very hard, and at the same time so brittle that it can never henceforth stand the blow of a hammer. Accordingly, needles are not tempered until we near the end of the process of manufacture. Before that, they are neither hard nor brittle, and can be worked as easily as iron itself. If you look at a needle attentively, you will see that the head is not only flattened, but also hollowed out a little on each side, in the form of a gutter or groove, which serves to hold the thread. To obtain this double groove, the workman places the needles, one by one, between 2 tiny steel teeth which, moved by machinery, open and shut like 2 almost invisible jaws. Bitten hard by the shutting of these 2 teeth, the head of the needle is indented with a groove on each side. Now the eye must be pierced, an operation of unequaled delicacy. 2 workmen co-operate in this, each equipped with a steel awl whose fineness corresponds with the hole to be made. The first places the head of the needle on a leaden block, puts the point of his instrument in the groove on one side, and, striking a blow with the hammer on the head of the awl, thus obtains not a complete hole, but merely a dimple. The needle is then turned over and receives a similar dimple on the other side. The other workman takes the needles, and with the aid of his awl removes the tiny bit of steel that separates the 2 dimples. Behold the eye completely finished. Probably no work requires such sureness of hand and precision of sight as the piercing of the eye of a needle. Certainly he has no trembling fingers or dimmed eyesight who can, without faltering, apply his steel point to the fine head of a needle, strike with perfect accuracy the blow of the hammer, and open the imperceptible orifice that my eyes can scarcely find when I want to thread a needle. There are needles so small, remarked Marie, that I really don't see how anyone can manage to make an eye in them. This incomprehensible achievement is mostly the work of astonishingly skilful children. So skilful, indeed, are some of them that they can make a hole in a hair and pass a second hair through this hole. Then the needle's eye, said Emile, which seems such a difficult piece of work to us, is only child's play to them. Child's play indeed, so quick and dexterous are they at it. And they have still another kind of dexterity that would astonish you no less. To make the needles easier to handle in the process of manufacture, they must be placed so that they all point the same way, but as in passing from one operation to another, from one workman to another, they become more or less disarranged, it is necessary to arrange them in order again, all the points at one end, all the heads at the other. For us there would be no way but to pick them up one by one. With these children this delicate task is but the work of an instant. They take a handful of needles, all in disorder, shake them in the hollow of the hand, and that is enough. Order is re-established, the heads are together, the points are together. The eye completed, the next process is tempering, to give the steel its required hardness. The needles are arranged on a plate of sheet iron, which is then placed on red-hot coals. When sufficiently heated, the needles are dropped quickly into a bucket of cold water. This produces in them the hardness characteristic of steel, and its accompanying brittleness. As a finishing touch, the needles must be polished till they shine brightly. In parcels of 15 or 20,000 each they are sprinkled with oil and emery and wrapped up in coarse canvas tied at both ends. These round packages, these rolls, are placed side by side on a large table and covered with a weighted tray. Workmen or machinery then make the tray pass back and forth over the table incessantly for a couple of days. By this process the packages, drawn this way and that way by the tray, roll along the table, and the needles, rubbing against one another, are polished by the emery with which they are sprinkled. On coming out of the polishing machine the needles, soiled with refuse of oil and detached particles of steel, are cleaned by washing with hot water and soap. It only remains now to dry them well, discard those that the rude operation of polishing has broken, and finally wrap with paper, in packages of 100, those that have no defect. The most celebrated needles come from England, but needles are also made in France, at Aigle, in the department of Orne. Footnote: Since Fabre wrote, the manufacture of needles, like that of pins, has undergone important changes and improvements through the application of machinery. Translator. End of footnote. End of part 1. Part 2 of The Secret of Everyday Things by Henri Fabre. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 4. Silk. The culture of the silkworm having been explained by Uncle Paul in one of his previous talks, footnote, see The Storybook of Science, end footnote. He now confined himself chiefly to the structure of the cocoon and the unwinding of the delicate silk threads composing it. The cocoon of the silkworm, he began, is composed of 2 envelopes, an outer one of very coarse gauze and an inner one of very fine fabric. This latter is the cocoon properly so called, and from it alone is obtained the silk thread so highly valued in manufacture and commerce, whereas the other, owing to its irregular structure, cannot be unwound and furnishes only an inferior grade of silk suitable for carding. The outer envelope is fastened by some of its threads to the little twigs amid which the worm has taken its position, and forms merely a sort of scaffolding or open-work hammock, wherein the worm seeks seclusion and establishes itself for the serious and delicate task of spinning its inner envelope. When, accordingly, the hammock is ready, the worm fixes its hind feet in the threads and proceeds to raise and bend its body, carrying its head from one side to the other, and emitting from its spinneret as it does so a tiny thread which, by its sticky quality, immediately adheres to the points touched. Without change of position, the caterpillar thus lays one thickness of its web over that portion of the enclosure which it faces. Then it turns to another part and carpets that in the same manner. After the entire enclosure has thus been lined, other layers are added to the number of 5 or 6 or even more. In fact, the progress goes on until the store of silk-making material is exhausted and the thickness of the wall is sufficient for the security of the future chrysalis. From the way the caterpillar works, you will see that the thread of silk is not wound in circles, as it is in a ball of cotton, but is arranged in a series of zigzags back and forth, and to right and left. Yet in spite of these abrupt changes in direction, and notwithstanding the length of the thread, from 300 to 500 meters, there is never any break in its continuity. The silkworm gives it forth uninterruptedly, without suspending for a moment the work of its spinneret until the cocoon is finished. This cocoon has an average weight of 1 decigram and a half, and it would take only 15 or 20 kilograms of the silk thread to extend 10,000 leagues, or once around the earth. Examined under the microscope, the thread is seen to be an exceedingly fine tube, flattened and with an irregular surface, and composed of 3 distinct concentric layers, of which the innermost one is pure silk. Over this is laid a varnish that resists the action of warm water, but dissolves in a weak alkaline solution. Finally, on the outside there is a gummy coating which serves to bind the zigzag courses firmly together, and thus to make of them a substantial envelope. As soon as the caterpillars have completed their task, the cocoons are gathered from the sprigs of heather. A few of these cocoons, selected from those that show the best condition, are set aside and left for the completion of the metamorphosis. The resulting butterflies furnish the eggs or seeds whence, next year, will come the new litter of worms. The rest of the cocoons are immediately subjected to the action of very hot steam, which kills the chrysalis in each just when the tender flesh is beginning slowly to take form. Without this precaution, the butterfly would break through the cocoon, which, no longer capable of being unwound because of its broken strands, would lose all its value. The cocoons are unwound in workrooms fitted up for the purpose. First the cocoons are put into a pan of boiling water, to dissolve the gum which holds together the several courses of thread. An operator equipped with a small broom of heather twigs stirs the cocoons in the water in order to find and seize the end of the thread, which is then attached to a reel in motion. Under the tension thus exerted by the machine, the thread of silk unwinds, while the cocoon jumps up and down in the warm water like a ball of worsted when you pull at the loose end of the yarn. In the heart of the unwound cocoon there remains the chrysalis, inert, killed by the steam. Since a single strand would not be strong enough for the purpose of weaving, it is usual to unwind at once a number of cocoons, from 3 to 15 and even more, according to the thickness of the fabric for which the silk is destined, and these united strands are used later as one thread in the weaving machines. As it comes from the pan, the raw silk of the cocoon is found to have shed its coating of gum, which has become dissolved in the hot water, but it is still coated with its natural varnish, which gives it its firmness, its elasticity, its color, often of a golden yellow. In this state it is called raw silk, and has a yellow or white appearance according to the color of the cocoons from which it came. In order to take on the dye that is to enhance its brilliance and add to its value, the silk must first be cleaned of its varnish by a gentle washing in a solution of lye and soap in warm water. This process causes it to lose about 1/4 of its weight and to become a beautiful white, whatever may have been its original color. After this purifying process it is called washed silk or finished silk. Finally, if perfect whiteness is desired, the silk is exposed to the action of sulfur, as I will explain to you when we come to the subject of wool. Cocoons that have been punctured by the butterfly, together with all scraps and remnants that cannot be disentangled and straightened out, are carded and thus reduced to a sort of fluff known as floss silk, which is spun on the distaff or the spinning wheel, very much as wool is treated, but even with the utmost pains the thread thus obtained never has the beautiful regularity and the soft fineness of that which is furnished by unwinding the cocoon. It is used for fabrics of inferior quality, for stockings, shoelaces, and corset laces. The silkworm and the tree that feeds it, the mulberry, are indigenous to China, where silk weaving has been practiced for some 4,000 or 5,000 years. Today, when the highly prized caterpillar is dying out in our part of the world, China and its neighbor Japan are called upon to furnish healthy silkworm eggs. Silk culture was introduced into Europe from Asia in the year 1555 by 2 monks who came to Constantinople with mulberry plants and silkworm eggs concealed in a hollow cane, for it was strictly forbidden to disseminate abroad an industry that yielded such immense riches. Chapter 5. Wool. We live, continued Uncle Paul, on the life of our domestic animals. The ox gives us his strength, his flesh, his hide. The cow gives us her milk besides. The horse, the ass, the mule work for us, and when death overtakes them they leave us their skin for leather with which to make our footwear. The hen gives us her eggs, and the dog places his intelligence at our disposal. But if there is one animal who, more than another, comes to us from the good God above, it is surely the sheep, the gentle creature that yields us its fleece for our garments, its skin for our warm coats, its flesh and its milk for our nourishment, but its most precious gift is its wool. From wool are made mattresses, and it is also woven into cloth such as merino, flannel, serge, cashmere, and, in short, all the various fabrics best fitted for protecting us from the cold. It is by far the most desirable material for wearing apparel, cotton notwithstanding its importance, coming only second, and silk, valuable though it is, being very inferior in respect to serviceability. More than anything else, we clothe ourselves with what we strip from the innocent sheep. Our finery comes, for the most part, from its fleece. But wool is very far from beautiful on the creature's back, commented Claire. It is all matted and dirty, often fairly covered with filth. It must take a good many processes, remarked Marie, to change that foul and tangled fleece into the beautiful skeins of all colors with which we embroider such pretty flowers on canvas. Yes, indeed, very many, rejoined Uncle Paul. I have already told you, see our humble helpers, how sheep are washed and sheared, and how the washing leaves the fleece white or brown or black according to the color given to it by nature. White wool can be dyed in all possible tints and shades, from the lightest to the darkest, whereas brown or black wool can take only sombre hues. White wool, therefore, is always preferable to any other, but, beautiful as it is when freshly washed, and relieved of all impurity, it is still far from having that snowy whiteness so desirable if it is to remain undyed. It is bleached by a very curious process, which I will now describe to you. You have all doubtless observed that when sulphur burns, with a blue-violet flame, it gives forth a pungent odor that irritates the mucous membrane of the nose and throat, and causes a fit of coughing. That must be what we smell when we light a match, Claire interposed. If you breathe in the least little whiff of it, it is perfectly horrid. Often enough it has set me coughing unless I was on my guard, remarked Emile. Yes, that is it, their uncle replied. Sulphur, in burning, becomes an invisible substance which is dissipated in the atmosphere and betrays its presence only by a detestable odor of the most pungent quality. Invisible, impalpable, like the air itself, this something that we know merely as a disagreeable smell constitutes nevertheless a real substance, the existence of which cannot be doubted by any one who has once been thrown into a fit of coughing by inhaling it. It is called sulphurous oxide, a new name to you and one to be kept in mind. It will be worth your while to remember it, as you will presently see. Sulphurous oxide, then, said Marie, is burnt sulphur, and it is something that can be neither seen nor felt, but that nevertheless does really exist. Whoever breathes it is immediately convinced of its existence by the penetrating odor and by the fit of coughing that follows. To what possible use, continued Uncle Paul, can we turn this disagreeable gas, this invisible substance that makes you cough worse than if you had the whooping cough? I will tell you. Despite its repulsive qualities, it is what we have to depend upon for giving to wool the whiteness of snow. An example will demonstrate its efficacy to you. Go down to the meadow and pick me a bunch of violets. The violets were soon gathered from under the hedge bordering the meadow. Then Uncle Paul put a little sulphur on a brick, set it afire, and held the bunch of violets, which he had slightly sprinkled with water, over the fumes. In a few moments the flowers, attacked by the sulphurous gas, ascending from the blue flame, lost their color and turned perfectly white. The change from violet to white was plainly visible to the eye. "How curious that is!" exclaimed Jules. "Just see how the violets whiten as soon as they come over the flame, and feel the sulphurous oxide, as you call it. Some were half white and half blue, but the blue has disappeared now, and the bunch is all white, without having lost any of its freshness to speak of." "Let us now," suggested Uncle Paul, "try one of the red roses there on the mantelpiece." Accordingly the rose was held over the burning sulphur, and its red color faded away just as the blue of the violets had faded, giving place to white, much to the wonder of the children, who watched with breathless interest this marvelous transformation. "That will suffice for the present," Uncle Paul resumed. "What I have just shown you with violets and roses might be demonstrated with innumerable other flowers, especially red and blue ones. All would turn white on being exposed to the sulphur fumes. You will understand then that these fumes, which we call sulphurous oxide, have the peculiar property of being able to destroy certain colors, and hence to act as a bleaching agent. If, therefore, you wish to bleach wool, to remove the slight natural discoloration that stains its whiteness, you proceed exactly as you have just seen me do with the violets and roses. In a room with all its doors and windows carefully closed, the wool in its natural condition, that is, before it has been spun into yarn, is hung up, and a good handful or two of sulphur is set on fire in an earthen bowl. The room then becomes filled with sulphurous oxide, and the wool turns a beautiful white." "Would wool that is naturally brown or black turn in that room full of sulphurous smoke?" asked Marie. "No," was the reply. "Its color is too fast to yield to the action of sulphurous oxide. Only white wool is subject to this action, under which it becomes immaculate. By the same process, the straw of which hats are made is bleached, also skin used for gloves and silk. Wool varies in value according to the different kinds of sheep that have produced it, some being coarse, some fine and silky, some made of long hairs and some of short. The most highly esteemed, that which is used in weaving fine fabrics, comes from a breed of sheep raised chiefly in Spain and known as merino sheep. Finally, a goat that is native to the mountainous countries of Central Asia, the goat of Kashmir, furnishes a downy fleece of extreme fineness, an incomparable wool from which the most costly stuffs are manufactured. This goat wears under a thick fur of long hair an abundant down which shields it from the rigors of winter and is shed every spring. At that season the animal is combed, and the down is thus detached separate from the rest of the hairy coat. Chapter 6. Flax and Hemp. The inner coating of the stalk of flax and hemp, as I have already told you, see the Storybook of Science, is composed of long filaments, very fine, flexible, and strong, which are used like cotton in the manufacture of various fabrics. Flax gives us such fine fabrics as cambric, tulle, gauze, and laces of various kinds. Hemp furnishes us stronger stuffs, up to the coarse canvas used for making sacks. Flax, as you have already learned, is a slender plant with small flowers of a delicate blue. It is sown and reaped annually, and is raised especially in northern France, in Belgium, and in Holland. The first of plants to be used by man for making fabrics, it was turned to account by the people of Egypt, the land of Moses and the Pharaohs, for the furnishing of linen bands with which to wrap the mummies that have been reposing in their sepulchres for more than 4,000 years. So carefully, indeed, were they embalmed and then wrapped in linen and enclosed in chests of aromatic wood that today, after the lapse of centuries upon centuries, the contemporaries of the ancient kings of Egypt, of the Pharaohs, in other words, are found intact, though dried up and blackened by time. But in spite of all these precautions, objected Claire, surely the mummies must have gone to decay if they were buried in the ground. For that reason, replied her uncle, they were not buried. They were laid away in orderly rows in spacious halls, hollowed out of the solid rock of mountains. These mortuary halls, to which dampness never penetrated and the air had but little access, have kept for us intact, swathed in their linen bands, the bodies of these ancient Egyptians. Uncle Paul next took up the subject of hemp, relating the history of its cultivation in Europe from early times, and describing its appearance, with its small green flowers and its slender stalk about 2 meters in height. He explained that, like flax, it is grown both for its fibrous stem and for its seed, known as hemp seed, which is used as a favorite food for certain singing birds. From the seed are obtained hemp seed oil and hemp seed cake, the latter being sometimes fed to cattle. And what is flax seed good for? Asked Emile. From the seeds of flax, answered his uncle, is obtained by pressure an oil called linseed oil, which can be used for lighting, but is chiefly employed in painting. For culinary purposes it is almost worthless, being of no use at all, unless very fresh, and even then but of moderate value. Its principal use, as I have said, is in painting, because of its quality of slowly drying and thus forming a sort of varnish which holds fast the pigment with which it is mixed. The coat of paint that overlies, for example, the woodwork of doors and windows is made of linseed oil in which has been stirred a mineral powder, white, green, or any other color chosen by the painter. When flaxseed is ground, it yields a powder much used for poultices, being of an unctuous nature soothing to pains. When hemp and flax are ripe, they are harvested, and the seeds are detached either by threshing or by passing the seed-bearing ends of the stalks through a strong iron-tooth comb. The comb is set up across the middle of a bench on which 2 workmen seat themselves astride, one at each end, facing the comb. Then, by turns, they draw each his handful of flax or hemp through the comb, thus separating the seeds from the stalks. Next comes the operation known as retting, whereby the fibers of the bark are rendered separate from the rest of the stem and from one another. The gummy substance holding them together has to be disintegrated either by prolonged exposure in the field, where the flax or hemp is turned over from time to time, or, more expeditiously, by soaking the stalks in water, after first tying them into bundles. The resulting putrefaction liberates the fibers. Drying, breaking, and hackling them complete the separation of the fibers from the useless substance of the stem, and their reduction to a condition in which they are ready for use. I will add that the fibrous part of hemp, as you may already know, is far coarser than that of flax. The filaments of the latter are so fine that 1 gram of tow, spun on the wheel, makes a thread nearly 150 meters long. Nevertheless, this product of man's skill, this linen thread that seems to reach the limit of fineness, is very coarse indeed when compared with what is furnished by the caterpillar and the spider. The highest degree of delicacy attainable by our fingers, with the aid of the most ingenious machinery, is but an enormous cable in contrast with the thread manufactured by a despised little worm. A single gram of the silkworm's thread, as we find it in the cocoon, represents a length of 2,000 meters, whereas the finest of linen thread of the same weight represents only 150. But even the slender filament spun from the silkworm's spinneret is incomparably coarser than the spider's thread, the achievement of that master artisan the very sight of whom evokes from you senseless outcries of alarm. To weave the airy textures intended to catch their prey, such as flies and gnats and similar small game, as also to line the dainty little sachets that hold their eggs, spiders on their part produce a sort of silk. The silk matter is contained in liquid form in the spider's body, and is forced out as required through 4 or 5 little nipples called spinnerets, situated at the end of the insect's stomach, each of these nipples being perforated with many tiny holes, the total number of which for a single spider is reckoned at about 1,000. Hence the spider's thread as it leaves the insect's body is not a single strand, but a cord of 1,000 strands, although we commonly consider it of almost infinitesimal minuteness. Our finest sewing silk is a stout cable in comparison, and a human hair has the thickness of 10 twisted spider threads, or, in other words, of 10,000 combined elementary filaments of spider silk. How inconceivably fine, then, must be a thread that needs to be multiplied 10,000 times in order to equal a human hair in size! The larger spiders that live in the woods weave webs of remarkable amplitude, requiring each at least 10 meters of thread, or 10,000 meters of the elementary filament emitted by a single aperture of the spinneret. But to make the entire web the spider uses up only a tiny drop of liquid silk, of which it would take hundreds of similar drops to weigh a gram. What machine of human invention or what fingers could spin for us a thread of such inconceivable fineness? End of Part 2. Part 3 of The Secret of Everyday Things by Henri Fabre. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne. Chapter 7. Weaving. Examine a piece of cloth, woolen, cotton, or linen, and you will see that it is composed of two sets of threads which cross one another, each thread passing alternately over and under a transverse one. Of these two sets one is called the warp, and the other the woof or weft, and their crossing produces the woven fabric or cloth. The work of weaving these threads into cloth is done by means of a loom. I will try to describe to you an old-fashioned hand loom, which is much simpler in construction than the modern power loom. A solid wooden framework supports a cylinder in front and one in the back, and these cylinders are turned each by a crank whenever needed. The front cylinder, its crank within reach of the operator seated ready for work, receives the woven stuff a little bit at a time. The other, fixed at the opposite end of the machine, is wound with threads in regular order side by side. These threads will form the warp of the cloth, and they are stretched with careful regularity between the two cylinders the whole length of the machine. They are divided into two sets, the odd-numbered threads forming one set, the even-numbered threads the other. Two heddles hold the two sets and keep them separate, without possibility of intermingling. A heddle is a series of very fine metal wires, or it may be simply threads, stretched vertically between the two horizontal bars. The heddles are those two gridiron things in the middle of the loom? Asked Claire. Precisely. At every wire or thread of the heddle there is passed, in order, through an eye or ring, one of the strands composing the two sets of the warp. Now notice that by means of two pedals or levers placed under the operator's feet, the two heddles can be made to rise and fall alternately. In this alternate movement they draw by turns, up and down, one the even threads and the other the odd threads of the warp. While the warp is thus slightly open, all the even threads on one side, all the odd on the other, the operator sends the shuttle through the space separating the two sets. The shuttle is a piece of boxwood, well polished so as to slide easily, tapering at each end, enlarged in the middle, and provided with a cavity that holds a bobbin of thread, fixed on a very mobile axle. This thread unwinds automatically with the throwing of the shuttle, and is left lying between the two sets of the threads of the warp. Then with a pressure of one of the pedals the order of these sets is reversed, the threads that were above passing below, those below coming uppermost, and the shuttle sent in the opposite direction leaves another thread stretched across. This thread furnished by the shuttle, and passing by turns from right to left, and from left to right between the two lines of the warp, forms what is called the woof or the weft of the cloth. So the feet, said Marie, by pressing the pedals make the odd and even threads of the warp move up and down, while the hands, sending the shuttle from right to left and then from left to right, interlace the thread of the woof with the warp. That is the double movement the operator has to learn, the pressing of each foot in turn on the pedals, and the sending of the shuttle from one hand to the other. But in order that the cloth may acquire sufficient firmness, with no open spaces between the threads, these two movements are supplemented by a third. A comb-like instrument called a reed is used to beat up, or press close together, the threads of the woof after every 2 or 3 passages of the shuttle through the warp, or sometimes after every passage, according to the nature of the fabric. Such, in short, my dear children, is the process by which all of our woven fabrics of 2 sets of intercrossed threads are made: cloth, linen, taffeta, calico, and a great many others. Chapter 8. Woolen Cloth. I have just given you a general description of the art of weaving. Now I propose to add some details relating to the more important products of the loom. And first let us take up woolen cloth. Woolen cloth is woven of woolen yarn. As it comes from the spinning wheel, or spinning jenny, this yarn has certain surface irregularities, little bristling fibers standing up and crinkling with the natural curliness characteristic of wool. In this state the yarn would check the easy gliding of the shuttle, which must shoot back and forth with great rapidity, and thus the work would be rendered laborious, and the woven fabric wanting in evenness of texture. The surface must be made as smooth and uniform as possible, the fluff flattened and held down the whole length of the thread. This is done by means of a preparation or facing with which the threads of both the woof and the warp are coated. In this preparation are glue, which holds down the fluff, and oil, which makes the surface slippery. Thus it is that, as it comes from the loom, cloth is badly soiled, carrying as it does a coating of glue and ill-smelling oil. Before these impurities become seats of decay the cloth must be cleaned, and it must be done as soon as possible. The operation is carried out in a fulling mill, which consists of a series of heavy wooden clubs or beaters set in motion by means of a wheel turning in a stream. The beaters alternately rise and then fall with all their weight to the bottom of a trough continually sprinkled by a jet of clear water. The cloth is placed in the trough where the clubs beat it one after another for whole days. But this energetic beating is not enough. The glue would disappear, but not the oil, which is more tenacious and on which the water has no effect. Accordingly, recourse is had to a sort of rich earth, fine and white, which has the property of absorbing oil. It is called fuller's earth. That rich earth could be used then for taking out grease spots? Queried Marie. It is used for that purpose. All you have to do is to cover the grease spot for a while with a layer of fuller's earth made into paste, and the grease will disappear, being absorbed by the clay. In many countries it is used instead of soap for washing clothes. What a funny kind of earth! Claire exclaimed. I should like to wash with it. What is it like? It is a white clay, greasy to the touch, taking a polish when smoothed with the finger-nail, and mixing readily with water, to which it gives a soapy look. In France the best known fuller's earth is found in the department of Indre, Isère, and Aveyron. Beaten with this earth for a number of hours by the heavy clubs of the fulling mill, the cloth loses the oil with which it is impregnated. Soap suds and finally pure water finish the cleaning. But the part performed by the fulling mill is not limited to cleaning the cloth. It also shrinks the goods to half the original width and nearly half the length. In this connection I will call your attention to a precaution familiar to every good housewife. Before cutting out a garment she is careful to wet the cloth so as to shrink it as much as possible. If this precaution were not taken, the garment would shrink so in the first washing that you couldn't get into it. That's what happened to Emile's linen trousers, said Jules. They came out of the wash so short they hardly reached to his knees. A rope shrinks too when it is wet, remarked Marie. Once, after a rain, the clothesline in our backyard shrank so that it pulled out the hooks it was fastened to. That reminds me of a little anecdote, said Uncle Paul. When shortened by being wet, a rope exerts so strong a pull that not only can it extract hooks, but it can lift immense weights. It is said that Pope Sixtus V, when he was about to crete in one of the public squares of Rome an obelisk brought from Egypt at great expense, ordered under pain of death the most profound silence during the operation, so anxious were the operating engineers on account of the enormous weight to be moved. I will tell you, before going further, that obelisks are tall, slender, four-sided columns, engraved with a multitude of figures and crowned by a small pyramid. They are in one piece, of a very hard and fine-grained stone called granite. Their height, not counting the pedestal that supports them, may reach 50 meters, and their weight may range between 10,000 and 15,000 hundredweight. Judge, then, whether the erection of this ponderous mass upon its pedestal did not present difficulties. To operate in perfect unison the numerous ropes, pulleys, and levers used for raising the immense piece, absolute silence was necessary so that not a word should distract the workmen's attention. The square was crowded with curious idlers watching this mighty exertion of mechanical power. Complete silence reigned, every one bearing in mind the Pope's order. But when the raising of the obelisk had proceeded half-way, the enormous stone refused to go further and remained leaning with all its weight on the ropes. Everything was at a standstill. The engineers, at the end of their resources, saw their gigantic task threatened with failure, when suddenly from the midst of the crowd a man's voice rose at the peril of his life. "Wet the ropes!" he cried. "Wet the ropes!" They wet the ropes, and the obelisk soon stood upright on its pedestal. The tension of the cordage when soaked with water had itself done what an army of workmen had failed to accomplish. "And what happened to the man who broke the silence?" asked Emile. "The Pope willingly pardoned him, you may be sure. But let us return to our subject of woolen cloth. You can now easily understand what happens when this cloth is wet. It is made of crossed threads, each of which, on being soaked with water, acts like a rope. That is to say, it becomes shortened. The result of this is a closer texture. On drying, the cloth does not return to its original state, as a rope when dry resumes its former length. It remains close, because the threads, held in position by their interlacing, are not free to slip. Thus, by being put through the fulling mill, where it is beaten and wet at the same time, the cloth which was at first loose enough to show the daylight between its meshes becomes a firm piece of goods with warp and woof close together. The two sides of a piece of cloth are not the same. One, called the wrong side, shows the crossed threads of the fabric, otherwise known as the thread. The other, called the right side, is covered with a fine, even nap, all lying the same way. This nap is obtained by means of a kind of rude brush, made of the thorny burrs furnished by a plant called teasel, or fuller's teasel. Teasel lives from 1 to 2 years. Its stalk, which attains the height of a man, is armed with strong hooked thorns, and bears at a certain distance apart pairs of large leaves, each forming a cup more or less deep in which rain gathers. Growing from the main stem are 6 or 7 branches, each terminated by a strong elongated head, or burr, composed of hard scales sharply pointed, and recurved at the end in the shape of a fine hook. The plant is cultivated expressly for its burrs, which are used in great quantities in cloth manufacture. It would be difficult to replace this natural brush with any similar tool made by our hands, for nothing could give the same degree of needed stiffness and suppleness combined. 5 or 6 of these burrs are placed side by side so as to form a brush, which is drawn over the cloth always in the same direction. The 1,000 hooks of the teasel, each as fine as the slenderest needle, but elastic and supple, seize the tiny fibers of surface wool lying between the threads, and pull them out, laying them one on the other, all pointing the same way. The result of this operation is the nap which on the right side of a piece of cloth covers and hides the thread. But this nap is still imperfect. Its tiny fibers are of unequal length, some long, some short, at haphazard, just as the hooks of the teasel brush drew them from the threads. To make it all smooth and even, it must be shorn. That is to say, large, broad-banded shears are used to pare down the surface of the cloth so as to leave the nap all of the desired length. This completes the essential part of the work. Sedan, Louviers, and Albieux are the chief cloth manufacturing towns of France. Chapter 9. Moths. In our houses, continued Uncle Paul, we have a redoubtable enemy to woolen cloth and everything else that is made of wool, an enemy that in a very short time will reduce a costly garment to rags and tatters unless we are on our guard against the ravager. Therefore it is worth our while to make the acquaintance of this devourer of woolen goods, this despair of the housewife, in order that we may hunt it down with some success. You know the little white butterflies that come out in the evening, attracted by the light, and singe their wings in the lamp flame. They are the ravagers of woolen fabrics. the destroyers of broadcloth and other woolen stuffs. But those little butterflies, objected Claire, are feeble little creatures to tear in pieces anything so substantial as broadcloth. And for that very reason it is not the butterfly itself that we are afraid of. The delicate little flutterer is perfectly harmless, but before turning into a butterfly it is first a caterpillar, much like the silkworm, and this caterpillar is endowed with a voracious appetite that makes it gnaw substances apparently uneatable, such as wool, furs, skins, feathers, hair. To the caterpillar and its butterfly we give the name of moth. There are caterpillars, then, that eat cloth and even hair? asked Marie. There are only too many of them, was the reply. One of these caterpillars, one that some day will turn into a pretty little butterfly all powdered with silver dust, would feast right royally on your woolen frock, and another would find much to its taste your fur tippet, which keeps your shoulders warm in winter. There can't be much taste in a mouthful of fur, I should think, and it must be pretty hard to digest. I don't deny it, but these caterpillars have stomachs made expressly for that sort of diet, and they accommodate themselves to it pretty well. A worm that eats fur and digests hair knows nothing in the world so good, and one that gnaws old leather would turn away with aversion from a juicy pear, a piece of cheese, or a slice of ham, all of them repugnant to its taste. Every species has its preferences, and, according to its mode of life, possesses a stomach designed to find nutriment in substances apparently far from nutritious. On the moth's bill of fare are skins, leather, wool, woolen cloth, fur, and hair. The larvae do not merely feed on these materials, but it also makes from them a movable house, a sheath that covers its body, leaving the head free, and this house it carries about with it. All butterflies of the moth class have narrow wings bordered with an elegant fringe of silky hair and folded lengthwise on the back in repose. Of the three principal species, the distinguishing characteristics are as follows. The woolen moth has black upper wings tipped with white, while the head and lower wings are white. Its grub, or larva, is found in woolen goods, and it is there that it makes for itself a sheath from the bits of gnarled fabric. The fur moth has silver-gray upper wings with two little black dots on each. Its grub lives in fur goods, which it denudes, a hair at a time. Finally, the hair moth lives, in its grub state, in the curled hair used for stuffing cushions and couches. Its color is of a uniform pale red. The moth most to be feared is the one that feeds on woolen cloth. Let us discuss its habits more in detail, for in spite of its ravages you will admire with me the skill it displays in making itself a coat. To protect itself so that it may live in peace, the grub fashions for itself a sheath from the bits of wool cut and chopped with its sharp little teeth. In thus cutting down these upstanding hairs, one by one, the worm shears the cloth and makes a threadbare spot. The shearman himself could not have operated with such nice precision, but there is nothing so disfiguring in new cloth as these shorn spots showing here and there the warp and woof of the fabric, while all the rest retains its velvet finish. Furthermore, the mischief is not always confined to the shorn spots. Too often it happens that the tiny destroyer attacks the threads themselves, and makes holes here and there in the cloth, so that the latter is found to be nothing but a worthless bundle of rags. The bits of wool thus cut away serve the worm either as food or as building material for its movable house, its sheath. This latter is most deftly put together, consisting on the outside of tiny bits of wool fastened together with a little liquid silk emitted by the worm, and on the inside of silk alone, so that a fine lining protects the creature's delicate skin from all rough contact. Just think of it, exclaimed Jules. The detestable devourer of our woolen clothes lines its own coat with silk. And that's not all, continued Uncle Paul. The little creature indulges in the luxury of assorted colors. Its coat takes the hue of the cloth in process of destruction, and thus there are white coats, black coats, blue coats, and red coats, according to the color of the material. If this latter happens to be of variegated tints, the worm takes a bit of wool here and a bit there, making for itself a sort of harlequin outfit in which all the colors represented are mingled at haphazard. Meanwhile the worm continues to grow, and its sheath becomes too short and too tight. To lengthen it is an easy matter. All that is required is to add new bits of wool at the end. But how is it to be made larger?" "If I had to do it," Claire replied, "I should run my scissors down lengthwise, and in the opening I should insert another piece." "The ingenious insect seems to have taken counsel of Claire, or of an even better tailor," said Uncle Paul. "With its teeth for scissors, it cuts open its coat all down its length and inserts a new piece. So skillfully is this insertion made, so neatly are the seams sewed with the silk, that the most expert of dressmakers would find it hard to pick any flaw in the workmanship." "These moth-worms must be very skillful, I admit," said Marie, "but I shouldn't like to have them practice their art on my clothes. How are they to be prevented?" "To protect garments from moths, it is customary to place in our wardrobes certain strongly scented substances, such as pepper, camphor, tobacco. But the surest safeguard is to inspect the garments frequently, shaking them and beating them and exposing them to the sun. All moths love repose and darkness. Garments that are shaken occasionally and hung in the light are not at all to their taste, but those that are laid away for months or years in a dark place offer just the kind of snug retreat they are looking for, the ideal abode for the raising of a family. Go to your chests of drawers and your wardrobes very often and shake, air, and brush the contents. Then you will have no moths. Vigilance is here worth more than pepper and camphor. Finally, kill all the little white butterflies you see fluttering about your rooms." "But those little butterflies do no harm whatever, you told us," objected Emile. "It is only the worms that knot our clothes." "True enough, but those butterflies will lay eggs by the hundred, and from every egg will come a devouring worm. The destruction of the flying moth means, therefore, deliverance from some hundreds of future moths." End of Part 3. Part 4 of The Secret of Everyday Things by Henri Fabre. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A recording by Marianne. Chapter 10. Napery. Hemp is woven into coarse material for towels and sacks, and even into finer material for sheets, chemises, tablecloths, and napkins. From flax is obtained still finer goods for the same purposes. Sometimes the same material contains both hemp and flax. Thus the goods known as cretonnes, manufactured at Lisieux and its environs, have the warp of hemp and the woof of flax. Sometimes again it is cotton that is mixed with hemp. Ticking, for example, is a very close fabric used for making coverings for bolsters and also for men's summer clothes. Generally it is all hemp, but certain grades have a cotton woof. So it is that the three kinds of vegetable fiber, hemp, flax, and cotton, can be used two together in the same material, which gives goods of greater variety and better adapted to the infinite uses for which they are destined. Goods of this sort generally bear the name of the country that produces them. Such are the goods called Brittany, Laval, Valenciennes, Saint-Quentin, Verone. Others are named after their inventor, as cretonne, which derives its name from a manufacturer, Creton, who centuries ago gained a great reputation for linen manufacture. One kind of linen, very fine and close, used for handkerchiefs and various articles of attire, such as veils, collars, and cuffs, is called batiste, in honor of Baptiste Chambray, who was the first to make this material, and who introduced its use about 5 centuries ago. Material composed only of hemp and flax, either separate or together, is commonly called linen. Certain qualities distinguish these goods from cotton. To a delicate skin they have a cool and soothing feeling, whereas cotton, owing to its nap, which is slightly rough, produces a kind of tickling that may be positively disagreeable. Thus a cotton handkerchief irritates nostrils that have been made sensitive by a prolonged cold, but a linen handkerchief has not the same objectionable quality. And again, for dressing wounds it is customary to use linen or hemp bandages and lint obtained from old rags of the same material, since cotton, no matter how fine and soft, would only increase the irritation of the wound by its rough contact with the quivering flesh. Finally, hemp and linen as used for underwear keep the skin in a state of coolness that is very agreeable in the heat of summer, but which may under certain conditions prove very disagreeable. Let perspiration be checked, let the body, poorly protected by its cool covering of hemp or linen, cool off quickly, and we are in serious danger. Cotton, on the contrary, stimulates the skin slightly, keeps it warm, and affords better protection when perspiration is arrested. In this respect it is preferable to linen and hemp. But I will come back to this subject after some details that I wish to give you in a subsequent talk on the conservation of heat. As soon as hemp has been spun into thread by the long and patient labor of the distaff, it is sent to the weaver, who coats it with a preparation of glue to facilitate the play of the shuttle, stretches it on his loom in parallel lines, and weaves it as I have already explained to you, each foot pressing in turn one of the pedals that operates the warp, and the two hands throwing, one to the other, the shuttle which stretches the thread of the woof between the two sets of warp threads. A good washing cleans the cloth, removing the preparation I have referred to and all impurities contracted during the weaving. But that is not enough to produce the beautiful white cloth that the housewife cuts into shirts and sheets. Hemp and flax are, in fact, naturally of a light reddish tint, so firmly fixed that only after repeated washings will it entirely disappear, which explains why sheeting is whiter as well as softer the longer it is used. As the first step in bleaching, the linen is spread on the ground in a well-mown field, where for whole weeks it remains exposed to the daylight and to the damp night air. The prolonged action of air and sun, dryness and dampness, at length fades the reddish color, which subsequent washings will, little by little, finally remove altogether. This bleaching by exposure to sun and rain is very slow. Moreover, when the operation has to be carried on uninterruptedly and on a large scale, it is very costly, because it renders unproductive considerable stretches of land. Consequently, in hemp, linen, and especially cotton factories, recourse is had to means that are at once more energetic and more expeditious. You remember how easily and economically wool and silk are bleached by burning a few handfuls of sulfur, thus generating a gas called sulphurous oxide. It is only necessary to expose wet wool and silk for a few hours to the action of this gas, to give them the dazzling whiteness of snow. Is that the way hemp, flax, and cotton are treated? Asked Marie. Not quite, although the method employed much resembles that used for wool. Sulphurous oxide would have no effect here, so difficult is it to destroy the natural color of hemp, flax, and cotton. Something stronger, something more drastic, must be used. But that sulphur smoke is pretty strong. It pricks your nose like needles, and makes you cough till the tears come. Yet it is nothing in comparison with the drug used for bleaching. This drug is also a gas, that is to say, a substance as impalpable as air, but at the same time a visible gas, for it has a light greenish color. It is called chlorine. If you breathe a whiff of it, you are immediately seized with a violent cough, such as you would never get in winter, however cold it might be. The throat contracts painfully, the chest is oppressed, and you would die in frightful torture if you inhaled this formidable gas 3 or 4 times in succession. You can see, then, what precautions one must take in factories not to expose oneself to the terrible effects of chlorine. And what does it come from, this gas that strangles people if they breathe ever so little of it? Asked Claire. It comes from common salt, the same salt with which we season our food. But I must add that in salt it is not found all by itself. It is mixed with another substance, which renders it harmless, even wholesome. Once freed from this partnership, it is murderous, a frightfully destructive agent. I am sorry I cannot show you its astonishing power in destroying colors, but nothing prevents my telling you about it. Imagine a sheet of paper not only covered with characters traced by the pen, but daubed all over with ink. Now plunge this into chlorine gas, and writing and ink blots all disappear instantly, leaving the sheet of paper as white as if it had never been used. Suppose, again, you put chlorine into a bottle of ink. The black liquid fades quickly, and soon there is nothing left but clear water. After this you can understand that the material to be bleached has to be subjected to the action of chlorine only for a few moments in order to turn whiter than through long exposure in the field. "If the deep black ink is destroyed so quickly," remarked Marie, "the pale reddish tinge of hemp or linen is not likely to hold out very long." "Wool and silk," Claire observed, "ought to be bleached the same way. It would be much quicker." "The manufacturers are very careful not to follow any such method," was the reply. "This gas corrodes wool and silk, soon reducing them to mere pulp." "And yet cotton, flax, and hemp can stand it," Claire rejoined. "Yes, but their resistance to the action of drugs has not its equal in the world, and this resistance gives them a very peculiar value. Think in how many ways cloth of this sort is used, and what severe treatment it undergoes. Repeated washings with corrosive ashes, rubbing with harsh soap, heating, exposure to sun, air, and rain. What then are these substances that withstand all the asperities of washing, soap, sun, and air, that even remain intact when all around them goes to decay, that brave the drugs used in manufacturing, and emerge from these manifold tests softer and whiter than before? These almost indestructible substances are hemp, flax, and cotton. They have no rivals." Chapter 11. Calico. It now remains for me to tell you the principal weaves of cotton. First there is percale, which has a firm and close texture and a smooth surface, and is much used for shirts, curtains, covers, and sometimes for table and bed linen. Ornamented with colored designs, it is also used for dresses. Percale, diminutive of percale, as its name shows, is a fabric of inferior quality and of transparent texture, being very loosely woven. Its thread is flat and its surface fluffy and plush-like, whereas in percale the thread is round and the surface smooth. It lacks firmness and does not last long. It is chiefly for lining. Common calico is less fine, less firm, and cheaper than percale, but is used in general for the same purposes. Muslin is a very fine, soft, light material, the most delicate of all cotton goods. There are some muslins that for fineness almost rival the spider's web, and of which a piece several yards long could be contained in an eggshell. Among muslins are classed nainsook, organdie, and Scotch batiste. Cotton has a decided superiority over flax and hemp, in that it readily takes any desired color or ornamental design, the dyes being quickly absorbed, lastingly retained, and shown off to the best advantage. Who does not know these admirable goods in which the most varied and brilliant colors are artistically combined and our garden flowers are reproduced in astonishing perfection? Some of these prints are decorated with flowers such as no garden could furnish. Cotton alone lends itself to this richness of coloring, hemp and flax being absolutely inadequate. Cotton goods ornamented with colored designs are called prints, and they first came from India, where their manufacture has been known for a very long time. Today the factories of Rouen, Mulhouse, and England supply these goods to the whole world. It will interest you to hear about some of the methods employed by the calico printer in his delicate work. How were these beautiful designs obtained, so clear and bright, that ornament the most inexpensive dress? That is what I propose to tell you in a few words. First, the fabric is bleached with the greatest care so that no dinginess of its own shall dim the brightness of the colors to be received. Energetic washing, over and over again, and the powerful bleaching agent I have just spoken of, namely chlorine, make the cotton perfectly white. Now comes an operation that would fill you with astonishment if you happen to see it. It is the operation of singeing. I must tell you to begin with that all cotton thread, however perfect the spinning machine produced it, is covered with a short down or fluff consisting of the tip ends of the vegetable fibers standing up by their own elasticity. At the time of weaving this fluff is laid flat by means of a preparation of glue, so as to leave perfect freedom for the play of the shuttle. But now this preparation, which would greatly interfere with the setting of the colors, has disappeared to the last trace, and the fluff of the threads stands up free again. Well, on such goods, all bristling with tiny filaments, the colored designs would not take well. There would be unevenness of tint, ill-defined outlines, cracks and seams, in fact. The surface must be as clean and smooth as a sheet of paper. It would be well nigh impossible to obtain with shears, such as are used for shearing woolen cloth, a surface as smooth as the subsequent operations demand. Accordingly, it is the custom to have recourse to the use of fire. The material is passed with the necessary rapidity before a broad jet of flame, which thoroughly burns off every bit of fluff, without in the least damaging the fabric itself. Nothing is more extraordinary to the novice than to see a piece of calico or percale, or even muslin, passing through the menacing curtain of flame without catching fire. "And who would not be surprised?" exclaimed Marie. "I should think the delicate fabric would certainly catch fire." "You would think so, but there is no danger if the material passes quickly along and does not give the heat time enough to penetrate beyond the fluff. Let us dwell a moment on this peculiarity, which will enlighten us concerning a very remarkable attribute of cotton. You know what happens when you put the end of a piece of cotton thread into the lamp flame. The part thrust into the flame is consumed at once, but the fire spreads no further and goes out just at the point where the thread ceases to be enveloped by the flame. With a piece of linen or hemp thread the result would be a little different. The thread would continue to burn more or less beyond this limit. That is on account of the different manner in which the cotton on the one hand and flax and hemp on the other act under the influence of heat. Cotton is rather impervious to heat. Flax and hemp, on the contrary, offer only feeble resistance to its spreading. I will not say any more on this point now, but will return to it some day with the necessary details. The few facts I have given you are sufficient to explain what takes place in the singular operation of singeing. If the fabric passes through the fire quickly, and at an even rate of speed, the flame envelops it on both sides, and even traverses the meshes, burning off all the fluff without injuring the threads themselves, because the heat has not time to spread further. To banish once for all your incredulity in regard to this singeing process, I will show you an experiment which, indeed, has no close connection with the calico printer's art, but which illustrates the different degrees of inflammability possessed by different substances. What should you say if I were to tell you that live coals can be placed on the finest muslin without burning it in the least?" "I should say, seeing is believing," answered Claire. "Then you shall see, Miss Incredulous. Take a piece of muslin, as fine as you please, and wrap it tightly around one of the brass bells that ornament the top of the stove. Tie it securely underneath with a string, so that the muslin will touch the metal in every part. Now take from the open fire a live coal, and apply it with the tongs to the muslin that covers this kind of doll's head." Claire followed these directions with scrupulous care. The live coal was touched to the muslin, and, greatly to the surprise of all the children, the delicate fabric remained perfectly intact. "Go still farther," commanded Uncle Paul. "Take the bellows and make the live coal burn as brightly as you like, letting it rest on the muslin while you do so." Claire worked the bellows. The coal became red hot all over, and still the muslin underwent no change, appearing to be quite incombustible. "Why, this is unbelievable!" she cried. "How is it that the muslin can stand the touch of a live coal without burning the least bit?" "What protects it from the fire," replied her uncle, "is the metal underneath. The brass, a substance easily penetrated by heat, takes to itself the heat of the coal and leaves none for the muslin, which is much harder to heat. But if the delicate fabric were by itself, it would burn at the first touch of the live coal." Several times during the day Claire repeated this experiment by herself, each time more astonished than before at this strange incombustibility. Chapter 12. Dyeing and Printing. Arrived at this point, the cotton cloth is ready to receive the colors. This operation involves the use of a means so varied and technical knowledge so above your understanding that I should not be understood if I undertook to enter into some of the more elaborate details. "I supposed, on the contrary," said Claire, "that it was a very simple thing, and that the colors were put on the cloth with a paint-brush, just as I should do, though not very well, on a sheet of paper. Undeceive yourself, my dear child. The paint-brush has nothing to do with printed cottons, nor yet with the other kinds of goods embellished with colors. Done with a paint-brush, the designs would not be lasting, but would disappear with the first washing. The slightest rain would make the colors run and would turn them into horrible, shapeless blots. To resist water, and sometimes vigorous washing with soap, the colors must penetrate the fabric thoroughly and become embodied in it. Let us see how this result is arrived at, taking black for an example. This color is obtained in various ways, notably with ink, the same that we use for writing. Well, if we immerse a strip of white material in this liquid, it would come out black. But the color would have no staying power. A little rinsing in water would remove most of the ink, and the small amount remaining would give only a pale tint, very insufficient and soon washed out. In order to give a deep and lasting black, the ink, when it is applied to the fabric, must be in an unfinished state, and must finish itself in the cloth. The ingredients of which it is composed must mingle and become ink in the very substance of the threads. Under these conditions, the black, made on the spot and permeating the minutest fibers of the cotton, acquires all the desired fixity and intensity. Let us, then, before going further, examine the ingredients of which ink is composed. There are found growing on oak trees certain globular formations of about the size of a billiard ball and with the appearance of fruit. But they are not really fruit. They have nothing in common with acorns, the real fruit of the oak. They are excretions caused by the sting of a tiny insect known as the gall-fly. This insect stings the leaf or tender twig with a fine gimlet that arms the tip end of the stomach, and in the microscopic incision it deposits an egg. Around this egg the sap of the tree gathers, finally forming a little ball which by degrees becomes as hard as wood. The insect, hatched from the egg, develops and grows in the very heart of this ball, whose substance serves it as food. When it has grown strong enough, it pierces the wall of its abode with a small round hole through which it escapes. This is why you see most of these balls pierced with a hole when they fall to the ground toward the end of autumn. These round excrescences are called gall-nuts or oak apples, and they furnish one of the ingredients of ink, one of the materials used for dyeing black. The other ingredient is green copperas. At the druggist's you may have seen a substance looking something like broken glass, of a light green color with spots of rust. That is green copperas. It is obtained by dissolving iron in an excessively corrosive liquid known as oil of vitriol or sulphuric acid. This terrible liquid, so dangerous in inexperienced hands, dissolves iron as easily as water dissolves salt or sugar, and in the solution, after a certain time, crystals are formed. It is this crystallization that gives us our green copperas, a substance having none of the dangerous qualities of the oil of vitriol used in making it, but one that can be handled without the least risk, though its taste is most disagreeably tart. The substance dissolves very readily in water. And that is all that is needed for making ink. Let us boil a hand of powdered gall-nuts in water. We shall obtain a pale, yellowish liquid. Also, let us dissolve some copperas in water, and the latter will turn a very pale green with a yellowish tinge. What will happen on mixing the two liquids, one yellow and the other green? Nothing very remarkable, it would seem. And yet no sooner do these two liquids mingle than there is produced a deep black, the very color of ink. And so the ink comes all of a sudden, said Marie. Yes, the very instant the gall-nuts and the copperas meet in the water that holds them in solution. If ink for writing is desired, however, a little different method must be followed, so as not to have an excess of water which would weaken the color. To the liquid resulting from the boiling of gall-nuts, there would simply be added the undissolved copperas with a little gum to give brilliance to the ink. I have gone out of my way in describing to you this mingling of two liquids, in order to show you the more clearly how the union of two substances, each having little or no color, can produce a color totally unlike either of the original shades. From two liquids, one a pale yellow, the other a pale green, you have just seen ink spring into being with startling suddenness. Remember this phenomenon, for it will explain certain results of dyeing that are very astonishing to the uninitiated. Bear in mind that sometimes perfectly colorless substances can produce magnificent colors by being united. Now that we know how ink is made, let us return to the subject of dyeing black. We put a piece of percale to soak in water in which gallnuts have been boiled. Then, when it is well saturated, we take it out and dry it. What now will be its color? It will be the color of the gallnut water, answered Claire. That is to say, a pale and dirty yellow. Right. But if the fabric thus saturated is dipped into a solution of copperas, what will happen? That is not hard to guess, was the reply. The copperas, finding gallnut dye on the surface and in the texture of the cloth, all through it in fact, will immediately form ink, which will color the percale black. And more than that, added Marie, the dye will penetrate the goods evenly in every part, since the saturation with gallnut water extends to the very finest thread of the material. Yes, and so you see that in this way the black dye is formed on the spot, in the very heart of the cotton threads. Thus we obtain a fast color, all the necessary conditions being complied with. A great many other colors, red, violet, brown, yellow, lilac, no matter what, are produced in similar fashion. First of all, material to be dyed is saturated with a solution that will develop the desired color, or make it spring into existence, on encountering another solution, and will set the color by making it one with the fabric itself. This preparatory substance, which in a second operation is to mix with the dye stuff so as to develop and fix the color, is called the mordant, and varies in kind according to the tint desired, so that by changing the mordant different colors may be obtained with one and the same coloring matter. In the way you have just explained to us, said Marie, we get cloth dyed all one color. I should like to know how patterns of several colors on a white ground are made. That is done by printing or stamping. Imagine a small wooden block or board on which is engraved in relief the design to be reproduced. Clever engravers skilled in all the details of ornamental design prepare these blocks, which are sometimes veritable masterpieces of art, and it is these that constitute the calico printer's all-important equipment. To take a simple example, let us suppose the workman purposes to put a black design on a white ground. On a large table in front of him he has the piece of percale which unrolls as he needs it. In his right hand he holds the printing block. The engraved design, which stands out in relief, he moistens slightly with a fine solution of gallnuts, and then applies the block to the goods. The parts thus touched are the only ones impregnated with the preparation, the rest of the percale remaining as it was before. He continues thus, each time dipping the engraved face of the block into the gallnut preparation, until the piece of cloth has received the impression throughout its entire length. That done, all that is necessary is to dip the goods into a solution of copperas to make the design appear in black, since the ink forms wherever the wooden mold has left a deposit of gallnut water, all other parts remaining white. It is simpler than I had thought, said Claire, and much simpler than using a paint-brush, as I supposed at first must be the way. The operation can be made still simpler. As a rule the coloring matter and the mordant, that is to say, the substance that brings out the color and fixes it, only act under the influence of heat. Accordingly, the process is as follows. The two ingredients, mordant and coloring matter, are mixed together and reduced to a fine nap with which the engraved surface of the block is moistened and then immediately applied to the fabric. The preparation thus deposited gives only one color, one alone, determined by the nature of the mordant and the coloring matter. If the design is to be multicolored, as many blocks must be used as there are tints, each block representing only the part of the design having the color it is to imprint on the goods. Thus the piece of percale passes through the workman's hands, once for red, again for black, a third time for violet, in fact, as many times as there are colors in the design, however little they may differ from one another. It must be a very delicate piece of work, remarked Marie, to put the different parts of the design exactly in the right place, so as to get from them all a pattern with the various colors joining perfectly and never overlapping. The calico printer's skill makes light of this difficulty. The design comes out as clear as a painter could make it with his brushes. To complete the description in a few words, when all the colors have been applied, the fabric is removed to a closed room where it receives a steam bath. Heat and moisture aiding, each dye mixes with its mordant, which incorporates it with the fabric, and beautiful bright tints spring forth as by enchantment where the engraved blocks had left only a sorry-looking daub. Chapter 13. Dye-stuffs. "Couldn't you tell us, Uncle Paul," said Marie, "how all those colors we see on our printed goods are obtained? There are such beautiful reds, blues, violets, that real flowers can hardly compare with them." "Yes, I will tell you. Let us first take madder, the most valuable of dye-stuffs on account of the beauty and fastness of its colors. It is the root of a plant cultivated in France, chiefly in the department of Vaucluse, and of about the size of a large feather, reddish-yellow in color. The preparation it undergoes before being used in dyeing consists simply of reducing it to very fine powder and purifying it as much as possible. Madder by itself imparts absolutely no color to any stuff, be it silk, wool, cotton, or whatever other you please. One might boil for days at a time a piece of percale in water containing powdered madder. The fabric would remain white. For the color to take form and impress itself on the stuff there is some essential condition lacking. No doubt it needs what you call the mordant, that substance which mixes with the dye to bring out the color and fix it on the goods, just as gallnuts bring out the black of ink by mixing with copperas. That is it. It lacks the mordant. In the case of madder, this is sometimes iron rust, and sometimes a white substance resembling starch and called alumina, which is obtained from very pure clays. If the material to be dyed is first saturated with a strong solution of alumina, it takes a dark red tint on being dipped into boiling water containing a proper amount of powdered madder. If the quantity of alumina is small, the resulting tint is simply rose color. Thus, by varying the proportions of the mordant any shade can be given to the fabric, from the deepest red to the palest pink. With iron rust for mordant other colors quite unlike the preceding are developed. A liberal quantity of rust gives black, a small quantity violet, always with madder, be it understood. Finally, if the mordant is a mixture of alumina and rust, the color produced is chestnut brown, intermediate between red and black, and varying in shade according to the proportions of the ingredients used. You see, then, and it cannot fail to surprise you, that with a single dye-stuff, madder, it is easy to obtain a numerous series of tints ranging from dark red to pale pink, from deep black to delicate violet, and including also the chestnuts or mixtures of red and black. Let us suppose the calico printer has stamped the different mordants on the grounds with his printing block, and has artistically grouped them to obtain bouquets of flowers. This done, the cloth appears merely soiled, with unsightly blotches, the iron rust showing with its dirty yellow, while the alumina, being colorless, remains invisible. But as soon as the piece is plunged into a boiling bath of madder, each mordant attracts to itself the coloring matter dissolved in the water, incorporates it, and with it forms such and such a color according to its nature. The reds, pinks, blacks, violets, chestnuts, all come out at the same time before our astonished eyes, which at first might imagine themselves beholding the birth of enchanted bouquets. "If you had not explained this curious operation," said Claire, "I should have been astonished to see those magnificent printed bouquets taking shape all by themselves in the confusion of the boiling vat." "Then it is in that one vat," added Jules, "containing only water and madder, that there are formed all at the same time the reds, pinks, and violets for the flowers, the chestnuts for the bark of the branches, and the blacks for the shadows. The bouquets lack only the green of the leaves to be complete." "Madder does not give green. Another substance and another operation are necessary to obtain that color. Nevertheless, who could fail to perceive the importance of madder, that one substance which furnishes so many hues, all remarkable not merely for their beauty, but also for their unequaled permanence. No other dye-stuff contains in itself so many excellent qualities." "And the other colors, blue, for example, how are they obtained?" asked Marie. The most lasting blue is the product of a plant called the indigo plant. It is too cold in our part of the world to raise this plant, but it grows on the warm, damp plains of India. It is the leaves that are used. They are green at first, but if they are allowed to go to decay in water containing a little lime, a substance having a superb blue color and called indigo is formed from them. A very beautiful yellow remarkable for its fastness is prepared from a plant that grows around here and is known as woadwaxen, or dyer's greenweed, bearing flowers closely resembling those of the mignonette, so famous for its sweet odor. By mixing this yellow with blue we obtain the green that Jules spoke of as needed for the leaves of the bouquets. A small, rather ugly-shaped insect gives the dyer his most beautiful reds. It is known as the cochineal, and it lives all its life in one spot, as do the lice of our rose bushes. It infests a fleshy plant whose branches are flattened in the shape of a palette and studded with tufts of thorns. The plant is known under the names of nopal, cactus, Indian fig, and Barbary fig. Mexico produces most of the cochineal. The insect is gathered from the nopal, killed by immersion in boiling water, and dried in the sun. It then looks like a little wrinkled seed. About 140,000 insects are required to make 1 kilogram in weight. It is only necessary to boil cochineal in water to obtain a red liquid, which deposits as sediment the beautiful coloring matter known by the name of carmine. Wool and silk are dyed scarlet with cochineal. I will conclude with a few words on the brightest, clearest of all dye-stuffs, but unfortunately, also, the most changeable, the most evanescent. Recall the splendid hues now given to wool, silk, and above all to ribbons. The rainbow alone can rival them. Now do you know the origin of these colors, so pure, so bright, so charming to the eye? They come from a horrid, malodorous substance called coal tar. In the first place you should know that illuminating gas is obtained by heating coal red hot in large iron vessels to which no air is admitted. The heat liberates at the same time gas for lighting and tar which is set aside by itself. There is then left a kind of coal, light, shiny, full of holes, and called coke. Let us turn our attention to the tar only, which despite its disgusting appearance is one of the most marvelous products known to the manufacturing world. By treating it first in one way, then in another, and after that in still another, there are obtained from it a number of very different substances, some resplendent like mother of pearl or the scales of fishes, others white and powdery like fine flour, and still others resembling limpid oil and having in certain instances a strong and disagreeable odor and in others an aromatic fragrance. When this separation is complete, we have at our disposal various substances which further processes will transform into colors of all kinds. One of these substances, derived from coal tar, and at first a colorless oil, becomes an azure blue that will not disfigure the wing of the most gorgeous butterfly. Another, at first a flowery powder, reproduces exactly the colors yielded by madder. A third gives shades of red beside which the queen of flowers, the rose, would look pale. But one capital fault is common to the most splendid colors obtained by man's skill from the somber coal. Footnote: This fault has now been corrected. Translator. End footnote. Hardly any of them can stand the least washing without injury, and even light alone fades them quickly. Colors that are really fast, those that last as long as the fabric that bears them, and can without fading stand light and soap, are particularly the colors obtained from madder, the browns and blacks into the making of which gallnuts have entered, the blues from indigo, the yellows of woadwaxen. Beware of a dye that charms the eye, but turns dim under the first ray of sunlight, or with the first washing. End of Part 4. Part 5 of The Secret of Everyday Things by Henri Fabre. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 14. Heat Conduction. To give you a thorough understanding of the part played by woven fabrics in our clothing and coverings, I must now call your attention to certain attributes of heat. The little I can tell you on this subject will be illustrated in many cases by important practical applications, so be attentive. A firebrand can with impunity be taken up in the fingers by one end if the fire is confined to the other. There is no risk of our being burnt, even though the fingers be very close to the ignited part. I have often noticed that, said Jules, when poking a corner of the fire in winter, and when to save time I've used my fingers instead of the tongs. But one could not, without getting burnt, grasp the apparently cold end of a piece of iron, even a pretty long one, if red at the other end. Neither could one take hold of the handle of a flat iron warming on the heater. The hand must be protected by a thick holder. These two familiar examples, charcoal and iron, show us that heat is not conducted with the same readiness by all substances. It easily makes its way through iron, which becomes very warm a long distance from the part directly heated, but it is with difficulty that it permeates charcoal, which remains cold a short distance from the ignited section. In this respect all substances are divided into two classes, those that are easily permeated by heat, or that conduct it well, and those that are difficult for heat to permeate, or that conduct it poorly. The first are called good conductors, such as iron, the second poor conductors, such as charcoal. Among the good conductors are all the metals, iron, copper, silver, gold, and so on. Non-metallic substances, such as wood, charcoal, brick, glass, and the various kinds of stone, are, on the contrary, poor conductors. Conductivity is still poorer in powdery substances, such as ashes, earth, sawdust, and snow, also in fibrous substances, such as cotton, wool, silk, and hence the fabrics woven from these materials. Then, said Marie, the holder with which we grasp the handle of a flat iron keeps the hand from being burnt, because it prevents the heat from going farther. It is a poor heat conductor. Yes, it checks the heat of the iron and prevents its reaching the hand. In like manner, the various iron implements that have to be thrust into the fire at one end and heated are furnished at the other end with a wooden handle by which they can be grasped without risk of burning the hand. Of all substances, air is the poorest heat conductor, as proved by the following curious experiment. A scientist named Rumford, to whom we are indebted for some noteworthy researches on the subject of heat, had some frozen cheese placed in the middle of a dish. Over this cheese was poured a light froth made of beaten eggs, and then the whole was put into a very hot oven to cook the eggs quickly. Thus was obtained a sort of omelette soufflé, piping hot, and in the middle of it was the frozen cheese, which had lost none of its coldness. How could the cheese remain frozen in the oven? The explanation is to be found in the poor conductivity of air. It was air, imprisoned in the froth of the eggs, that sheltered the cheese from the heat of the oven, obstructed the heat in its passage, and prevented its going farther. The heat not reaching it, the cheese in the center remained frozen. I should like, said Emile, to have had a taste of that cheese, so cold under its hot crust of cooked eggs. Now, resumed Uncle Paul, I come to the practical application of the peculiarities I have just pointed out to you. A substance that conducts heat poorly may serve two purposes, which at first seem contradictory and yet at bottom are alike in every respect. It can be used to protect both from the cold and from the heat, to keep an object warm as well as to keep it cool. To cool off is to lose heat, to get warm is to gain it. Accordingly, the point is to check, in the first case, the inner heat that might escape, and, in the second, the outer heat that might enter. Both requirements are met by the same means, the interposition of an obstacle impervious to heat in either direction, that is to say, a covering that is a very poor heat conductor. Then what keeps out the cold keeps out the heat too? Queried Marie. Precisely, singular though it may seem to you. The same covering that prevents loss of heat in any given body also prevents its receiving what might come from outside. A few examples will prove this to you. Let us first recall that chief among poor conductors are powdery and fibrous substances. This property they owe mainly to the air retained between one particle and another, one fiber and another, just as water is retained in the innumerable little cavities of a sponge. These substances are used as a protection from cold and heat alike. Ashes will furnish me my first example. If on going to bed at night we cover a bed of live coals with ashes, we shall find the coals still alive the next morning. The ashes, by keeping out the air, check combustion, but they do still more. At the same time that they check combustion, they serve to retain in the coals nearly all their original heat, so that the next morning they are as glowing hot as the night before. This result is due to the obstacle that ashes as a powdery substance oppose to the escape of heat. Under this powdery covering the embers remain alive because they cannot send out their heat, a poorly conducting body standing in the way. These same ashes that prevent the cooling of an object can also prevent its acquiring heat. I will tell you later how the little girls in my village used to go and borrow fire from a neighbor, returning with a live coal on a bed of ashes in the hollow of their hand. This shallow layer of ashes prevented their burning themselves, its poor conductivity arresting the heat of the glowing ember. The two examples are convincing. You see the same substance, ashes, acting as protector, first from the cold and then from the heat, keeping the live coals from cooling off and the hand from getting burnt. Chapter 15. Human Habitations. I pass to other examples. To keep the contents of a soup tureen warm, what do? We enclose the tureen in a woolen coverlet. We wrap it in several thicknesses of a soft material which acts as a very poor heat conductor because of its fibrous texture. But suppose, on the other hand, we wish to keep something at a low temperature. We again avail ourselves of the same quality possessed by fibrous substances. In summer, to exclude the heat from our ice creams and sherbets, we use a jar set in another of much greater size, filling the intervening space with wool, cotton, or rags. Thus the same wool, cotton, or other filling that maintains the warmth of the soup in the tureen will also serve to maintain the coldness of the frozen preparation in the jar. Ice, which is one of the most urgently needed supplies in warm countries, is sometimes transported long distances under a burning sun. The United States, for example, ships every year great quantities of ice to China and the Indies, and the vessels engaged in this traffic cross seas where the highest temperature prevails. Nevertheless, the cargo reaches its destination almost intact, thanks to the non-conducting material protecting it from heat, this material being sawdust, straw, dry leaves, or shavings, with which care is taken to cover completely the cakes of ice heaped up in the hold. An ice house for keeping through even the hottest summer weather the ice gathered in winter consists of a deep excavation lined with brick in preference to stone, because the former is a much poorer heat conductor. A thick layer of straw is also placed next to the bricks. The ice is stored when the weather is very cold, the cakes being packed closely and then flushed with water, which freezes and renders the whole one compact mass. Over all is laid a bed of straw, and on top of this are put planks loaded with stones. Finally, the ice house is roofed with thatch. The very same procedure would be adopted if it were desired to keep from escaping the warmth present in the excavation. Then, said Marie, this thatched roof and layer of straw would be just the thing for making a snug retreat that would keep out the cold. Yes, this snug retreat, made of straw and similar material to withstand the severities of winter, is exactly what we find in the extreme north of Europe, where the cold season is so rigorous. Houses of masonry like ours would there be inadequate, because brick and stone would offer but an imperfect obstacle to the dissipation of the interior warmth. For those Arctic habitations some building material is required of less conducting power than brick and stone, some material that will retain the interior warmth, just as ashes retain the heat of the live coals that they cover. To this end, masonry gives place to walls of thick planks, or even of logs laid lengthwise one upon another. So far so good, since wood conducts heat much less readily than stone, but it is not enough. A double enclosure or wall is built of these planks or logs, and the space between the two single walls is filled with moss, leaves, or straw. Thanks to this multiple enclosure made of materials that act as very poor heat conductors, the warmth given out by a stove always alight is kept from escaping even when the severest cold prevails outside. The most curious application of powdery substances as a protection against cold is found in the use of snow for constructing winter dwellings. "What?" cried Claire. "Do they build houses of snow?" "Not exactly houses like ours, but huts in which the occupants are very well sheltered." "And where is that?" "In Greenland, to the northeast of America, in the frigid zone, as we have already seen." See Our Humble Helpers. There, where the rigors of the climate are well nigh inconceivable to us, the Eskimos live in huts built of regular blocks of hardened snow, laid in circular courses and rounding toward the top, with a sheet of ice capping the dome to admit the light. A bench of snow next to the wall encircles the interior and is provided with rude bedding of heather and reindeer skins for the repose of the inmates at night. No fireplace is ever found in these abodes, since there is no wood for fuel, and moreover a fire would melt the snow hut. A wick of moss fed with seal oil burns in a little stone pot, and serves both to melt snow when water is needed for drinking, and to maintain an endurable temperature in the hut, thanks to the very slight conductivity of the snow walls. Outside, meanwhile, the cold is of an intensity such that even our severest winters offer no comparison. If one leaves the hut, immediately face and hands turn blue and become quite numb. The skin cracks open under the action of the frost. The breath forms needles of hoar frost around the nostrils, and the tears freeze on the edges of the eyelids. "What a frightful country!" Claire exclaimed. "And do people really live there?" "Yes, there are people who give the sweet name of home to that forbidding land. They live there the year round, in summer under skin tents, and when winter comes, in snow huts." "But why don't they build themselves houses of stone?" asked Jules. "Because they would freeze in them," was the reply, "for lack of fuel to keep a hot fire going all the time. Snow is the only available material that can conserve the heat of the little lamp and maintain an endurable temperature in the hut, and this it does by reason of the poor conducting power of its powdery mass. The various powdery or fibrous substances, such as snow, ashes, sawdust, shavings, straw, moss, wool, cotton, feathers, all well adapted to the keeping out of either cold or heat, owe this peculiar property in great part to the air held prisoner in their interstices. The air imprisoned in the foam of beaten eggs prevents the heat from the oven from penetrating to the frozen cheese that I told you about in relating a curious experiment. The same foam, inflated with air, would protect from the cold any heated body that it might envelop. Air by itself can be used to prevent the dissipation of heat if it is so placed that it cannot be renewed and mixed with the free air of the atmosphere. I will now call your attention to an instance in which this property of air is turned to account in our houses, where the climate is severe. The warmth in a room escapes to the outside through the walls, floor, and ceilings, these never being perfect non-conductors. For this waste of heat there is hardly any remedy in our dwellings of brick and stone, but there is one avenue of escaping heat that can be easily closed. I refer to the windows. The panes of glass offer but a very imperfect obstacle to the outflow of heat. In order to supply a more efficacious barrier without lessening the transparency of the windows and their admission of light, it is customary to build, as it were, a wall of air behind the panes. That is to say, we fill the opening in the wall with two windows, one on the outside and the other on the inside, thus obtaining in the space between the two similarly glazed frames a layer of immobile air, a sort of transparent wall which the heat from within cannot pass through. That is what we call a double window. Chapter 16. Clothing. We say of one piece of goods that it is warm, of another that it is cool. What do we mean by that? Have fur and woolen cloth a heat of their own that they communicate to us? Do we demand of wool, down, or cotton some supplementary heat furnished by their own substance? Not at all, for none of these materials, be it the silkiest down or the softest fur, has any heat of its own, and they cannot supply it to us. Their office is limited to preventing the loss of such heat as is within us, the natural heat that our bodies generate simply by living. Garments and wraps are poor conductors interposed between the human body, warmed by the vital heat, and exterior objects which, colder than the body, would otherwise lower its temperature. They are to us what a shovelful of ashes is to the firebrands on the hearth. They do not warm us, but they preserve our natural heat. They do not add anything to us, but they prevent loss. Then a garment that we call warm, said Marie, is not really any warmer than another, but only keeps the heat of the body in better? That is it, exactly. You see, apart from all idea of finery and pleasing adornment, the value of a garment, from the sole point of view of real usefulness in retaining heat, depends above all on its poor conducting power. The worse conductor it is, the better the garment will fill its office. In this respect, wool heads to the list of materials used in our textile goods. Offering the most resistance to the radiation of the body's heat, it is the most serviceable in protecting us from cold. Silk, cotton, hemp, and flax are far inferior to it, and that is as it should be. Wool is the sheep's clothing. Therefore its attributes are assigned to it by Providence for protecting from cold the chilly animal that wears it. Silk, cotton, hemp, and flax have in the order of nature other uses. Silk ensures the safety of the caterpillar and its chrysalis in the cell of a firmly woven cocoon. The feathery down of the cotton plant causes the seeds to float in the air and enables them to travel long distances and germinate in far-off places. The mission of hemp and flax is to strengthen long and fragile stems with their fibers. What was not clothing by nature became so by man's art, but it never acquires to the same degree the valuable qualities that belong to wool, the natural clothing of the animal it covers. Cotton in its turn conducts heat less readily than hemp or flax. Hence cotton goods are preferable to linen for underwear that comes next to the skin and by its direct contact with us is so effective in maintaining our temperature. With cotton, sudden chills and arrested perspiration, with all their dangerous consequences, are less to be feared than with linen. But of all substances, air is the poorest heat conductor. Therefore we envelop ourselves, as it were, with air. Our textiles of wool, cotton, etc., are in a way only a sort of network for retaining the air in their innumerable meshes. This layer of air, maintained all around our body, protects us from cold the more effectively the thicker it is and the less liable to renewal. Hence it is not the heaviest and closest woven fabric that is the warmest, but supple, soft stuff that receives an abundance of air throughout and holds it captive in its meshes, as do cotton wool and down. Furthermore, between the body and its clothing, and retained by the latter, is found an envelope of air which we must take into consideration, since it constitutes a natural lining that nothing could replace. To play its part well, this lining of air must be of a certain thickness, which is assured by our wearing clothing that is loose enough but not too loose, because in the latter case the air, being renewed too easily, would be constantly replaced by cold air and, reversing its function, would cause a loss of heat instead of a gain. I must confess, Uncle Paul, Marie interrupted again, I had no idea air played any such part in our clothing. Who would have imagined that we keep ourselves warm by holding a little stale air around us? Doubtless it is the same with our bed coverings. Precisely the same. Our bed covers and hair mattresses are only barriers preventing the loss of natural heat. The light feathers, wool, cotton, hair composing them, retain the air in abundance in their fluffy mass, and thus form a non-conducting envelope which the heat of the body cannot pass through. Mattresses are even made of air alone without any fibrous material whatever. A substantial casing of canvas fastened in a frame is kept in shape by means of springs arranged inside. This pouch is filled with a layer of air, which is both soft and yielding so as to ensure comfort, and very effective in retaining heat. It is far preferable to heavy straw mattresses, being cleaner, less cumbersome, and easier to handle. End of Part 5. Part 6 of The Secret of Everyday Things by Henri Fabre. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 17. Ashes. Potash. Washing linen with ashes or lye is one of the most important operations of housekeeping. Footnote: This method of washing, still retained in certain rural districts of Europe, and not unknown in America, has now largely given place to quicker and easier processes. Translator. End of footnote. In a large wooden tub the soiled linen is arranged with some care. On it is strewn a layer of wood ashes, and over the whole is poured a quantity of hot water. This water, carrying with it the active constituents of the ashes, filters through the linen and removes the stains, running out continually in a small stream through an opening left in the bottom of the tub, and collecting in a bucket from which it is drawn and replaced on the fire, to be poured over the ashes again when it is hot. The whole day is spent at this work. From morning to night always the same boiling water passes through the contents of the tub from top to bottom, cooling off on the way, running out, and returning to the fire to begin the same journey over again. Washing with the help of wood ashes is much more effective than washing with hot water alone. The part played by the ashes is what we will now consider, and in this connection let us have recourse to a simple experiment. We drop a few handfuls of ashes into a pot of water and set it to boil. After boiling a little while, we leave the contents to cool off. The ashes settle at the bottom, and the water above becomes clear. Well, we shall detect in this liquid a peculiar odor in all respects like that which comes from the wash-tub, and we shall also find that it has an acrid, almost burning taste. The smell of lye and this acrid flavor were not in the water to begin with. They come from the ashes which have imparted a certain property not in the water originally. Ashes must therefore be composed of at least two elements differing from each other. The more abundant of these two cannot dissolve in water, but gathers in a mass at the bottom, forming an earthy layer. The other, on the contrary, constituting only a very small part of the whole, dissolves easily in water, and gives to it its own peculiar properties, especially its odor and acridness. If, in order to make ourselves better acquainted with it, we wish to obtain by itself the part yielded by the ashes, nothing could be easier. All that is necessary is to put the clear liquid containing the solution in a vessel on the fire and heat it until all the water has evaporated. There will remain a very small amount of whitish matter looking a little like kitchen salt. But it is not kitchen salt. Far from it. It is quickly recognized by its taste, which is unbearable. Put a little of this whitish powder on your tongue and you will instantly feel a prickly and painful sensation as if from a burn. The part touched would indeed be burned to the quick, just as if it had been seared with a red-hot iron, if the powder first underwent a certain preparation, which I will not enter into now. The skin of the hand, although much less sensitive, is pained by prolonged contact with this harsh substance, which gnaws the skin and makes it crack and bleed. Wool, silk, feathers, hair, horn, leather, and almost everything of animal origin yield to its corrosive action, and are at last reduced to a pulpy paste. Such is the active element in ashes, the element in fact that gives lye its drastic properties. It is called potash. Then washing with ashes produces its effect by means of the potash which the water dissolves and carries off through the layer of ashes? This from Marie. That is it, exactly. Potash, which bites the tip of the tongue when one tastes it, and the skin of the fingers on handling it, also, you say, quickly destroys wool, silk, leather, and many other things of animal origin. Then woolen and silken goods should not be washed with ashes. The potash in the ashes would injure them. They would, in the end, go all to pieces in the wash." "Hemp, cotton, and flax," continued Marie, "must be very tough not to be injured in liquid capable of reducing wool to a pulp." I have already told you that textiles of these materials are endowed with an exceptional and admirable resistance which increases their value 100-fold. Here you have a conclusive proof. A thick woolen stuff would come from the lye wash all a sticky paste. A frail cotton fabric would emerge intact. "Washerwomen's hands are very cracked," observed Claire. "I have seen some of these poor women with the skin worn off their fingers. It must be the potash from the lye that makes these wounds?" "It is the potash. It eats into the hands as it would into a woolen stocking." "Why, then," asked Emile, "do they put ashes in the wash-tub, when this frightful drug, potash, destroys woolen things and tortures the washerwomen by eating into their hands? Why do they not simply use hot water?" "That is exactly the point we are coming to. To get rid of an oil or grease spot, what would you do, my dear child? Would you simply use water, hot or cold?" "Certainly not. I know very well that water alone, even if boiling hot, would not take out the grease. I should use soap." "Right. Well, now you must understand that if soap is good to take out grease spots, it is just because it contains potash, as I will explain to you presently in detail. One more question. To wash dishes that are very dirty, very greasy, is hot water sufficient?" "No. I think that in that case ashes are boiled in the water, and, with their help, the grease comes off all right." "Your answer is correct. Hot water alone cannot remove the grease, but hot water together with ashes does the work very well. In this case again, the effect produced by the ashes is due to the potash they contain. This substance, in short, this potash that Emile calls a frightful drug, possesses a property very useful in housekeeping. It is the property of dissolving greasy substances, of whatever sort they may be, whether oil, lard, suet, or tallow, and making it possible for them to be carried off by water. Try to take out with water alone the oil spot that soils the piece of linen. All your patience, all your efforts, will fail. The spot will remain afterward what it was before, and the water will have accomplished nothing. But if we first dissolve a pinch of potash in the water, and then use it for washing, the spot will disappear without any trouble. To sum up, potash dissolves greasy substances, and consequently gives water the power to take out spots produced by those substances. Now, more than half the stains on soiled linen belong to this class. They are grease spots. Prolonged contact with the human body leaves our garments full of impurities. Little accidents at table soil the tablecloths and napkins with oil and grease. Kitchen service accounts for all sorts of greasy deposits on the kitchen towels. To wash out these impurities on which water has no effect, we are compelled to invoke the aid of potash, which is found in the ashes that lie ready to hand on the hearth. Ashes, then, play an indispensable part in the work of the laundry. With their energetic assistance hot water is able to efface not only all grease spots, but also countless other stains that mere washing would not always remove. The ashes used are those that come either directly from wood or from wood that has been converted into charcoal. The best are those from bakers' ovens, on account of their larger proportion of potash. The dense wood of the trunk and larger branches of a tree contain less potash than the small branches and leaves. Hence the fuel used for heating ovens, namely bundles of faggots, yields better ashes than we commonly find on our hearths. Finally, let me add that coal ashes are absolutely valueless and would even be injurious. Chapter 18. Soap. The ashes of plants that grow on the seashore and in the waters of the sea itself contain instead of potash another substance possessing almost the same properties and called soda. "There are plants, then, in the sea?" asked Jules. "Certainly, my boy, and most curious ones. Our fields are not more covered with plants than is the bottom of the sea, but marine plants differ much from terrestrial ones. Never do they have flowers, never anything to compare with leaves, never any roots. They fasten themselves to the rock by gluing the base of the stem to it, but derive from it no sustenance whatever. It is water, and not the soil, that nourishes them. There are some that resemble viscous thongs, plaited ribbons, or long manes; others that take the form of little tufted bushes, of downy topknots, or of waving plumes. There are some of pinked stripes, others coiled in a spiral, and still others fashioned like coarse, slimy strings. Some are olive green, some pale rose, others are yellow like honey, and others, again, of a bright red. These strange plants are called algae or seaweeds. For a long time the only way to obtain soda was to gather such marine plants as were cast upon the shore by the waves, and to cut down the various kinds growing at the water's edge. As soon as this material was quite dry, it was burned out of doors in a ditch, so as to get the ashes. But as this method was slow and did not furnish enough soda to supply what is needed in the arts, which use an enormous quantity, men of science set their wits to work to devise more fruitful and more expeditious methods. To-day soda is prepared from common salt, the sea furnishing inexhaustible quantities. Immense factories, each with a large force of workmen, are occupied exclusively with this work. Soda, then, is something very important? Asked Claire. Yes, one of the most important articles used in manufacture. Many things of the greatest utility and in everyday demand need for their fabrication the cooperation of soda. The fine, white paper on which you write, the magnificent colored designs of our calicoes and other prints, the glass in our bottles and window panes, our soap, that invaluable aid to cleanliness, all these things and countless others require the use of soda, or potash, which I will call its sister, so much do they resemble each other. Then potash, too, must be manufactured on a large scale? Was Marie's query. The manufacture of potash stands on a par, in importance, with that of soda, but potash is always dearer because less abundant. The greater part of it is obtained from the ashes of terrestrial plants. For this purpose, in well-wooded countries, such as certain regions of Russia and North America, whole forests are cut down and the wood is burned on the spot, out in the open air, just for the sake of the ashes. Do you mean to say, said Marie, incredulously, that those enormous fires that consume whole forests are lighted for nothing but to get the ashes? For nothing but to get ashes from which to extract the potash. I hasten to add that this prodigality is possible only in countries where forests are abundant and the population very sparse. In such regions wood is of little value, as there are no people to use it for heating. But in our part of the world, where the forests are far from sufficient for the needs of heating, great care is taken not to waste wood thus. In the forest-covered mountains of the Vosges, for example, it is the practice, in order to obtain ashes, to burn only the very small branches, which are of little value, and the dead leaves. The manufacture of potash is conducted in the manner I showed you a little while ago in our elementary experiment. First the ashes are boiled in water, and then the clear liquid is drawn off and evaporated to the last drop over a fire. The incrustation at the bottom of the kettle is the potash, which is further purified by methods that do not concern us here. The properties of these two valuable substances, soda and potash, are nearly identical. Both have a beautiful white color when very pure. At first sight you would take them, in their unpowdered form, for white marble. Both dissolve very easily in water, to which they give the odor and taste of lye. Both have a very disagreeable taste. A little piece, less than a pin's head, placed on the tongue, as I have already told you, would burn like a red-hot iron and take off a piece of the skin. Both eat into leather, wool, and silk, and both dissolve greasy substances. You have seen this last attribute demonstrated in the use of ashes in washing, and the same characteristic is found again in soap, as I will now explain to you. Of all the stains that are left upon linen by daily use, the most frequent, as you know, are grease spots, which water alone cannot remove. To take out these spots, they must first be rendered soluble in water by adding a substance which will give them solubility. Potash and soda fulfill this condition admirably. But direct use of these harsh substances is impracticable. What would become of the washerwoman's hands, rubbing the clothes with drugs that burn the skin like fire? In a few moments they would be nothing but one horrible wound. And that is not all. The linen itself, however strong it might be, would finally be destroyed by such prolonged contact with these excessively drastic substances. Potash and soda, therefore, can in no wise be employed directly in washing. What is to be done then? The difficulty is solved by adding another substance which takes away their formidable strength without too greatly weakening their solvent effect. To temper the excessive energy of potash and soda, to soften in some measure the two terrible drugs and make them easy to handle, they are mixed with a greasy ingredient, sometimes oil, sometimes tallow, and from this mixture comes soap. There is oil or tallow in soap? Asked Emile. Yes, my dear boy, and plenty of it. The rest consists of a little potash or soda. These latter give soap the power to clean. The oil and tallow preserve the hands and the linen from a contact which, without any intermediary substance, would be very dangerous. And yet, apart from the greasy feeling, there is nothing in soap to show that it has any tallow, still less oil. Oil runs, and soap does not. Oil runs only when alone. Once united with potash or soda, it ceases to be liquid and becomes a block of the consistency of cheese. Singular though it may seem to you, it is nevertheless true that soap is composed of either soda or potash and a greasy substance, oil or tallow. Soap for common use is made from soda and oil of inferior quality, or beef suet, or mutton tallow. Let me tell you how soap in large quantities is made. Into great vats of boiling water the desired quantity of soda is dropped, then the due proportion of oil or grease, after which the whole is stirred constantly to mix it well together. Little by little the soda becomes incorporated with the grease, and soap forms and floats on the surface in a compact layer, which is then taken off and poured into molds, where it congeals into thick square slabs. These slabs are afterwards divided into cakes of a convenient size. There are two kinds of ordinary soap, white soap and marbled soap. The first is white throughout, the second is veined with bluish lines. For common use marbled soap is preferred to the other. Besides soda and grease or oil, soap of any kind always contains a greater or less proportion of moisture coming from the water in which it was boiled. Now white soap contains nearly half of its weight in moisture, while marbled soap contains not quite a third. Being richer in the ingredients that really count, marbled soap is for that reason more economical. Resinous soap is a kind of soap that contains resin instead of tallow or oil. This soap is of a yellow wax color, and its cakes are transparent on the edges. It makes a great deal of lather on being dissolved in water, is very strong, and is good for washing clothes. Toilet soap is prepared from choice materials and is perfumed with various aromatics embodied in its substance. End of Part 6. Part 7 of The Secret of Everyday Things by Henri Fabre. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A recording by Marianne. Chapter 19. Fire. We do not know how man first procured fire. Did he take advantage of some blaze started by a thunderbolt, or did he kindle his first firebrand in the crater of a volcano? No one can tell. Whatever may have been its source, man has enjoyed the use of fire from the earliest times, but as the means of relighting it, if it went out, were very imperfect, or even lacking altogether, the utmost care was taken to maintain it, and a few live coals were always kept over from one day to the next. So calamitous would have been the simultaneous extinction of the fires in all the dwellings that, in order to guard against such a disaster, the priesthood took fire under its special protection. In ancient Rome, many centuries ago, an order of priestesses called Vestals was charged with the guarding of the sacred fire night and day. The unfortunate one who let it go out was punished with horrible torture. She was buried alive. Did they really bury her alive for letting the fire go out? Asked Jules. Yes, my boy. This terrible punishment inflicted on the keepers of the fire shows you the importance they attached to keeping at least one hearth alight, so that others could be kindled from it. One of our matches, that we buy at a cent 100, said Claire, would have saved the life of the careless Vestal. Yes, to abolish those barbarous severities it needed only a match, a thing which unfortunately was at that time unknown. Many centuries passed before it was discovered how to procure fire easily. In my young days, when I was about your age, keeping coals alive to be used for relighting the fire the next day was still the rule in the country. In the evening before the family went to bed, the embers were carefully covered with hot ashes, to prevent their burning out and to keep them alive. If, despite this precaution, the hearth was cold next morning, some one had to hasten to the nearest neighbor's to borrow some fire, that is to say, a few live coals, which were carried home in an old wooden shoe to keep the wind from blowing them away. "But I should think the old wooden shoe would have caught fire," said Emile. "No, for care was taken to put a layer of ashes in first. I have told you how some children would put a few ashes in the hollow of their hand, and on the ashes lay live coals. They carried fire thus just as you would carry a handful of sugar plums. The layer of ashes arrested the heat of the embers and prevented its reaching the hand. Remember what I have already told you about the poor conducting power of ashes, their refusal to transmit heat, a characteristic they have in common with all powdery substances. The little fire borrowers knew that well enough." "But who taught them to do it that way?" asked Emile. "The great teacher of all things, necessity. Caught without shovel or wooden shoe, some one of them, knowing this peculiarity of ashes in arresting heat, made use of the ingenious device I have described, and his example was sooner or later followed by others. Fire-producing devices are, as a rule, based on the principle that heat is generated by friction. We all know that we can warm our hands by rubbing them against each other." "That's what I always do in winter when my hands are frozen from making snowballs," said Jules. "That is one of the oldest illustrations of the effect of friction, and I will add another. Hold this round-headed metal button by the shank and rub it briskly on the wood of the table. It will become warm enough to produce a decided feeling on the skin." Claire took the button, rubbed it on the wood of the table, and then applied it quickly to her hand, uttering a little cry of surprise and even of pain as she did so. "Oh, how hot the button is, uncle!" she exclaimed. "If I had rubbed any longer, I should have scorched my hand." It is by similar means that certain savage tribes procured and still procure fire. They twirl very rapidly between their hands a slender stick of hard wood, with its pointed end inserted in a cavity hollowed in soft and very inflammable wood. If the friction is brisk enough, and the operation properly carried out, the soft wood catches fire. This process, I admit, would fail of success in our hands for lack of skill. "For my part," said Marie, "if I had nothing but a pointed stick and a piece of wood with a hole in it for lighting a fire, I should despair of ever managing it." "I should not even try it," Claire confessed. "It seems so difficult, although the button that I rubbed came near burning me." What would be impossible for us is mere play for the natives of Australia. The operator sits on the ground, holding between his feet the piece of wood with the little hole, and twirling the pointed stick rapidly between his hands, he soon obtains a spark with which he kindles a few dry leaves. Even in our own country you may see, in any wood-turner's shop, this friction process employed successfully. To obtain the brown ornamental lines on certain objects turned in the lathe, the operator presses with some force the point of a bit of wood on the piece in rapid rotation. The line thus impressed by friction begins to smoke in a few moments, and soon becomes carbonized. I pass on to the other methods of producing fire. Iron and steel, especially the latter, if rubbed against a very hard stone, give out sparks made by tiny scales of metal that become detached and are sufficiently heated to turn red and burn in the air. Thus the scissor grinder's revolving stone, although constantly moistened with water, throws out a shower of sparks under the steel knife or other tool that is being sharpened. In like manner the cobblestone struck by the horse's iron shoe emits sudden and brilliant flashes. The common flint and steel apparatus acts in the same way. It consists of a piece of steel that is struck against the edge of a very hard stone called silex or flint. Particles of steel are detached from the metal and, made red hot by the friction, set fire to the tinder. This latter is a very combustible substance obtained by cutting a large mushroom into thin slices and drying them, the mushroom being of the kind known as touchwood, which grows on tree trunks. Chapter 20. Matches. As tinder burns without flame, the glowing spark obtained with flint and steel before the invention of our matches did not suffice for obtaining fire. We had to have recourse to sulphur, which possesses the invaluable property of bursting into flame at the mere touch of a red-hot substance. Sulphur is so well known to you as to render any description of it here unnecessary. It is found especially in the neighborhood of volcanoes, where it occurs in the soil, sometimes in masses free from all admixture, sometimes in mingled masses of sulphur and earth or stone. Man's work consists merely of purifying the sulphur by melting it as it comes from the mine. In the olden time, matches were made of pieces of hemp dipped at one end into the sulphur. They were lighted by having the sulphur-tipped end touched either to a live coal that was kept glowing under the ashes, or to a bit of tinder previously kindled by flint and steel. Thus you see the mere lighting of a lamp was a process not devoid of complications. First the flint and steel must be struck together, at the risk of bruising one's fingers by an awkward movement in the dark. Then, when the tinder had taken fire after many attempts, which often exhausted the patience, it was necessary to apply the sulphur match in order to obtain a flame. "Our matches of today are much to be preferred," remarked Claire. "All you have to do is to strike them against the box cover, or against the wall, or a piece of wood, no matter where, and the thing is done. The fire burns." This inestimable benefit of being able to obtain fire without difficulty and on the instant we owe to phosphorus, a substance discovered, as I have already told you, see Field, Forest, and Farm, by a learned investigator named Brandt, who lived in Hamburg 200 years ago. In attempting the impossible transformation of baser metals into gold, he hit upon an elementary substance until then unknown, and thus gave us the self-igniting sulphur match with its tip of phosphorus. If you examine one of our common matches, you will see that the inflammable end is coated, first with sulphur, and then, over this, with phosphorus, the latter being colored with a red, blue, or brown powder according to the maker's fancy. Phosphorus by itself is yellowish and translucent like wax. Its name means light-bearer. When it is rubbed gently between the fingers in a dark place, the fingers are seen to be covered with a pale light. At the same time a smell like that of garlic is detected. It is the odor of phosphorus. So inflammable is this substance that it takes fire when heated only a very little, or when rubbed against any hard surface. Hence its use in the manufacture of friction matches. These are little sticks of wood, willow, poplar, or spruce, wrought with the help of steel plates pierced with holes having sharp cutting edges, through which the wood is forced by powerful pressure. Then these little sticks, held in position by frames made for the purpose, are first dipped at one end into melted sulphur. Over this first coating, which is designed to feed the flame and give it sufficient intensity to ignite the wood, must be laid a second that will take fire by friction, and this latter coating is composed chiefly of phosphorus. On a marble table is spread a semi-fluid paste made of phosphorus, glue, very fine sand, and some coloring matter. The matches, still held in position by the frames just referred to, have their sulphur tips touched for an instant to this inflammable paste, and then are placed in an oven where the paste is allowed to dry. Friction, aided by the fine sand incorporated in the paste, develops enough heat to ignite the phosphorus. This in turn sets the sulphur on fire, and from the sulphur the flame spreads to the wood. Phosphorus is a deadly poison, and therefore matches must be handled with care, this precaution extending even to the empty boxes that have held them. Contact with our food might entail serious consequences. Nevertheless, this fearful substance is found in all animal bodies. It is present in the urine, whence Brandt was the first to extract it. It occurs in meat, in milk, and above all in bones. Plants also, especially cereals, contain it, and hence it enters into the composition of flour and bread. "What?" exclaimed Claire. "A substance so frightful! A poison so violent is found in milk, meat, and bread?" "Don't be alarmed," her uncle reassured her. "We run no risk whatever of being poisoned by drinking a glass of milk or eating meat and bread. The phosphorus there present does not occur by itself, but combined with other substances which deprive it entirely of all poisonous attributes and render it useful, in fact necessary, to the strength of the body. It is to be feared as a poison only in the condition in which it is found in matches. I should add in conclusion that the method adopted by Brandt for obtaining phosphorus, namely, from urine, has long since been abandoned. At the present time it is extracted from the bones of animals." "Then it is the bones that furnish us with phosphorus?" said Jules. "Yes. Bones are by an ingenious device made to yield us phosphorus and, consequently, light and heat." Chapter 21. Wood and Charcoal. Of wood used for fuel it is customary to distinguish two kinds, hard and soft. At the head of the former class stand the different species of oak, notably the common oak scattered all over France, and the evergreen or holm oak peculiar to the south. This last is called evergreen because it does not shed its foliage in winter, but continues green the year through. Among the soft woods are the poplar, willow, plane tree, and pine. The way in which these two kinds of wood burn is quite different in the two instances. Soft wood, suitably dried, takes fire readily and gives much flame with a heat that is quick but of short duration. It is convenient for use in the kitchen, where it is often necessary to obtain a prompt and intense heat, for example in roasting fowl on the spit and in cooking with the frying pan. Furthermore, soft wood is very useful for kindling other and less combustible fuel, such as hard wood, coal, and charcoal. But for use in open fireplaces, where it is desired to keep a fire going all day long, soft wood is by no means economical, because it burns up so quickly. The best fuel in this case is oak, which burns slowly and yields a large, compact mass of coals that retain their heat for hours at a time, especially if care is taken to cover them partly with ashes. "I have noticed the difference you speak of," said Marie. "Willow and poplar burn to ashes in a few minutes, leaving hardly any coals, but oak gives a fire that lasts, and at the same time leaves a mass of glowing coals." "If we had to keep up a fire with dry twigs and willow splinters," remarked Claire, "we should be kept busy all day throwing on wood, whereas 3 or 4 sticks of oak last a long time." Emile here interposed with a question. "How is charcoal made?" he asked. "Such as is used for cooking?" "Charcoal is made from wood," was the reply. "Its superiority to wood is that it burns almost without smoke and without flame, a very valuable quality where cleanliness is desired, as in our kitchens. More than that, charcoal yields a heat that is equable and lasting, thus dispensing with the need for careful watching. The best charcoal is obtained from the best wood, that is to say, from oak, especially evergreen oak. I will now describe its mode of manufacture, as followed by charcoal burners in the heart of a forest. Upon a plot of ground beaten hard and level, there is first built a sort of chimney made of logs planted vertically in the soil, and all around this chimney the wood destined to be converted into charcoal is piled in tiers, one on top of another, but with openings left at the base for admitting air. The whole is covered with a layer of earth and sod, leaving exposed only the central chimney and the air holes at the base. Finally the mass is set on fire by means of dry brushwood. "I should think," said Jules, "that the whole pile would burn up and leave nothing but ashes, a dead loss to all concerned." "By no means," replied Uncle Paul. "Since air can reach the burning mass only with difficulty, combustion is slow and the wood is but half consumed. Besides, if the fire should burn too briskly, the attendants would make haste to stop up with sod some or, if necessary, all of the vents at the base of the pile. As soon as the pile is thought to be of one mass of glowing coals, the fire is smothered with earth and the structure is left to cool off. When this process is complete, the work of demolition is undertaken, and in place of wood in its primitive state there is found nothing but charcoal. Some few fragments there may be that are not thoroughly charred, and they are recognized by their reddish color. They are the half-burnt pieces we find now and then in our charcoal." "I know them," said Claire. They make such a disagreeable smoke, and I always take them out of the stove as quickly as I can and throw them into the fireplace." "That is right," returned Uncle Paul. "And now let us direct our attention to another kind of coal, the coal that is dug out of the earth and that comes to us from the coal mines. Coal of this sort is of vegetable origin, no less than the charcoal whose mode of manufacture in the heart of the forest you now understand. But charcoal burners do not make this other coal. It is found all made in the bowels of the earth, at great depths below the surface." "But how," asked Claire, "can coal from deep down in the earth come from vegetable matter growing only on the surface?" "To explain that to you in full is out of the question, because your knowledge is still too elementary, but I can at least give you some idea of the natural processes involved. Let us suppose the existence of great forests of luxuriant growth, forests that man can never penetrate with his instruments of destruction. The trees fall under the weight of years and go to decay at the foot of other and younger trees, forming at last a layer of matter half carbonized by the action of the elements. One generation of trees succeeds another, and the layer grows thicker, so that after centuries it attains the thickness of a meter or more. Imagine now a succession of violent earthquakes which break up the surface of the earth, pushing up mountains where before there have been plains, and making plains where there had been mountains. Imagine further that as a result of these changes of level the sea is displaced and forced to forsake, wholly or partly, its old bed for a new one. Conceive of this new sea covering the shattered remains of old forests with mud and sand that eventually become hardened and converted into thick beds of rock, and finally picture to yourselves the sea as at last, in consequence of still further upheavals of the earth's surface, forsaking the new bed it had found for itself and seeking still another, leaving behind it a continent of dry land. Thus you will have all the essential facts that you require in order to understand the presence of coal in the interior of the earth." "But those frightful upheavals that you speak of," put in Jules, "those great changes that make continents of seas and seas of continents, have they ever really taken place?" "A science called geology," replied Uncle Paul, "teaches us that these events actually occurred as I have described them, but so long ago that man was not yet in existence. There was a time, for example, when this corner of the globe that bears today the fair name of France was composed merely of a few small islands lost in a vast ocean. On these islets, which were covered with lakes and volcanoes, there flourished a luxuriant vegetation, the like of which is no longer anywhere to be found except perhaps in the depths of some tropical jungle. The very regions where now grow beech trees and oaks used to bear immense ferns, each balancing at the top of its tall stem a graceful cluster of enormous leaves. These fern trees constituted the greater part of sombre, damp forests, which were never enlivened by the song of birds and never heard the step of quadruped, for as yet the dry land was without inhabitants. The sea alone maintained beneath its billows a population of monsters, half fish, half reptile in form, their flanks clothed in armor of glittering scales. The remains of that ancient vegetation, buried in the depths of the earth by some stupendous cataclysm, have become the coal beds of to-day, in which are still discerned the admirably preserved outlines of leaf and stalk. End of Part 7. Part 8 of The Secret of Everyday Things by Henri Fabre. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 22. Coal and Coal Gas. "If I should take it into my head," Uncle Paul resumed, "to begin my talk today in some such fashion as this, once upon a time there lived a king and a queen, and if I introduced to my fanciful tale a wicked ogre greedy for human flesh, and a good fairy born over the surface of the sea in a mother of pearl shell drawn by red fishes, I am firmly convinced that your attention would at once be riveted to my account of the deeds done by king and ogre and fairy, so that you would give me no peace until the story was finished. Now, real things can offer to your curiosity food that is just as wonderful, and that, moreover, feeds the mind with useful knowledge. Coal, the history of which I sketched in outline at our last talk, is one example among 1,000. "It is very true, uncle," said Marie, "that Cinderella or Bluebird never interested me as much as does the story you began to tell us about coal. Those little islands that afterwards became France by changes in the ocean bed, those ancient forests which man has never seen, but which to-day he finds transformed into coal deep down in the earth, those upheavals in the surface of the earth, turning everything topsy-turvy, all excite in me the liveliest interest, and I should very much like to hear more about them." "Let us talk a little more, then, about coal. But what could I select humbler in appearance and less worthy of your attention than that black stone? Nevertheless, there are some most astonishing things to be said about it. First of all, coal, black, dirty, with no claim to distinction in its aspect, is own brother to the diamond, that sumptuous gem that for brilliance has no equal in all the world. The diamond is made of carbon, and so is coal, the very same substance in both." "The diamond made of carbon!" cried Claire, incredulously. "Yes, my child, of carbon and nothing else." "But—" "There are no buts. Again I say the diamond is made of carbon, but in a perfectly pure and crystalline form, which explains its transparency and brilliance. I told you that coal had things to tell us of a most marvelous nature." "I see now that it has," assented Claire. "Furthermore, this piece of black stone traces its origin to remote ages, when it made part of some elegant trees such as you will nowhere find at present, unless perhaps in some tropical region, enjoying an abundance of heat and moisture." "Then it must have come from one of those ancient forests you told us about yesterday," said Emile. "Yes, and I can prove it to you. As a rule coal occurs in shapeless masses which furnish no indication of their origin. But not infrequently there are found, in the cleavage between two layers, distinct traces of carbonized vegetable matter having perfectly recognizable outlines. Certain coal beds are formed entirely of leaves heaped up and pressed together into a solid block, and still preserving, despite their conversion into coal, all the details of their delicate structure. These relics of a plant life as old as the world, wonderful archives which tell us the earth's history, are so well preserved that they enable us to recognize the carbonized plants with the same certainty we feel in recognizing living plants. Yesterday, while our winter supply of coal was being put in, I chanced to notice in the bin some of those venerable relics I have just been speaking about, and I put them aside to show to you. Here they are." "Oh, what beautiful leaves!" exclaimed Marie. "How nicely they are attached to the black surface underneath! One would say that they had been cut out of very thin sheets of coal." She stood lost in thought before these remains of forests so extremely old as to antedate all animal life. "When the plant life was flourishing which you see represented here," went on Uncle Paul, "the earth was covered with a vigorous growth of vegetation, unexampled in our own time. This vegetation, buried far underground by changes in the earth's surface, and carbonized in the course of a long series of centuries, has become transformed into enormous masses of coal, which constitute the soul, so to speak, of modern industry. For it is coal that moves the railway locomotive with its line of heavy cars. It is coal that feeds the furnaces of factories. It is coal that enables the steamboat to brave wind and storm. And it is coal that makes it possible for us to work the various metals and manufacture our tools and instruments, our cloth and pottery, our glassware, and all the infinite variety of objects necessary to our welfare. Are you not filled with wonder, my children, as I am, that long before man's appearance upon earth everything was prepared for his reception and for providing him with all the things essential to his future industry, his activity, his intelligence? Are you not impressed by this vegetation of prehistoric times, which stored up in the bowels of the earth these precious deposits of coal that to-day are brought to light and made to move our machines and become one of the most active agents of civilization?" "From now on," replied Marie, "whenever I put a shovelful of coal on the fire, I shall think of that ancient plant life which gave us this fuel." "Nor is the whole story of coal told yet," Uncle Paul went on. "Besides heat, coal gives us light. Cities are illuminated by street lamps which burn no oil and have no wick, but emit a simple jet of gas which, on being ignited, produces a magnificent white flame. Only older readers will recall this method of street lighting, which has long since been superseded by electric lamps of various kinds. Translator. End of footnote. The gas is obtained by heating coal red hot in great airtight ovens. Pipes laid underground conduct the gas from the gasworks to all parts of the city and distribute it to the street lamps. At nightfall the burner is opened and the gas flows, taking fire at a little hand lantern with exposed wick, whereupon the flame bursts forth. What remains in the ovens after the manufacture of illuminating gas is a modification of coal known as coke, an iron-gray substance with a dull metallic luster. Coke develops much more heat than the best wood charcoal, but is difficult of combustion, and in order to burn well must be heaped up in considerable quantity and have a good draught. For domestic heating it is used in stoves and, still oftener, in grates. It is superior to coal in giving forth no smoke, thus being cleaner. Together with gas there is produced in the ovens in which coal is heated a black and sticky substance called coal tar. From this horrible pitch, which one cannot touch without soiling one's hands, modern invention knows how to extract something in the highest degree fresh and beautiful and fair to look upon. As we have seen, the splendid colors of our silks and cottons, the rich and varied tints of our ribbons, all these we owe to dye-stuffs obtained from coal tar. Common coal, therefore, far from impressive though it is in appearance, is linked with the most dazzling splendors this world can produce, on the one hand with the diamond, with which it is one in essence, and on the other with the flowers of the field, whose delicate coloring it imitates and even surpasses. Chapter 23. Combustion. Let us light a shovelful of charcoal in the kitchen stove. The charcoal catches fire, turns red, and is consumed, while at the same time producing heat. Before many minutes there is nothing left but a handful of ashes, weighing but a trifle compared with the quantity of charcoal burned. What, then, has become of the charcoal? It has been consumed, answered Jules. It is burnt up. Agreed. But being consumed, does that mean being reduced to nothing? Does charcoal, when once it has been burned, become nothing at all, absolutely nothing? It is turned to ashes, Jules replied. You haven't hit it yet, for the ashes left after combustion amount to very little compared with the quantity of charcoal consumed. Your question, dear uncle, Marie here interposed, puzzles not only Jules, but me too, very much indeed. If there isn't any more than a handful of ashes left after the charcoal is burnt up, I should say the rest has been destroyed. If that is your opinion, I would have you know that in this world nothing is ever entirely destroyed. Not a particle of matter ever becomes nothing after having been something. Try to annihilate a grain of sand. You can crush it, convert it into impalpable powder, but reduce it to nothing? Never. Nor could one of the most skilful of men equipped with more varied and more powerful appliances than ours, succeed any better. In defiance of every exertion of ingenuity or violence, the grain of sand will still continue to exist in some form or other. Annihilation and accident, two big words that we use at every turn, really do not mean anything. Everything obeys laws. Everything persists. It is indestructible. The shape, aspect, appearance changes. The underlying substance remains the same. So the charcoal that is burned is not annihilated. True, it is no longer in the stove, but it is in the air, dissipated and invisible. When you put a lump of sugar into water, the sugar melts. It is disseminated throughout the liquid, and from that time ceases to be visible even to the keenest scrutiny. But that sugar has not ceased to exist. The proof is that it communicates to the water a new property, a sweet taste. Furthermore, nothing stands in the way of its ultimate reappearance in its original form. All we have to do is expose the sweetened water to the sun in a saucer. The water will disappear in vapor and the sugar remain. Charcoal behaves in like manner. In burning it is dissipated in the air and becomes invisible. This dissipation is called combustion. What do we do when we wish to make the fire burn faster? With the bellows we blow air on the fuel. With each puff the fire revives and burns brighter. The live coals, at first dull red, become bright red, and then white hot. Air breathes new life into the bosom of the burning mass. If we wish, on the other hand, to prevent a too rapid consumption of fuel, what do? We cover the fire with ashes, thus keeping out the air. Under this layer of ashes the live coals retain their heat and remain red for a long time without being consumed. Thus it is that a fire in a grate is maintained only by the constant admission of air, which makes the coal burn, and the faster it burns, the greater the amount of heat given off. Then that must be why the stove gets so hot when it roars, remarked Claire. Air is let in between the bars of the grate, and then goes roaring through the red-hot coals. But if the air is prevented from circulating by closing the door of the ash pit, the heat subsides at once. When the air is impregnated with carbon, it acquires new properties, just as water does on becoming charged with salt or sugar. This new element is an injurious substance, a harmful gas, all the more to be feared because it does not reveal its presence, having neither smell nor color. We do not take notice of it any more than we do of ordinary air. But let anyone breathe this formidable gas, and immediately his brain becomes clouded. Torpor supervenes, strength fails, and unless help arrives, death soon follows. You have all heard of unfortunate persons who inadvertently, sometimes, alas, designedly, have met death in a closed room by lighting a brazier. The fact that the air becomes impregnated with the dissipated carbon from the burning charcoal explains these lamentable accidents. Inhaled even in a small quantity, this deadly gas induces first a violent headache and a general sense of discomfort, then loss of feeling, vertigo, nausea, and extreme weakness. If this state continues, even a very little while, life itself is endangered. You see to what a risk charcoal exposes us when the products of its combustion do not escape outside through a chimney, but spread freely indoors, especially if the room is small and tightly closed. Under these circumstances you cannot be too distrustful of a brazier. Whether burning brightly or half extinguished, whether covered with ashes or not, these embers exhale a deadly gas which does not announce its presence by any sign that we can recognize, but like a traitor, always takes us by surprise. Death may occur even before danger is suspected. Again, it is very imprudent to close the damper of a bedroom stove for the sake of maintaining a moderate heat during the night. The stove pipe being closed by the damper, there is no longer any outlet for the products of combustion, which are sent out into the room and asphyxiate the sleepers, so that they pass from life to death without even waking up. With proper ventilation, as the author might have added, this danger is greatly lessened. Translator. If the apartment is small and without openings for changing the air, a simple foot warmer is enough to cause a headache and even lead to more serious results. Now I understand, said Marie, the headaches I sometimes have in winter when I am sewing in my little room, all shut up with a foot warmer under my feet. It was the burning charcoal that gave me those headaches. That is a good thing to know, and I will be careful in the future. Be just as careful with charcoal when you are ironing. Keep the heater for the irons under the chimney or in a well-ventilated place, so that the dangerous exhalations from the embers may be carried out into the open air. Those who do ironing often complain of an uncomfortable feeling which they attribute to the smell of the iron, whereas it is due to the deleterious gas given off by the burning charcoal. It can be avoided by keeping the heaters under a chimney or in a current of air that drives away the injurious gas. Chapter 24. Heating. I have told you how man has possessed fire ever since the earliest times. The first fireplaces for preparing food and furnishing protection from cold consisted of armfuls of faggots burning between two stones, either in the open air or in the middle of the hut. This rude method of domestic heating still prevails among many savage tribes. On flagstones in the middle of the dwelling smolder a few firebrands, the smoke escaping as best it can through some chance cracks and crannies in the roof. Indeed, if you wish to view this primitive method of making a fire, you need not go to distant countries beyond the reach of the benefits of civilization. In certain mountain cantons of France the fireplace is still to be seen in the form of a large flat stone in the middle of the room. the walls and rustic furnishings of which had become coated by the action of smoke with a brilliant varnish as black as shoe polish. The cracks in an imperfectly fitted roof furnished the only outlet for the products of combustion. "The family must be nearly smothered to death," said Claire, "when the fire smokes in the middle of one of those chimneyless houses. Why don't they make a fire like ours?" Chimneys are a rather recent invention, and in those remote mountain villages habit preserves old traditions indefinitely. Antiquity in its period of highest refinement knew absolutely nothing of our common chimney. A striking proof of this is given us by a celebrated city, Pompeii, which was buried in the year 79 of our era under a bed of volcanic ashes thrown up by Mount Vesuvius. Its houses, after having been buried for 18 centuries, are exhumed today by the miner's pick and come to light again as they were when overwhelmed by the volcano. Not one of them has a chimney. In the old Roman town people warmed themselves with burning charcoal placed in a large metal vessel on a bed of ashes. This portable fireplace was put in the middle of the room to be warmed, without the slightest reference to air currents or the escape of harmful gases engendered by the burning charcoal. And even in our own time, in Italy and Spain, similar open braziers are used. "I should think," said Marie, "that there would be danger of accidents, or at least that the people would have headaches due to the burning charcoal." The mildness of the climate, which does not call for airtight houses, permits this vicious mode of heating in Spain and Italy, but braziers would be very dangerous in our homes, where windows and doors must be carefully closed during the winter. Unchanged air, impregnated with the deleterious gases from combustion, would soon lead to discomfort and even asphyxia. The first chimney places for domestic use mentioned in history date from the 14th century. Disproportionately large, very costly, burning whole trunks of trees for fuel, these chimney places were at first constructed without any knowledge of how to economize heat. Immense fires were built, but with no resulting warmth proportioned to the fuel used. The subject of draught was not in the least understood, and it was not until the end of the last century that there was any clear perception of the truth that draught in a fireplace is caused by the difference in temperature between the air of the chimney place and that outside. I will now call your attention to something you have witnessed 1,000 times in winter when you sit around the red-hot stove. Light a piece of paper and wave it to and fro over the hot stove. You will see the burnt particles rise, whirling and ascending sometimes as high as the ceiling. Why do they rise thus? They do so because they are carried by the air which, being heated by contact with the stove, becomes lighter and forms a rising current. These light fragments of burnt paper show us the upward flow of the air, just as pieces of floating wood indicate the current of water. This air that is heated becomes light and rises. There we have the explanation of the draught in a fireplace. When the fire is lighted in the fireplace, the air contained in the chimney is warmed, becomes lighter, and rises. The hotter the air and the higher the column of heated air, the more powerfully it rushes upward. At the same time that the hot air rises, cold air, which is heavier, flows toward the fireplace, accelerates combustion, becomes warm in its turn, and joins the ascending column. In this way there is set up a continual current from the lower to the upper part of the chimney. To this incessant flow of air through the fireplace we give the name draught. The prime requisites for a good draught can now easily be seen. First, the chimney must be entirely filled with hot air. If the chimney is too large, there is established at the top a descending current of cold air which mixes with the warm ascending current, slackens its course, and even makes it flow back into the room. Then the chimney smokes. A remedy for this is to make the chimney smaller at the top, or else cap it with a sheet iron pipe. Our chimneys are generally too large. Their faulty construction is necessitated by the method frequently employed for cleaning them. When a poor child of Savoy, all begrimed with soot, worms his way up the chimney by dint of much scraping of elbows and knees, in order to sweep the soot from the inner surface of the walls, the passage must be large enough to admit his body, even though the draught suffer in consequence. But if the sweeping is done in a more suitable manner, with a small bundle of brushwood let down from above by a cord, there is no reason why the chimney should not be as narrow as may be necessary for a perfect draught. Often, too, the lower opening, the one from the chimney into the room, is too large. Then there enter the channel at the same time hot air from the central part where the fire is burning, and cold air from the vacant lateral parts. This cold air necessarily lessens the draught by mixing with the hot air and lowering its temperature, or it can even blow the smoke back into the room. As far as possible, only hot air should enter the chimney, all cold air sucked in by the draught being made to traverse the mass of burning fuel before passing into the ascending flue. To this end, in properly constructed fireplaces, the inner opening is narrowed by making the enclosing walls of the fireplace run obliquely inward, so that most of the air sucked in by the draught passes through the burning fuel and becomes warm. The slanting walls serve still another useful purpose. They send back into the room part of the heat that would not otherwise be reflected. To increase their efficacy in this respect, they are lined with glazed tiles, which by their polish reflect a great part of the heat. Finally, the top of the chimney should be equipped in such a manner as to keep out any gust of wind that might else go whistling down toward the fireplace and thus drive back the smoke. To this end the chimney is capped either with a chimney pot, which offers obstruction to the inflow of outer air, or with a sheet iron hood that turns with the wind and always points its opening to the leeward. On account of the great volume of air continually passing through its wide mouth, a fireplace gives to a room excellent ventilation, a condition indispensable to health in our close dwellings, but its utilization of heat is sadly defective, so far as warming is concerned, because the air heated by passing through the fire is discharged into the outer atmosphere with no benefit to any one. It is just the opposite with stoves. They warm well, but they renew the air of a room very imperfectly. They warm well because the whole of their heated surface, that of the sheet iron pipe as well as that of the stove itself, is in contact with the air of the room. Cast iron stoves furnish quick and intense heat, but cool off as quickly if the fire dies down. Terracotta stoves, whether glazed or not, heat more slowly, but their action is more continuous, more gentle, more even. They retain their warmth a long time after the fire is out. The Swedes and the Russians, in their rigorous climate, use enormous brick stoves occupying an entire wall of the room. The smoke and other products of combustion, before escaping out of doors, circulate through this mass of masonry by numerous channels. A fire is lighted in the morning and left to burn for several hours. Then, when the wood is all converted into glowing coals, every outlet is closed, and that suffices to maintain a gentle heat in the room until night, provided only the glacial outside air be not admitted. But this mild and equable temperature is secured only by the sacrifice of the purity of the atmosphere, which cannot be renewed in the tightly closed room. Our stoves have the same fault. They do not renew the atmosphere of a room well, because they consume for the same amount of fuel much less air than a fireplace. In a stove, in fact, all the air that enters is used up in burning the fuel. In an open fire, on the contrary, much air is drawn in that does not pass through the burning fuel, but escapes outside without having taken part in the act of combustion. Besides the disadvantage of furnishing poor ventilation, the cast iron stove has still another defect. The intense heat it throws out dries the air to such an extent as to make it unpleasant to breathe. The great thirst one feels near a very hot stove has no other cause. This dryness can be remedied by placing on the stove a vessel full of water, which in evaporating gives suitable humidity to the air. Finally, the various kinds of dust floating in the air burn on coming in contact with a red-hot stove, and give rise to disagreeable emanations. In short, if the stove is the best heating apparatus in respect to easy installation, economy of fuel, and utilization of heat, it is one of the most faulty from a hygiene standpoint, especially in a small room filled with many people. End of Part 8. Part 9 of The Secret of Everyday Things by Henri Fabre. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 25. Lighting. The crudest method of lighting I have ever seen is to be found in certain out-of-the-way corners of our mountain districts. Under the mantel of an immense fireplace there stands, on one side, a box of salt, kept dry by the heat of the fire, while on the other projects a large flat stone on which in the evening, with true economy, resinous splinters from the trunk of a fir tree are burnt, and that is the only light, the only lamp, in the dwelling. By the light of this red and smoky flame the housewife prepares the soup and pours it into the porringers for the family returned from their labor in the fields, while the grandmother, silent in her big armchair, plies the spindle with her lean fingers. "A common oil lamp," said Claire, "would be far preferable to that little fire of resinous wood." "I do not deny it," replied Uncle Paul, "but oil costs money, and a few little splinters of fir cost nothing." "But that pitch pine torch only gives little light right round the fireplace. For going at night from one room to the next some other kind of light is needed." "They have the iron lamp, in which a cotton wick inserted in a sort of socket burns grudgingly a few drops of nut oil." "That must give a very poor light, not so good as a candle, even the kind that makes such a horrid smell." "What are all those bad smelling candles made of, Uncle Paul?" asked Emile. "They are made of either mutton or beef fat, which we know by the name of tallow." "There are others, of a beautiful white, that are not greasy to the touch and have hardly any smell." "Those are tapers, or wax candles, as they are called, and they are far superior to common candles, although made from the same material, tallow. It is true that the tallow destined for tapers undergoes thorough purification, which removes its disagreeable odor and its oil. The first step in this process is the boiling of the tallow in water to which lime has been added. Next there is called into service a powerful drug, oil of vitriol, which takes away the lime as soon as it has acted sufficiently. Finally, the material under treatment is subjected to strong pressure which squeezes out and gets rid of the oily ingredient. After passing through these various stages the tallow is no longer what it was. It has no smell, or hardly any. Its consistency is firm, its color a perfect white. In this new state, which is very different from the last, it is no longer called tallow, but stearin. The notable improvement I have just described, which was destined to give us the odorless taper with its white flame in place of the foul-smelling, smoky tallow candle, dates from the year 1835. Tapers or wax candles are made in molds, which are of metal and open at their base into a common reservoir, the use of which I will explain presently. Through each mold, running from end to end, passes a wick, which is fastened at the bottom by a small wooden pin, and at the top by a knot that rests on the little central opening of a conical cap. After the molds have been placed in position, with their pointed ends downward and their bases upward, the melted stearin is poured into the reservoir, whence it runs into the several molds. Nothing more remains to be done except to bleach and polish the candles. They are bleached by exposure to the sunlight for some time, and polished by rubbing with a piece of cloth. Oil, which I will speak of in detail later, is also used for lighting. There are several inferior kinds commanding so low a price as to permit of their use. Those in most common demand for lighting are rapeseed oil, colza oil, and nut oil. They are burned by the use of a woven cotton wick, which soaks up the liquid at its lower end and brings it drop by drop to the flame. If the candle is allowed to burn fully exposed to the air, with no protecting glass chimney to regulate and increase the draught, the flame is dim and smoky, a part of the oil, decomposed by the heat, being lost in smoke or collected in the form of snuff in the incandescent part of the wick. To burn this smoke, this carbon, and thus obtain a brighter light, a good draught must be generated, as in fireplaces and stoves, so as to utilize to the full the fuel that feeds the flame. This is attained by means of a glass chimney, enclosing and surmounting the flame, allowing cold air to enter at the bottom and hot air to escape at the top. Only on this condition do lamps, of whatever sort, give a good light. "I thought," said Marie, "that lamp chimneys were only to protect the flame from puffs of air." "Chimneys do indeed protect the flame from puffs of air that might make it flicker and go out, but they also fill another office no less useful. They generate a draught, without which combustion would be imperfect and the light dim. If you remove the chimney you will notice that the flame immediately becomes smoky and dim. Put the chimney on again and the flame will instantly recover its vigor and clearness. It is the same with the lamp as with the stove. Without a sufficiently long pipe to create a draught, or, in other words, To draw in air to the very heart of the fuel, the stove would burn badly and give out little heat. And without a glass chimney, bringing to the wick a continual stream of fresh air, the lamp would make but poor use of its oil supply and would give only a faint light. The chimney is especially indispensable with lamps that burn kerosene, a liquid very much used at the present time for lighting. The lamp hanging from the ceiling of this room to give us light in the evening is filled with kerosene. You must have noticed the great difference it makes with the lighted wick whether the chimney is on or off. That difference has always struck me, Marie replied. Before the chimney is on the flame is red, very smoky, and gives hardly any light. But as soon as the chimney is put on, the smoke disappears, and the flame turns a very bright white. Without its chimney the lamp would not give much light, and would fill the room with black smoke. In kerosene lamps the air necessary for combustion comes through a number of little holes in the metal disc that supports the chimney. If these holes become obstructed with the carbonized refuse of the wick, the draught works badly and the lamp smokes. Then sometimes, ignorant of this detail, you are lost in conjecture as to the cause of the wretched light you are getting. The wick is badly trimmed, you say to yourself. It is too long or too short. There is not enough oil, or there is too much. You try this and that remedy, all to no purpose. The lamp still smokes. The right remedy is nevertheless very simple. It is only to take off the metal disc through which the wick runs, and with a brush thoroughly to clean the little holes with which it is riddled. These openings clean, the air once more comes freely to the flame. A draught is created without any obstacles, and the lamp burns as brightly as ever. Chapter 26. Kerosene Oil. Where does kerosene come from? Asked Claire. Is it not a kind of oil, something like olive oil and nut oil? Notwithstanding the name oil generally given to it, her uncle replied, kerosene has nothing in common with real oils. These are extracted from certain kinds of fruit, the olive for example, or from certain seeds like nuts and the seeds of the flax and rape. Kerosene has no such origin. It is found ready-made in the bowels of the earth, where certain stones are impregnated with it and let it ooze out drop by drop. The word petroleum, another name for it, alludes to this mineral origin, for it signifies stone oil. Stone oil! Exclaimed Jules. I have never seen stones let anything like oil ooze out of them. Nevertheless, there are some, and in a good many countries, too. I have already told you the history of pit coal. See Field, Forest and Farm. You know that it comes from prehistoric vegetation buried to a great depth by the cataclysms which the earth and sea have undergone. This coal, when heated without exposure to air, gives the illuminating gas that burns with a white flame superior in brightness to the light of our best lamps. It also yields coal tar, which contains a large quantity of certain inflammable liquids, mineral oils closely resembling petroleum. Layers of vegetable matter buried by convulsions of nature in the bowels of the earth, and converted into something like coal, have managed to undergo in one way or another the kind of decomposition accomplished in our gas works. Thence have come natural tar, bitumen, black pitch, which the miner encounters in his excavation. Thence also comes the inflammable gas, which in various countries escapes from fissures in the ground and serves as an inexhaustible supply of fuel. And thence too we derive the liquid fuel, designated by the name of petroleum. So heat from coal and light from petroleum are both a heritage coming down to man through centuries from the ancient vegetation of the world. You speak, said Marie, of the supply of fuel in decomposed vegetable matter buried in the interior of the earth. Does this supply furnish light and heat? Most assuredly it does. These issue from it in an inflammable gas, a gas that burns with an intense heat. Such supplies of natural gas are not rare in oil fields, as for instance around Lake Ontario in North America. The inflammable gas escapes through crevices in the rock, in the soil, and even in the bed of the lake itself. It catches fire at the approach of any lighted object and, where the volume of accumulated gas is large enough, sends forth long, brilliant flames that even heavy rains sometimes fail to extinguish. The spectacle is wonderful beyond description when these jets of fire burst forth from the very bosom of the lake and dart hither and thither over the liquid expanse. In winter the effect is still more remarkable. Then around each gas jet an ice chimney several decimeters long forms and takes the shape of a huge crystal candelabrum, at the top of which blazes the flame. The people in the neighborhood make use of this reservoir of natural gas. It is conducted to their dwellings through pipes, and there it is burned in the fireplace for cooking, or in gas burners for lighting. One of these burners gives as much light as 4 or 5 candles combined. "Those jet flames must be very odd," remarked Emile, "especially when they come out of the water. But Lake Ontario is a long way off, and I shall never see them." "Without going so far as Lake Ontario," his uncle assured him, "you can see flames bursting out of the water in the nearest ditch. Choose one abounding in black mud made of decayed leaves, and stir that mud with a stick. Big bubbles of gas will rise and show themselves bladder-like on the surface of the water. Well, if you hold a piece of lighted paper near one of these bladders, the gas will catch fire, producing a slight explosion and giving a very feeble light, which would be invisible in the full glare of the sun, but can easily be seen at nightfall or even in the shade. The inflammable gas comes from vegetable matter decaying under the water, just as the inflammable liquid petroleum has its origin in vegetable refuse buried in the depths of the earth. The same gas also escapes from coal, as is only natural, since coal is formed from the remains of ancient vegetation in the same way that black ditch mud is made principally of decayed leaves. Sometimes the subterranean excavations pushed to great depths for extracting the coal become filled with this inflammable gas. If a workman carelessly brings his lantern near this formidable substance, which gives no warning of its existence, as it is invisible and has no odor, a terrible explosion takes place. The mountain is shaken to its foundations, the scaffolding of the galleries falls down, and hundreds of people perish at such a depth, alas, that no succor is possible. Miners call this dangerous coal mine gas fire damp. Around the Caspian Sea, these fountains of fire, as we may call them, are numerous. All you have to do is stir the earth a little way down and hold up a light near the place, when instantly flames will spring up that will burn indefinitely. One of these fountains, that at Baku, is the object of superstitious reverence on the part of a religious sect, that of the Gubers or fire worshippers. A magnificent temple encloses it. The inflammable gas gushes out through the cracks in the walls from the summit of the vaulted roof, from the tops of the columns surrounding the edifice, from the very ground of the sanctuary, and from the entrance door. If a torch is applied, all the jets of gas catch fire in the twinkling of an eye, and the temple is enveloped in a splendid curtain of flame. "That would be better worth seeing," said Claire, "than the inflammable bladders on the surface of a muddy ditch. But unfortunately, as Emile has already remarked, it is rather too far away." "I hope I have said enough," Uncle Paul resumed, "to show you that the presence of a combustible liquid in the bowels of the earth has nothing in it that cannot be easily explained. Coal, inflammable gases, petroleum, all three have a common origin in the ancient vegetation of the globe, buried and decomposed underground. Now let us talk about kerosene. North America furnishes most of it. Excavations similar to our wells are carried to a greater or less depth, and through the walls of these excavations the oil oozes, collecting little by little at the bottom as water does in our ordinary wells. Kerosene has an oily appearance, but is easily distinguished from oil by this peculiarity. Whereas oil makes a translucent blot on paper and does not go away, kerosene makes a blot similar in appearance, but disappears with heat without having any trace. That is because kerosene evaporates while oil remains. Furthermore, the smell of kerosene is strong, penetrating, and somewhat like that of the tar that comes from our gasworks. The great inflammability of kerosene is a source of serious danger, which it is important to understand in order to exercise the prudence called for in handling this liquid. If you spill ordinary oil in the ground and hold a piece of lighted paper near it, you will not succeed in making it catch fire. Do the same with kerosene, and it will take fire more or less quickly according to its quality. If it catches fire instantly, it is a very dangerous liquid and should be used as little as possible, if one does not wish to be exposed to the risk of serious accidents. But if it takes fire with some difficulty, it can be safely used in our lamps. The best kerosene is the one that is slowest in catching fire." "I should have thought, on the contrary," said Marie, "that the best would be the one that catches fire the easiest." "It seems so to you because you overlook the danger attending a too high degree of inflammability. Suppose you are carrying a lamp filled with ordinary oil. You stumble and fall, and the oil, together with the lighted wick, is dashed against your clothing. What is the result? Nothing very serious. The oil spilt, being unable to catch fire even close to the wick, will soil your clothes, it is true, but at least you will not be burned. What a frightful risk you run, on the contrary, if the lamp is filled with kerosene, which takes fire so easily. Your face and hands are splashed with the terrible liquid, your clothes are soaked with it, and instantly you are all on fire, and in imminent danger of being burned alive. Oh, goodness gracious! If that should really happen to one of us! If that should happen to one of you, either with kerosene or with any other inflammable liquid, such as alcohol or ether, the first thing to do would be to keep your presence of mind, and not run about distractedly, this way and that, frightened out of your wits. For with your clothes flying in the wind thus created, you would only make bad worse by fanning the flames. You should snatch up the first thing you can lay hands on, carpet, tablecloth, shawl, or cloak, and wrap yourself snugly in it so as to stifle the fire. You should wind it around your body very tightly and roll on the floor while waiting for someone to come to your aid. Who can flatter himself, said Claire, that at such a time he will preserve his presence of mind? You must do your best. Life may depend on it. Would it not be well, asked Marie, to have nothing whatever to do with this dangerous liquid? No, indeed, because we have nothing better for lighting purposes, and with a little prudence all danger is avoided. In the first place, we should use only kerosene that catches fire with difficulty, when tested by pouring a little on the ground and applying a lighted match. Also, the supply should be kept in a tin can and not in a glass bottle, which might get broken. And when a lamp is filled, it should be done at a distance from the fire. Finally, it is advisable to use this liquid as little as possible for hand lamps, lamps that are carried from place to place as we carry a candle. It should be reserved for stationary lamps, those fastened to the wall or hanging from the ceiling and not likely to be touched after they are once lighted. In that way the inflammable liquid is not in danger of being spilt over us. These precautions make me feel safer, Marie rejoined, but I know enough now to see that with kerosene prudence must never be forgotten. Chapter 27. Glass. Once upon a time, so the story goes, some sailors overtaken by bad weather landed on a desert shore and lighted a big fire to dry and warm themselves and pass the night. There being no wood on this sandy coast, they made their fire of dry seaweeds and grass. The furious wind caused the fire to burn fiercely, and behold, the next morning the sailors were keenly astonished to find in the midst of the ashes sundry lumps of a substance as hard as stone, but as transparent as ice. If they had seen this substance at the water's edge, and in winter, they would certainly have taken it for ice, but, breaking it out from under the ashes, they could not escape the conclusion that it was something else. And what was it? asked Claire. It was glass, that precious substance that to-day gives us our window panes, which enable us to keep our houses warm without excluding the daylight. The sailors scrutinized closely the deposit left after their fire had burned out, and they perceived that the great heat had caused a part of the ashes to fuse with the sand of the soil, and thus produce the transparent substance in question. It was thus that glass-making was discovered. Was that long ago? Jules inquired. This discovery, one of the most important ever made, dates so far back that only a very vague record of it has been preserved, and this record is probably a mixture of fact and fable. But whether it be fact or fable, the story teaches us at least one thing. Sand melted with ashes produces glass. Now, what can the substance be that imparts to ashes the property of thus transforming the sand? What is there in ashes of such a potent nature as to bring about this wonderful change? There is soda, Marie suggested, that same soda that turns oil or tallow into soap. It was in fact the soda from the marine plants burned by the sailors that had brought about the melting of the sand and the formation of the lumps of glass. Potash, which closely resembles soda in all its properties, acts in the same way when it is heated to a high temperature with sand. In both cases, the result of the fusion is glass, more or less colored, finer or coarser, according to the purity of the materials used. The fine and perfectly colorless glass of our goblets, decanters, and flasks is obtained from potash and very white sand. Window glass, which is very slightly green, at least on the edge, is made of soda and pure sand. Common bottle glass, dark green in color or nearly black, is made of very impure sand and ordinary ashes. The manufacture of window glass is a very curious operation. In a furnace heated to a very high temperature are large earthen pots or crucibles filled with a mixture of soda and sand. When these two substances are thoroughly melted together, the result is a mass of glass, red hot and running like water. Each crucible is removed by a workman and his assistant, standing on a platform in front of an opening through which the crucible is withdrawn. This workman is called the blower. "Why blower?" asked Jules. "Does he blow?" "Indeed he does, and vigorously, as you will see. His tool is an iron rod or tube, with one end cased in wood to enable him to handle the metal implement without burning himself. The assistant heats the other end by passing it through the opening in the furnace, and then plunges it into the crucible. In this way he gathers up a certain amount of paste-like glass, which he molds into globular form by turning it around again and again on a block of wet wood. That done, he again heats the glass at the furnace opening, softens it, and passes the rod to the workman, the glass blower. The latter first blows gently into the tube, and the mass of glass becomes inflated into a bubble, exactly as soap suds would do at the end of a straw." "I can make beautiful soap bubbles by blowing with a straw," said Emile. "Does the workman do it like that?" "Yes, just like that. He blows through his tube into the mass of glass which, flexible and soft as long as it remains red hot, swells into a bladder. Then the tube is raised aloft and the workman blows the glass above his head. The bladder becomes flattened a little by its own weight, at the same time gaining in width. The blower lowers the tube again and swings it to and fro like the pendulum of a clock, every now and then resuming his blowing with greater force. By the action of its own weight, which lengthens it, and the blowing, which distends it, the mass of glass finally assumes the shape of a cylinder. The completed cylinder ends in a round cap which must be got rid of. To accomplish this, the end of the cylinder is held near the opening of the furnace to soften it, after which the top of the cap is punctured by a pointed iron. By swinging the tube this puncture becomes enlarged and the cap disappears. The cylinder, hardened now although still very hot, is next placed on a wooden frame containing a number of grooves or gutters for receiving the cylinders. With a cold iron the workman touches the glass where it adheres to the tube, and by this simple contact a break occurs along the line thus suddenly chilled, leaving the cylinder entirely freed from the tube. Notice, children, the clever device adopted by the workman for detaching the glass from the tube without shattering it. He merely touches the very hot glass with a cold iron, and that suffices to produce a clean break all along the line touched. Glass possesses this curious property of not being able to withstand a sudden change in temperature without breaking. Chilled suddenly, it breaks. Heated suddenly, again it breaks. That is a warning to you when you wash drinking glasses or other glass objects. Beware of hot water if these objects are cold, and of cold water if they are hot. Otherwise you run the risk of breaking them instantly. When the cold or the heat acts only along a predetermined line, it is on that line, suddenly chilled or heated, that the rupture occurs. That is how, without the slightest difficulty, the workman separates the glass cylinder from the iron tube to which it adheres. This done, the next thing is to remove the cap that still terminates one end of the cylinder. To do this the workman encircles this cap with a band of very hot glass, and then touches with a cold iron the line thus reheated. Instantly a cylinder rupture detaches the cap. Thus there is left on the frame a glass muff open at both ends. To split the muff the workman draws lengthwise from one end to the other a red-hot iron point, and then touches the hot line with a wet finger. A cracking follows, and the muff splits open. It is next taken to a furnace where, after being softened sufficiently, it is laid open and flattened out with an iron rule on a cast-iron plate. The final result is a large sheet of glass which the glazier will cut later with a diamond point into panes of any desired size. "That is a very curious operation you have just told us about, Uncle Paul," said Claire. "For my part, I should never have suspected that a plane of glass, so perfectly flat as it is, was first a glass ball blown out like a soap bubble." "And how are bottles made?" asked Jules. For bottles glass is both blown and molded. The tube, laden by the assistant with the proper amount of melted glass, is passed to the blower, who gives to the vitreous mass the shape of an egg ending in a neck. The piece is then resoftened in the furnace and put into an iron mold. By energetically blowing, the workman inflates the glass and makes it exactly fill the mold. This operation leaves the bottom of the bottle still flat, but by pressure with the point of a sheet iron blade, this bottom is driven up inside and shaped like a cone. A band of melted glass applied to the narrowed opening of the piece gives the neck of the bottle. The seal that some bottles bear, for example, where the word liter is inscribed, is made by attaching a small disc of glass, while it is still soft, and stamping it with a mold made of iron suitably engraved. Translator's note. Since the foregoing was written, machinery has largely displaced handwork in glass-making. End of Part 9. Part 10 of The Secret of Everyday Things by Henri Fabre. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 28. Iron. Of all substances, iron displays the greatest power of resistance, and it is this property that makes it the most useful of all our metals. All sorts of tools are made of it, and without it, our industries would come to an immediate standstill. Yes, I see that iron is very useful, said Jules. But perhaps you do not see how useful it is. Reflect a moment, and you will perceive that iron has something to do with nearly everything in the house you live in. And at the very outset, in order that the house may be built, there is need of stone from the quarries, where picks and crowbars and chisels and hammers are in constant use, all these being, as you know, made of iron or steel. The beams and joists of the framework come from trees felled by the woodman's axe, and these timbers are squared and shaped, fitted and adjusted, with the help of various carpenter's tools, all made of the metal we are considering. Hardly a single one of our articles of furniture would be practically possible without this metal. We need the saw for cutting the log into boards, the plane and the draw knife for smoothing the surface, the auger and the bit for burrowing the holes that are to receive the wooden pegs which hold the parts together. Our daily sustenance entails the use of iron in an almost equal degree. It calls for the spade, the hoe, and the rake for working the garden, which gives us our vegetables, and the plowshare for the heavy work of the field, which furnishes us with bread. In the clothes we wear, too, we are hardly less dependent upon this indispensable substance. Of it are made the shears that clip the wool from the sheep's back, and of it also are made the carding and spinning and weaving machines that convert the wool into cloth. Our most delicate fabrics, our ribbons and laces, require the aid of this metal in their manufacture. And finally, is not the needle used in every stitch that is sewed, the needle so fine and sharp-pointed that nothing else could take its place? It is plain enough, said Marie, that iron is of the utmost importance to us, though we usually give it very little thought. It is so common that we make no account of it, in spite of the immense service it renders us. I should like to know how iron is obtained, Claire here interposed, if Uncle Paul will tell us. Iron ore, he explained, is a yellowish or reddish stone of very unpromising appearance, with no resemblance to the metal so familiar to us. The furnace in which it is worked is a sort of high tower, swollen toward the base, tapering at the two ends, and measuring at least 10 meters, sometimes 20 in height. Through the upper door or mouth of the furnace is poured coal by the cartload, with fragments of ore, and once lighted, the furnace burns uninterruptedly, day and night, until the masonry succumbs to the intensity of the heat. Workmen are continually piling on fuel and ore as fast as there is any subsidence in the burning mass, while other workmen at the base of the furnace watch the melting of the ore. Enormous blowing machines inject a continuous stream of air into the lower part of the furnace by a great tube, through which this current passes, not as a gentle breeze, but as a veritable tornado, raging and howling with an uproar that is fairly deafening. If one takes a peep into the furnace from the opening by which the tube enters, a sort of white-hot inferno dazzles the eye. Here stone melts like butter, and iron, separating from the impurities mingled with it, falls in glowing drops into a reservoir or trough at the base of the furnace. When the trough is full, a passage is opened by the removal of the clay stopper that closed it, and the liquid metal runs in a fiery stream into channels prepared for it in the ground. The metal thus obtained is impure iron, and is known as cast iron. It is run into molds to make stoves, grates, pots, and kettles, chimney plates, water pipes, and countless other objects. Although of great hardness, cast iron is brittle, it breaks easily when sharply struck. "One day," said Emile, "a stove cover broke into 3 pieces just from falling on the floor." "It is well to bear in mind," his uncle observed, "that all our cast iron implements are more or less fragile, and that it takes but a blow or a fall to break them." "Then," remarked Claire, "cast iron won't do for making anything that must resist violent shocks, hammers, for instance." "No, cast iron is worthless for tools that are subject to rough handling. Pure iron alone has the necessary resisting power. To purify cast iron and convert it into wrought iron, the workers heat it in still another furnace, and when it has become quite red and soft, it is hammered with a block weighing some 1,000 kilograms, and which is raised by machinery and then falls with all its weight. At each blow from this enormous hammer, what is not iron escapes from the rest and runs off in a sweat of fire. After this hammering, the mass is grasped between 2 cylinders, one above the other, turning in opposite directions. Dragged along by this powerful wringing machine and flattened out by the irresistible pressure, it becomes in a very short time a uniform bar of iron. Shears next take hold of the bar and cut it up into pieces of equal length." "What! Are there shears that can cut iron bars?" exclaimed Claire. "Yes, my child. In those wonderful factories where human invention is brought to bear on the working of iron, there are shears that without the least appearance of effort cut clean through a bar of iron with each snip, no matter if the bar is as big around as a man's leg. With our scissors we could not more easily cut a straw." "But such shears cannot be operated by hand." "Nor are the 2 blades moved at the same time. While the one of them remains at rest on a support, the other goes up and down as calmly and noiselessly as you please, cutting with each downward stroke the bar of iron offered to it by the workman." Chapter 29. Rust. The dull red that dims the luster of polished iron or steel is, as you know, rust, or in learned language, oxide of iron, that is, iron mixed with oxygen. As it comes from the mine, iron takes the form of rust mingled with stone. What an unprepossessing appearance it then wears, this most useful of all metals! It is an earthy crust, a reddish lump, a shapeless mass, in which the presence of any kind of metal whatever can be divined only after painstaking research. And then it is by no means enough to determine that this rusty matter contains a metal. It is still necessary to find some means of decomposing the ore and extracting the iron in its true metallic state. What labor and experiment is not required to attain this end, one of the most difficult imaginable! How many fruitless attempts, how many laborious trials! Other metals, the greater number of them, likewise rust, the color of the rust varying with the metal. Iron turns a yellowish red, copper green, lead and zinc white. Take a knife and cut through a piece of lead. The cross section shows a fine metallic luster, but before long it becomes tarnished, and a sort of cloudy appearance is noticeable. This change begins as soon as there is contact with the air, and, in course of time, it extends, slowly indeed, but surely, until it penetrates to the very heart of the mass, and ends by converting the lead into an earthy substance quite different in quality. And the greater number of metals undergo a similar deterioration under like conditions. "Then that green stuff we see on old copper coins is rust?" asked Marie. "And the whitish coating on the water pipe of the pump?" "Yes, it is rust in each instance, but all metals are not equally subject to rust. Iron is one of those that rust most quickly. Next comes zinc and lead. In the 3rd class are tin and copper, and in the 4th is silver, which remains free from rust with very little care. Finally, gold is still more immune and never rusts. Gold coins and jewelry of the remotest antiquity come down to us as pure, as brilliant as if made yesterday, despite a sojourn of long ages in a damp soil where other metals would have turned to shapeless rust. Since it has such power of resistance to destructive agencies, gold ought to be found, and in fact is found, always retaining its metallic properties, especially its luster. In the bosom of the rocks where it is disseminated, in its ore, as we say, it forms scales, veins, and sometimes big nuggets, which shine like jewels just from the goldsmith's hands. Our earrings and finger rings, carefully kept in their casket, are not more brilliant than the particles of this precious metal found in the heart of a rock. Just as it occurs in its natural state, it can be put to immediate use. All that is needed is to hammer it and shape it. Hence it is the first of metals to be discovered and used by man, yet owing to its extreme rarity it has never, in our part of the world, been used for common tools, but has ever remained the preeminently precious metal, reserved for jewelry and coinage. Chapter 30. Tin Plating. Iron, said Uncle Paul, is abundant and cheap. Furthermore, the hottest fire in our stoves and grates cannot melt it, and it is able to withstand rather rough usage. These qualities are highly important in cooking utensils, which must be resistant to the action of fire without risk of melting, and have every day to undergo bangs and falls. But unfortunately, this metal rusts on the slightest provocation. Contact with a few drops of water for any length of time suffices to cover it with ugly red spots which eat into it and finally pierce quite through. This rapid deterioration is prevented by tinning. A metal is tinned by being overlaid with a thin coating of tin, which resists rust. Now bear in mind this important point, which I have already briefly touched upon. Rust develops only where air is present. Also, it is promoted by various substances, such as water, vinegar, and the juices of our vegetables and fruits. Nearly all the dishes we prepare for the table tend by their mere contact to rust metals capable of rusting, and especially iron. To prevent the formation of rust, therefore, what must we do? The answer is plain. Keep our foods and the air from coming in contact with any metal that will rust. If this contact never occurs, rust will never form, for there will be nothing to cause rust. Our obvious course, accordingly, is to coat the corruptible metal with one that will protect it, and this last must fulfill two conditions. It must not be liable to rust, or at any rate, it must be a metal that rusts with difficulty, since otherwise one ill will only be exchanged for another, and it must also be a metal from which food will contract no injurious properties. This double requirement is met by very few metals. There are, first, gold and silver, both too expensive for common use, and finally there is tin. This metal is very slow to rust, and, furthermore, tin rust, if it ever begins to form, does not form in any quantity, and has, besides, no harmful properties. Tin, therefore, furnishes us the metallic coating we need for preserving our iron utensils from rust. Wouldn't it be much simpler, asked Claire, to make those utensils wholly of tin in the first place, and so get rid of iron altogether? There is one serious objection to such a course. Tin melts easily. A saucepan of this metal would not hold out for 5 minutes against the heat of a handful of glowing charcoal. What would become of your stew in a cooking utensil capable of melting like wax over the fire? I see now that tin by itself would never do. Nor would it answer for another reason. It offers too little resistance. It bends under slight pressure. It is knocked out of shape with a blow. We must have two metals combined, iron to resist the heat and stand rough usage, and tin to prevent rust. If, however, the utensil is not to go over the fire, it can, in case of need, be made of tin alone. Not very long ago, in the country, tableware for company use was of tin. Plates, platters, and soup tureens shone like silver on the shelves of the dresser, and were the pride of the housewife. Our measures for wine, oil, and vinegar are of tin. The use of this metal in preference to any other for utensils that are to come into contact with our food is due to its perfect harmlessness. Tin keeps its cleanness and polish and, a still more valuable property, communicates nothing injurious to the substances it touches. You are familiar with those wandering tinkers with sooty faces who, a kettle over the shoulder and a few old forks in one hand, go through the street crying their trade in a shrill voice. In the open air, over a little charcoal fire, they restore rusty covers to their first brilliance, mend kettles and saucepans, and plate with tin utensils of iron and copper to keep them from rusting. The operation is very simple. The piece to be tinned is first well scoured with fine sand, and then heated over the fire, and while it is still warm a little melted tin is rubbed over the surface with a wad of tow. The tin takes fast hold of the underlying metal and covers it with a thin layer which will not come off with rubbing. That is what is known as tin plating." "Then what we commonly call tin," said Marie, "is really iron covered with tin?" "Yes, it is tin plated iron, and is made by plunging thin sheets of iron into melted tin. These tinned sheets, light and strong at the same time, polished and rust proof, serve for the manufacture of numberless utensils. The outfit of our kitchens consists in great part of tinware." "But it consists also of copperware," remarked Jules. "Yes, but copper has very dangerous properties which call for the utmost caution on our part. Iron rust is harmless, I might even say healthful in limited quantities. Little children deficient in bodily vigor are sometimes made to drink water impregnated with a small quantity of rust from a few old nails in the bottom of the water bottle. Nothing then is to be feared, so far as our health is concerned, from the rusting of iron. It is coated with tin, not as a safeguard against danger, but to give the metal cleanliness and greater durability. Copper rust, on the contrary, is a violent poison. This rust, or verdigris, is all the more dangerous in that it develops with extreme ease when copper comes in contact with our articles of food, especially when the latter contain vinegar or fat. Have you ever noticed the greenish tinge imparted to the oil in lamps, and to the candle drippings on candlesticks? Well, this tinge comes from the copper that enters into the metal part of the lamps and candlesticks, and is due to the verdigris dissolved in the oily matter. Our food, containing as it almost always does some slight proportion of fat or oil, contracts the same greenish tinge by remaining any length of time in contact with copper. Vinegar acquires it in a few moments. This green substance from copper, always bear in mind, is a terrible poison which cannot be too carefully shunned. The only safe course lies in constant watchfulness and in scrupulous cleanliness that keeps all copper utensils always bright and free from the slightest indication of a green speck. For greater safety it is even preferable to use only tinned ware for culinary purposes. Proof against rust under its coating of tin, copper then ceases to be injurious, but only on condition that the tin coating is maintained intact, never uncovering a particle of the poisonous metal. As soon as the tin becomes dim and shows a little of red underneath, the utensil should be retinned. Lead is no less dangerous than copper, but this metal enters very little into domestic use, unless it be for cleaning bottles. A handful of small shot, shaken up in water, serves excellently to remove by friction the impurities clouding the inside of the glass. This practice, however, is not free from one grave danger. Suppose a few particles of lead are retained in the bottom of the bottle and left there unobserved. Wine, vinegar, or whatever other liquid is afterwards poured in, is likely to cause the lead to rust, and will thus contract properties highly injurious to health. Without any one's suspecting it, there will lurk in the bottom of the bottle that is daily used a permanent source of poison. You see, therefore, what care should be exercised in order that not a particle of lead may be left behind after this metal has been used for cleaning purposes. Never forget that copper and lead are two poisonous metals, and that any carelessness in their domestic use may suffice to imperil our very lives. Chapter 31. Pottery. Travelers tell us of the strange methods adopted in preparing food by certain savage tribes, among whom that precious culinary utensil, the earthen pot, is unknown. They tell us, for example, that the Eskimos of Greenland boil their meat in a little skin bag, as I have already related to you. See Our Humble Helpers. The bag is not placed over the fire, but is filled with water and the food to be cooked, after which stones heated red hot are dropped into it, and thus laboriously and imperfectly, by repeated heating of the stones and dropping them into the bag, a dish of half-cooked meat mixed with ashes and soot is at last prepared. To such extremities we might be reduced if it were not for those little earthen pots, sold at a penny apiece, that rescue us from the dire straits familiar to the Eskimo. Let us now consider how this simple kitchen utensil is made. From the modest little porringer to the sumptuous porcelain adorned with rich paintings, every piece of pottery is made of potter's earth, or clay, which is found almost everywhere, but by no means of uniform quality. There are yellow clays, red clays, ash-colored clays, dark clays, and perfectly white clays. These last are free from all foreign matter. The others contain divers alien substances. All are easily kneaded with water, forming a sort of unctuous dough capable of taking any prescribed form. The coarsest clays serve for making bricks, drain pipes, flower pots, and so on. Clays that lack purity but are still of fine texture are used for common pottery, and finally clays of extreme purity, of snowy whiteness, furnish us porcelain. This degree of purity is very rare in clay, being found in France only in Hautevin around Limoges. Clay of inferior quality occurs in abundance in nearly all parts of the world. In order to give to moistened clay quickly and easily a regular form, the potter makes use of the potter's wheel. As illustrated in the picture I here show you, under the potter's work table is a horizontal wooden wheel which the operator sets in motion with his foot. The axle of this wheel carries at its upper end a small disc in the center of which is placed a lump of clay that is to be shaped by the potter. The latter thrusts his thumb into the formless mass, which rotates with its supporting disc, and this action suffices to produce a symmetrical cavity because of the regularity of the motion imparted to the clay. As fast as the thumb enlarges the cavity, the other fingers are applied to the outside to hold the mass in place, to give it the desired shape, and to preserve a uniform thickness of wall throughout. In a few moments the piece is fashioned, and we see the lump of clay hollowed out and made to stand up in the form of a bowl or jar having just the outline and thickness desired by the artisan. The application of the palm of the hand, slightly moistened, suffices to polish the surface. Finally, with tools designed for the purpose, the piece is ornamented with moldings. For example, it is enough to touch the rotating object with an iron point to trace an engraving line around it. When the potter's wheel has done its part, the vessel, still damp, is left in the air to dry, after which it is dipped into a bath of water and fine dust of lead ore. By the action of the fire this dust will presently be incorporated with the surface clay on which it rests, and will become a sort of glaze or varnish, without which the vessel would be permeable by liquids and would allow its contents gradually to ooze out and escape. To complete the whole, the vessel is subjected to a high temperature in an oven, where the clay bakes and becomes hard as stone, while the lead dust covering it melts and combines with the substance of the clay, spreading over the surface as a brilliant varnish having the color of honey. In this wise the more ordinary pottery is made. The pottery constantly used in our kitchens and so valuable for its ability to bear heat without breaking. In most cases the coating of lead has nothing to be said against it, for our articles of food do not as a rule produce any effect upon it. Vinegar alone is of a nature to dissolve it slowly when kept long in contact with it, especially if the vessel in question has not been properly baked. Hence it would be highly imprudent to use pots or jars having this lead glaze on the inside for keeping gherkins, capers, and other pickles preserved in vinegar. This latter might in course of time dissolve the metal contained in the glaze, and thus contract poisonous properties, so that in seasoning a dish with a handful of capers one might run the very serious risk of lead poisoning. Pickles of that sort should be kept in glass jars or in common earthenware not glazed on the inside. Crockery is made of clay of fine quality. Its glaze, which is of a beautiful milky whiteness, is prepared from tin, a harmless metal. Thus our food, even when containing vinegar, never contracts injurious properties from contact with this glaze. I will say as much for the glaze of porcelain, which contains no metal in its composition, but results from the melting of the surface of the clay itself in the heat of the oven, the clay being of extreme purity and whiteness. Hence we have no fear of any lead varnish, which is recognizable from its honey yellow hue, and is employed only for common pottery. But, as I said before, this latter kind of glaze is to be feared only in case of prolonged contact with vinegar. End of Part 10. Part 11 of The Secret of Everyday Things by Henri Fabre. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 32. Coffee. The plant that produces coffee is called the coffee tree. This is in reality little more than a shrub, bearing some resemblance to a small pear tree in its rounded top and bushy branches. Its leaves are oval and shiny. Its blossoms, which resemble those of the jasmine and have a sweet smell, are grouped in small bunches in the axils of the leaves. These blossoms are succeeded by berries, first red and then black, having the appearance of our cherries, but with very short stems and crowded close together. Their pulp is insipid and sweetish, enclosing 2 hard seeds, round on one side, flat on the other, and united by their flat sides. These seeds are the so-called coffee beans, which we use after roasting them in a sheet iron cylinder revolving over the fire. In color they are halfway between white and green, but turn to a chestnut hue in roasting. The coffee tree can thrive only in very warm countries. It is indigenous to Abyssinia, where it grows abundantly, especially in the province of Kaffa, from which it seems to have taken its name. In the 15th century the coffee tree was introduced from Abyssinia to Arabia, and it is there that the plant has found a climate most favorable for the development of its peculiar properties. Indeed, the most highly prized coffee comes to us from the southern provinces of Arabia, especially from the neighborhood of Mocha. Then, said Marie, when we speak of a coffee of superior quality as Mocha, we give it the name of the town that furnishes the best. Precisely. Look at the map and you will find Mocha very near the southern end of Arabia, at the entrance to the Red Sea. It is in this corner of the earth, under a burning sun, that the most highly esteemed coffee ripens. The Dutch were the first Europeans to turn their attention to coffee. They introduced it into their East India colonies, notably Batavia, whence a few young trees were sent on to Amsterdam to be cultivated in hothouses, as the climate of Holland would by no means ensure the thriving of this warmth-loving shrub in the open air. One of these young trees was given to the Botanical Garden of Paris, where care was taken to multiply it under glass, and one of the plants thus obtained was given to Deslieux, who started for one of our colonies, Martinique, with his little coffee tree rooted in a pot. Never, perhaps, has the prosperity of a country had so humble a beginning. This feeble coffee plant, which a sunbeam might have dried up on the way, was to be for Martinique and the other Antilles the source of incalculable riches. During the journey, which was prolonged and made difficult by contrary winds, fresh water ran short, and the crew was put on the most meagre rations. Deslieux, like the others, had only 1 glass of water a day, just enough to keep him from dying of thirst. The young coffee tree, however, needed frequent watering in the extremely hot climate. But how water it when thirst devours you and every drop of water is counted? Deslieux did not hesitate to devote his own scanty allowance to the needs of his charge, one day giving it the whole glass, and the next going shares with it, preferring to suffer the most painful of privations in order to reach his destination with the young coffee tree in good condition. And this satisfaction was not denied him. To-day, Martinique, Guadeloupe, Santo Domingo, and most of the other Antilles are covered with rich coffee plantations, all owing their origin to the feeble plant imported by Deslieux. "That plucky traveller is a man to be admired," declared Jules, "and every time I drink coffee I shall think of him and what he did." Nothing in our part of the world can compare in beauty with an orchard of coffee trees, bearing simultaneously as they do, throughout most of the year, leaves of a luxurious green, white blossoms, and red berries, vegetation in those sun-favored regions knowing scarcely a moment's repose. Over the perfumed tops of the trees hover butterflies whose wings, as large as both hands, astonish one with the magnificence of their coloring. In the forks of the topmost branches the humming-bird, a living jewel, builds its nest of cotton, half the size of an apricot. On the bark of old tree trunks, great beetles shine with more radiant splendor than the precious metals. In an atmosphere laden with sweet odors, negroes carrying baskets on their arms go through the plantations from one coffee tree to another, carefully gathering the ripe berries one by one so as not to disturb those that are still green. Scarcely is this harvest gathered when other berries redden, and then still others, while fresh buds form and new blossoms open. The coffee berries, or cherries as they are called, are passed through a kind of mill which crushes and removes the pulp without touching the seeds. Then these are exposed to the sun. Every evening, to protect them from the dew, they are piled in a heap and covered with large leaves, to be spread out again the next morning. When the drying process is finished, they are winnowed, the spoiled seeds rejected, and the harvest is ready for export. "After that," said Claire, "the coffee only has to be roasted and ground, and it is ready for use. Does anyone know who was the first to use it? According to a tradition current in the East, the use of coffee goes back to a certain pious dervish who, wishing to prolong his meditations through the night, invoked Mohammed and prayed to be delivered from the need of sleep. A pious dervish, did you say? Emile interposed. I don't know what a dervish is. It is the name given in Oriental regions to certain men who renounce the world and devote themselves to prayer and contemplation. And Mohammed? Mohammed is a celebrated character who about 12 centuries ago founded in Arabia a religion that has now spread over a great part of the world, especially in Asia and Africa. This religion is called Mohammedanism or Islamism, and Mohammed is often designated by the title of prophet. To return to the dervish, who wished not to sleep that he might have so much more time for prayer and meditation, he addressed his petition to Mohammed, and the prophet appeared to him in a dream, advising him to go in quest of a certain shepherd. This man told the dervish that his goats remained awake all night, leaping and capering like fools, after having browsed on the berries of a shrub that he pointed out to him. It was a coffee tree, covered with its red fruit. The dervish hastened to try on himself the singular virtue of these berries. That very evening he drank a strong infusion of them, and, lo and behold, sleep did not once come to interrupt his pious exercises all night long. Rejoiced at procuring wakefulness whenever he desired it, he shared his discovery with other dervishes, who in their turn became addicted to the sleep-banishing drink. The example of these holy persons was followed by doctors of law. But before long it was discovered that there were stimulating properties in this infusion used for dispelling sleep, whereon it began to find favor with those who had no desire to be kept awake, until finally the bean chanced upon by the goats came into general use throughout the East. I advise you not to yield a blind belief to this popular tradition, for in reality it is not known by whom or in what circumstances the properties of coffee were first discovered. One point only remains incontestable, and the story of the dervish brings it out well. It is the property coffee possesses of keeping the mind active and driving away sleep. Coffee, then, really prevents one sleeping? Asked Marie. Yes, but not everyone feels this singular influence in the same degree. There are some not affected by it at all, and others, of a delicate and nervous temperament, who cannot close their eyes all night long if they happen to take coffee in the evening. And how about taking it in the daytime? In that case, the same objection does not present itself. There is even an advantage to having the mind fully active, especially if one is engaged in mental work. But for the most part coffee is a simple stimulant that favors digestion and excites new vigor. Long habit makes it for many a drink of prime necessity. Prepared from the green berry, just as it comes from the country that produces it, the infusion of coffee is a greenish liquid, odorless and tart, which acts powerfully on the nerves. Is that the way, asked Claire, that the dervish taught by the capering goats took his first cup of coffee? Probably. Nothing but the ardent desire to combat sleep could have induced him to continue the dose, for the drink prepared in this way is very far from being palatable. The qualities that make us desire coffee, especially its fragrant aroma, are developed only by roasting, hence this operation should be performed with a certain degree of care. If insufficiently roasted, the coffee beans remain green inside. Then they are hard to grind in the mill and give a greenish-yellow infusion with no aroma. Roasted too much, they are reduced to charcoal on the outside. Then the infusion is very dark, bitter-tasting, and without aroma. Coffee is roasted to a nicety when it gives out an agreeable odor and has taken on a dark chestnut color. Coffee should be ground fine so as to yield its soluble ingredients readily to the water, and, finally, the infusion should never be boiled, because then the aromatic principle is dissipated, being carried away by the steam. Coffee allowed to boil would soon be nothing but a bitter liquid bereft of the qualities that give it its value. The best temperature is the one that approaches the boiling point but never quite reaches it. The high price of coffee has given rise to many attempts to substitute cheaper home-grown products for the precious berry. It has become customary to roast chicory roots, chickpeas, and acorns to mix with the ground coffee. The only resemblance to coffee possessed by these various substitutes lies in the burnt odor, the chestnut color, and the bitter taste, with none of coffee's efficacious properties. Allured by the hope of gain, the merchant may exalt in high-sounding terms of praise the virtues of these cheap substitutes, but you may be sure he has never had any of them served at his own table. They say, Marie remarked, that coffee sold already ground is sometimes mixed with one of those worthless powders you speak of. That is only too true. This fraud can be avoided by buying the coffee beans either already roasted or green, and in the latter case roasting them oneself. Chapter 33. Sugar. Coffee calls for sugar, resumed Uncle Paul the next day. Who can tell me what sugar is made of? All remained silent until Emile rather hesitatingly ventured to say, I have heard, uncle, that it is made of dead people's bones. And who told you that, you simple child? Oh, a friend of mine, replied Emile in some confusion at this strange notion, the falseness of which he now began to suspect without being able to explain it. Your friend, said his uncle, was making game of your credulity when he told you any such ridiculous story as that. Sugar has no lugubrious origin of that sort, although there is a grain of truth in what your friend said. To purify sugar and make it white as snow, use is made of animals' bones after they have been burnt to charcoal, as I will explain to you presently. But these bones, as soon as they have played their part, are thrown away, and not the slightest trace of them is left in sugar as it comes to us. It is probably this use of bones in the manufacture of sugar that has given rise to the singular idea you repeat after your friend. Then there isn't one of you who knows where sugar comes from. But you do know at least many kinds of fruit that have a very sugary taste, such as melons, for example, grapes, figs, and pears. Melons are so sweet, put in Claire, one would think they were preserved in sugar. Very ripe pears, too, are just as sweet, and so are grapes and figs. If these various kinds of fruit have the sweet, sugary taste to such a high degree, it proves that they contain sugar in their juice and in their pulp. And yet we don't sweeten them, we eat them just as they are. We do not sweeten them ourselves, it is true, but somebody does it for us, and that somebody is the plant, the tree that bears them. With a few poor materials which the roots derive from the soil, and with the drainage from the dunghill, the plant, an inimitable cook, concocts a certain amount of sugar and stores it up in the fruit for our own delectation. Emile was inclined to believe, rather against his will, that sugar was made from dead people's bones, but here we have quite a different explanation of the matter. I tell him that the toothsome dainty really comes from certain filthy substances mixed with the soil under the form of manure. But before becoming the exquisite seasoning of the peach, fig, and melon, the sugary matter was nothing but foul refuse. This ignoble origin is not peculiar to sugar. Everything offered us by vegetation is derived from a similar source. Everything, even to the sumptuous coloring and the sweet perfume of flowers. To effect this marvelous transformation man's skill would be powerless. The plant alone is capable of such a miracle. Out of a few materials which the earth, water, and air supply, it makes an infinite variety of substances having every sort of flavor and smell, in fact, all imaginable qualities. For that reason I have called it the inimitable cook. Man, then, does not really manufacture the sugar. It is the plant alone, that produces it, and man's work is limited to gathering it where he finds it ready made, and separating it from the various substances accompanying it. I have already mentioned several kinds of fruit as containing sugar, the melon in particular. Often other parts of plants contain it too. Chew a stalk of wheat when it is still green, or of reed cane, or the first blade of young grass. You will find they have a slightly sugary taste. There is not a blade of grass in the meadow but has its stalk preserved in sugar. In other plants it is the root that becomes the storehouse of saccharine matter. Couch grass, the commonest weed in our fields, has a very sweet root. The enormous root of the beet is sweeter still, being a veritable candy shop, so much sugar does it contain. You see how widely dispersed sugar is throughout the vegetable kingdom, although few plants lend themselves to the industrial extraction of this precious substance, because they contain so little of it. 2 plants only, incomparably richer than the rest, furnish nearly all the sugar consumed the world over, and they are the sugar cane and the beet root. The sugar cane is a large reed 2 or 3 meters high, with smooth, shiny stalks, having a sweet, juicy marrow. The plant came originally from India and is now cultivated in all the warm countries of Africa and America. To get the sugar, the stalks are cut when ripe, stripped of their leaves, made into bundles, and then crushed in a kind of mill between two cylinders turning in opposite directions, a short distance apart. The juice thus obtained is sometimes called cane honey, which shows you how sweet it is. It is put into large kettles and boiled down to the consistency of syrup. In the course of the process a little lime is added to clarify the syrup and separate the impurities from it. When the evaporation has proceeded far enough, the liquid, still boiling, is poured into cone-shaped earthen molds, that is to say, molds having the shape of a sugar loaf. These molds, turned point downward, have at this end a small hole that is kept stopped up with a straw plug. As soon as they are full of syrup, they are left to cool slowly. Little by little the syrup crystallizes and becomes a compact mass, after which the straw plug is removed and the small amount of liquid that has not hardened escapes through the hole at the point, drop by drop. This first operation gives raw sugar, commonly called brown or moist sugar. Its color is not yet pure white, and there is something disagreeable about the taste. To make it perfectly white, and to free it from certain ingredients that mar the perfect quality of its flavor, it undergoes a purifying process in factories called refineries. In France, sugar is obtained from the beet root, an enormous fruit with white flesh, cultivated in vast fields for the manufacture of sugar in several of our northern departments. "The beets I usually see in the field," said Marie, "have red flesh. Do they also contain sugar?" "Yes, they contain some, but less than the white beets. Besides, their red coloring would add to the difficulty of obtaining perfectly white sugar. So the white beets are preferred. The roots are carefully washed and reduced to pulp under large graters worked by machinery. Finally this pulp is placed in woolen sacks and subjected to pressure. The juice thus extracted is treated like that of the cane and yields a similar raw or brown sugar, which must be refined in order to attain perfection. The process of refining is based on a certain property of charcoal, which you must learn before going farther. Let us take from the fireplace some very light coals, well calcined, and reduce them to coarse powder. Now let us mix this black powder with a little highly colored vinegar and strain the mixture through a piece of very fine linen, or, better still, through filter paper placed in a funnel. The linen, and still more the paper, will retain the charcoal to the smallest particle, the vinegar alone passing through. But what a singular change will have taken place! The vinegar, at first a dark reddish hue, has become limpid, showing hardly a trace of red. As far as color is concerned, it looks almost like water. But it has lost none of its other properties. Its pungent odor and strong taste are the same as at the beginning. Only the color has disappeared. This experiment teaches us something of great interest. Charcoal has the property of bleaching liquids by taking to itself the coloring matter contained in them. This property is carried to its highest development in a charcoal made from the bones of animals, and called for that reason animal charcoal or bone black. Filtered through this substance in powdered form, vinegar and red wine become as colorless as water, without losing any of their other properties. A few words will tell you how this curious charcoal is made that takes the color out of liquids so easily. Throw a bone on the fire. Soon you will see it flame up and turn quite black. If you waited too long, what is now charcoal would be burnt up entirely, and the bone in the end would become quite white. But withdraw it before being wholly burnt up, and it is black as common charcoal. Reduce this charred bone to powder, and you will have real bone black. Well, it is by means of half-burned bones, bone black, in fact, that sugar is refined. Bones of all kinds of animals, refuse from the slaughterhouse, kitchen remnants, carcasses found in sewers, are all carefully gathered up and converted in kilns to bone black for the bleaching of sugar until it assumes the whiteness of snow." "Then that," said Emile, "is what started my friend's jest. Sugar is not made of dead people's bones, but bones turned into charcoal are used to whiten it." "Yes," his uncle agreed, "that undoubtedly accounts for your friend's odd notion." "If it were not for their being burned in a hot fire in the first place," Emile continued, "I should be disgusted to think of bones picked up anywhere being used in sugar refineries. Fire purifies them, Otherwise I should stop eating sugar." "Banish all repugnance on that score, my child. These bones are so thoroughly calcined that not the slightest trace of their former impurity remains. Let me tell you how they are used. The brown sugar, be it from cane or beetroot, is dissolved in hot water, and the syrup thus obtained is mixed with the proper quantity of bone black, which draws to itself the impurities that give raw sugar its yellowish color and unpleasant taste. The mixture is then strained through thick woolen cloths which act as filters. The charcoal remains above with all the impurities it has contracted, while the syrup passes through as limpid as the water that gushes from a rock. The sugary liquid is then boiled down and finally poured into cone-shaped molds, where it hardens into sugar loaves of irreproachable whiteness and flavor." End of Part 11. Part 12 of The Secret of Everyday Things by Henri Fabre. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 34. Tea. Have you ever examined carefully the grounds in the bottom of a pot of tea? A pinch of tiny round bluish-black grains is put into hot water. After steeping, these round grains are found to have turned into easily recognizable little leaves. "Yes, indeed," Marie made haste to reply. "I have seen the grains of tea swell in hot water, unfold, and finally spread out into little leaves. Tea must come, then, from the foliage of some sort of plant." "You are right. Tea is the leaf of a shrub of which this picture will give you an idea. It is an evergreen shrub, 2 meters or more in height, its foliage tuft-like and shiny, its flowers white, and its seeds in the form of small capsules in clusters of 3. Its cultivation is confined to China and Japan." Footnote: Since 1876, tea has been grown in increasing quantities in Ceylon, Natal, Brazil, and the West Indies, and some of our southern states have also tried, with varying success, to raise the plant. Translator. End of footnote. In China, the tea plantations occupy sunny hillsides in the vicinity of watercourses. The leaves are gathered, not by the handful, but one by one and with the utmost care. Minute as such work appears to be, it is done rapidly by trained hands, one person being able to pick from 5 to 6 kilograms a day. The first picking occurs toward the end of the winter, when the buds open and let the nascent leaves expand. This harvest is considered the best of all, and is called imperial tea, being reserved for the princes and rich families of China. The second picking takes place in the spring. At this time some of the leaves have finished growing, while others have not yet reached their full size. Nevertheless they are all gathered indiscriminately, and then picked over and assorted according to their age, dimensions, and quality. The third and last picking is made toward the middle of summer, when the leaves are of a tuft-like appearance and have attained their full growth. This is the coarsest and least esteemed kind of tea. When the harvest is over, its completion is celebrated by public festivals and rejoicings. "The harvesting of this leaf must then be a very important event to the Chinese," observed Claire. "Yes, because tea is the customary drink of the Chinese, being to them what wine is to us, and tea also furnishes them one of the most important articles of commerce. Isn't that reason enough for public rejoicing, especially in a country where everything pertaining to agriculture is held in high honor? Before taking the form of tea as we know it, the leaves have to undergo a certain preparation. This work is done in public establishments where there are little furnaces about a meter high, on each of which is placed an iron plate. When the plate is hot enough, the operator spreads the newly gathered leaves on it in a thin layer. While they are shriveling and crackling in contact with the burning iron, they are stirred briskly with the naked hand until the heat can no longer be endured. Then the operator removes the leaves with a sort of fan-shaped shovel and throws them onto a table covered with mats. Around this table sit other workers who take the hot leaves in small quantities and roll them between their hands, always in the same direction. Still others fan them continually after they are rolled, so as to cool them as quickly as possible and thus preserve the curled shapes they have just received. This manipulation is repeated 2 or 3 times in order to drive out all moisture from the leaves and give them a permanent curl. Each time the plate is heated less, and the drying is conducted more carefully and slowly. The use of tea spread to Europe toward the middle of the 17th century. It is said that about this time some Dutch adventurers, knowing that the Chinese made their customary drink from the leaves of a shrub grown in their country, took it into their heads to carry them a European plant, sage, to which great virtues were attributed in those days. The Chinese accepted this new article of commerce and in exchange gave them some tea, which the Dutch took back to Europe. But the use of the European herb was of short duration in China, whereas tea was so highly appreciated in Europe that it soon came into general use. There is a tradition in China much like the one current in Arabia concerning coffee. According to this tradition a certain pious and noble personage, Dharma by name, went from India to China 13 or 14 centuries ago to spread the knowledge of the true God in that country. In order to stimulate the people by his own example he led a very austere life, imposing the severest mortifications on himself and consecrating his days and nights to prayer. Worn out by fatigue after a few years, and finally overcome by drowsiness, it sometimes happened that, in spite of himself, he would fall asleep in the very midst of his meditations. In order to keep himself awake and continue his pious exercises without interruption, he had recourse to the frightful expedient of cutting off his eyelids, which he threw on the ground. Heaven was moved to pity by this heroic sacrifice. The holy man's eyelids took root in the soil, as if they had been seeds, and there sprang from them during the night a graceful shrub covered with leaves. That was the first tea plant. The next morning, passing by the same place, the mutilated holy man glanced down at the spot where he had thrown his eyelids. He could not find them, but in their place he saw the divine shrub to which they had given birth. A secret inspiration prompted of him to eat the leaves of this miraculous shrub, and he obeyed the impulse. To his great satisfaction he soon found that this nourishment strengthened him, drove sleep away, and kept his mind active. He advised his disciples to eat of the shrub also, and the fame of tea spread far and wide, its general use in China dating from that time. I need not tell you that this tradition is really only a fable emphasizing the dominant properties of tea, just as the Arabian legend concerning the capering of goats and the wakefulness of the dervish is based on those of coffee. A shrub sprang from the eyelids which a holy man had cut off in order not to succumb to sleep ought, above all, to prevent sleep. Tea shares this singular property with coffee. An infusion of its leaves acts on the nerves when it is taken strong and in considerable doses. Taken in moderation, it is an agreeable drink, stimulating the stomach and aiding the process of digestion. The various kinds of tea known to commerce are classed, according to the size of their grains, as pearl teas and gunpowder teas, the former having larger grains than the latter. They are divided again according to color into green teas and black teas. Green teas having a bitter and pungent taste and a strong odor excite the nerves and prevent sleep. Black teas do not have this property in so pronounced a degree, being less stimulating, weaker, and not so strongly scented. The preparation of tea calls for the same care as that of coffee. It should not be boiled, as that would dissipate the odor and take away the crowning excellence of the beverage. With us tea is hardly more than a medicine used to alleviate certain stomach troubles, but in many countries besides China it is a daily drink, appearing on the table several times in 24 hours. In England, the European country most addicted to this drink, the annual consumption amounts to 25 million kilograms. Chapter 35. Chocolate. In the hottest countries of the two Americas, notably in Mexico, the Antilles, and Guiana, there is cultivated a tree of about the size of our cherry tree, called the cacao or chocolate tree. "What a queer name that is, cacao!" Claire exclaimed. "Not a bit like any of our fruit trees." This queer name came down to us from the primitive inhabitants of Mexico, a people who tattooed their red skin with horrible designs and wore their hair standing up in a menacing tuft adorned with hawk's feathers. Their language was composed of harsh guttural sounds, which to our delicate ears would seem more like the croaking of frogs than the speech of human beings. You have a sample in the name of the tree I have just mentioned. The Mexicans, when the Spanish visited them for the first time under the lead of Fernando Cortez, soon after the discovery of America by Columbus, were devoting careful attention to the cultivation of the cacao tree, from which they obtained their chief article of food, chocolate. "The same chocolate that is used for making those delicious tablets we all like so much?" asked Jules. "The same, at least as far as the essential ingredients are concerned. We owe the invention of chocolate to the ancient savages of Mexico, ferocious Indians who honored their idols by offering them human victims whose throats they cut with the sharp edge of a flint. The tree that furnishes the chief constituent of our chocolate confectionery is the cacao, the name of which sounds so harsh to your ears. This tree grows, as I have said, about the size of our cherry tree. Its leaves are large, smooth, and bright green. Small pink flowers grouped in little clusters along the branches are succeeded by fruit having the shape and size of our cucumbers, with 10 raised longitudinal ribs as in melons. These cacao pods, as they are called, turn to a dark red when ripe. Their contents are composed of soft white flesh, pleasantly acid, in which are embedded from 30 to 40 seeds as large as olives and covered with a tough skin. Freed from all these wrappings, the seeds take the name of cacao nibs and constitute the essential ingredient of chocolate. Much as in the case of coffee, cacao, also called cocoa, is first roasted, a process that turns the white kernels to a dark brown. That is the origin of the brown color of chocolate. After roasting, the hard skin that covers the kernels is broken up and thrown away. Then the kernels themselves, first thoroughly cleaned, are crushed on a very hard polished stone with the aid of another stone or an iron roller. These kernels are rich in fat somewhat resembling our ordinary butter, and hence called cacao butter. There is butter in those seeds, real butter such as we get from milk? Asked Claire. Yes, my dear, real butter, or something very similar. Of what do the cow and sheep make the butter that we get from their milk? Evidently of the grass that they eat. What wonder is it, then, that vegetation should be able to produce butter, if it can supply animals with the materials for butter? I hope to come back to this subject some day, and you will see that in reality plants prepare the food that animals give us. But let us return to cacao butter. To keep this fatty substance fluid and thus facilitate the working of the paste, it is customary to place live coals under the stone on which the seeds are being crushed. With a little heat the vegetable butter melts and forms, with the solid matter of the seeds, a soft brown paste that can be easily kneaded. With this paste is mixed, as carefully as possible, an equal weight of sugar, then some flavoring extract, usually vanilla, to give aroma to the product, and the work is done. There is nothing further needed except to mold the still soft chocolate into cakes. Such is the composition of chocolate of superior quality. But for the cheaper grades demanded by the trade, it is customary to mix in certain ingredients of less cost than cocoa, as for example, the starchy constituent of potatoes, corn, beans, and peas. It is even said, but my faith in the honor of the manufacturers makes me hesitate to believe it, that there are so-called chocolates in which not a particle of cocoa is present. Sugar, potato flour, fat, and powdered brick are said to be the ingredients. And that horrid trash is sold? Asked Marie incredulously. Yes, it is sold. Its low price attracts purchasers. If they offered it to me for nothing, I wouldn't take it, Claire asserted. What a queer thing to eat, a cake of brick. It is never true economy to buy very cheap things. The manufacturer and the merchant must make their profit, and yet the buyer is always trying to beat down the price. So what does the manufacturer do? He substitutes something worthless for a part or all of what has real value, and then sells his goods at whatever price you please. He gives you something for your money, it is true, but oftener than not you are outrageously cheated. You have, let us say, only a penny to spend on a cake of chocolate. You will get the chocolate, but it will contain very little cocoa, or none at all, a great deal of potato flour, and perhaps some powdered brick. You think you have driven a sharp bargain. In reality you have been sadly duped. For your penny you could have bought several potatoes, which would have been a far better investment. And the powdered brick besides, if you really care for that sort of thing. Always be suspicious of marked-down goods, my children. The low price is low only in appearance, and much exceeds the real value of the goods. Chapter 36. Spices. When we speak of spices, we mean those vegetable substances of aromatic odor and hot and pungent taste that are used to heighten the flavor of food and aid digestion. The principal ones are pepper, clove, cinnamon, nutmeg, and vanilla. Pepper is the fruit of a shrub called the pepper plant. You have often seen those little round black grains, with such a pungent taste that are used for seasoning certain kinds of food, sausages, for example. Those are the berries of the pepper plant just as the bush produces them." "And do those grains, when they are powdered, give pepper?" asked Jules, "such as we see on the table every day beside the salt cellar?" "Exactly," replied Uncle Paul. "The culture of the pepper plant is successful only in the hottest parts of the world, chiefly in two of the Sunda Islands, Sumatra and Java. It is a shrub with a slender and flexible stalk, having the form of a runner and winding around neighboring tree trunks. Its leaves are oval, leathery, and shiny, its blossoms small, grouped in long and slender hanging clusters. And its berries, which are no larger than our currants, are first green and finally red when ripe. Pepper is gathered when the bunches begin to turn red. The harvested berries are put to dry on mats in the sun, whereupon they soon turn black and wrinkled, taking thereafter the name of black pepper. As their sharp flavor is confined chiefly to the outside integument of the berry, this is sometimes stripped off in order to obtain a less pungent variety of pepper. For this purpose the freshly gathered berries are soaked in water, which makes them swell and crack their outer skin. After that they are exposed to the sun, and when dry, all that needs to be done is to rub them between the hands, and then fan them to blow away the exterior covering. This process gives white pepper, which is much milder than the black. If you examine somewhat attentively a single grain of the spice called cloves, after letting it soak some time in water until it becomes swollen and expanded, you will easily perceive it to be a flower. Cloves are, in fact, the blossoms of a tree called the clove tree, gathered and dried in the sun before they are full blown. The upper part of these blossoms, being rounded like a button, bears some resemblance to the head of a nail. The lower part, which is long and slender, is not unlike their pointed portion. From this rough resemblance comes the name of clove, which is connected with the Latin clavis and the French clou, meaning nail. The Moluccas, or Spice Islands, are the home of the clove. It is a fine tree, about 15 meters high, with slender branches, oval and shiny leaves, and very strong scented flowers grouped in clusters. Cinnamon is the bark of a tree, the cinnamon tree, originally from the island of Ceylon, but now cultivated in our tropical colonies. With the point of a pruning knife, the bark of the branches is detached in strips, which are laid together according to size, a narrower on a wider strip, and are then exposed to the sun, whereupon they curl up like quills, one within another, in the process of drying. "From the look of cinnamon, as it is sold by the grocer," said Marie, "you can easily see that it is a bark, but I didn't know what country it came from or what tree produced it." From the Molucca Islands, noted as the chief source of the world's supply of spices, we get, in addition to cloves, nutmeg, which is now successfully raised in the colonies. The nutmeg plant is a graceful tree which grows nearly 10 meters high. In its rounded head and thick foliage it resembles the orange tree. Its leaves are large, oval, glossy green on the upper side and whitish underneath. Its blossoms, small, bell-shaped, and pendant like those of the lily of the valley, are very sweet-smelling. The fruit, as large as a medium-sized peach, is composed of 3 parts. First comes a fleshy, edible exterior, which at maturity breaks in 2. Next to this is a network of slender strands, very bright scarlet in color, which yields the spice known as mace, and finally in the center lies the seed, or nutmeg proper, which is used as spice. This latter is an oval-shaped body of the size of a large olive. It's fresh-scented, oily, and very firm, with reddish veins running through it. Vanilla grows in damp and shady forests in the coast district of Guiana and Colombia. It is a plant with a slender stalk that takes the form of a runner and interlaces the neighboring branches, stretching even from one tree to another, and resembling a small cord covered with beautiful green leaves. Its flowers are large and graceful in shape, white inside and greenish-yellow outside. The fruit, the part to which we give the name vanilla, is sought for its balsamic, sweet odor and its mild, very agreeable taste. It is composed of a viscous pulp and a multitude of very small seeds. In shape and appearance it is long and cylindrical, black, slightly curved, and the size of one's finger. Vanilla is used to flavor custard, whipped cream, and other similar dishes, of which you children never refuse a second helping. End of Part 12. Part 13 of The Secret of Everyday Things by Henri Fabre. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 37. Salt. Salt, so necessary for the seasoning of our food, is also very useful as a preservative. The pork stored away for the winter's use is commonly salted or smoked, or both, to keep it from spoiling. Beef, too, is salted down, especially as an article of food for sailors on long voyages, and vast quantities of fish, cod, herring, haddock, and mackerel, are preserved with salt and sent to all parts of the world, even to the smallest villages remote from the sea-coast. From these various uses to which it is put, you will readily perceive that common salt is one of the most valuable of substances. But if we judged of the usefulness of a substance from the price it commands in the market, we should fall into the gravest of errors. For example, the diamond takes highest rank in respect to price, a price that is nothing short of exorbitant. But, for real use to man, except as an instrument for cutting glass, and as such it is commonly employed by glaziers, it stands very low in the scale. On the other hand, iron, coal, and salt are among the cheapest of substances, the price per pound being considered, while at the same time they are infinitely more useful than the precious stones, which most often serve only to gratify a foolish vanity. Providence takes no heed of this false valuation, but has assigned the highest importance to iron, coal, and salt, by scattering them in profusion all over the world, and a very inferior importance to the diamond by relegating it to some few remote districts in little-known lands, and that too in very small quantities. Accordingly, salt, like all supplies required by mankind in general, is very abundant. The sea covering as it does 3/4 of the earth's surface, the sea, of such tremendous depth and volume, holds in its measureless immensity an enormous mass of salt, since each cubic meter contains nearly 30 kilograms. If all the oceans should dry up and leave behind their saline contents, there would be enough salt to cover the whole earth with a uniform layer 10 meters thick. "What is the use of all that salt?" asked Marie. "Its use is to preserve the ocean waters from corruption despite all the foul matter therein deposited by the countless denizens of the deep, and in spite of the impurities of every kind unceasingly poured in as into a common sewer by the rivers, those great scavengers of the continents." "They say sea water is undrinkable," remarked Claire. "I can well believe it," assented her uncle. "In the first place, it is very salt, and then it has an acrid, bitter taste that is unbearable. A single mouthful of this liquid, clear and limpid though it is, would produce nausea. Hence it cannot be used in preparing our food, since it would impart its own repulsive flavor, nor can it be used for washing clothes, because soap would not dissolve in it, and, more than that, the clothes in drying would retain an infiltration of salt, just as does the codfish you buy at the grocer's. I have already described to you how salt is gathered from salt marshes with the help of the sun's heat to dry up the water and leave the crystallized salt ready to be scraped together and carried away. (Footnote: See the Storybook of Science.) Indeed, the sea is an inexhaustible reservoir of salt. We could never get to the end of it, however lavishly we salted our food. To supplement this abundance, the soil itself, the earth, contains in its depths thick beds of salt, which are worked with pick and drill, just as stone for building is worked in the quarry. The salt that is dug out of the earth is called rock salt. It differs from sea salt only in its color, which is due to various foreign substances, being most often yellow or reddish, sometimes violet, blue, or green. When intended for table use or cooking, it is purified with water, and then is indistinguishable from sea salt. There are salt mines in the departments of Meurthe and in Haute-Saône, but the greatest salt mine is that in the neighborhood of Cracow in Poland. Excavations have there been made to the depth of more than 400 meters. The length of the mine extends 200 leagues, and its great width is 40 leagues. In that bed of salt are hewn out great galleries with loftier vaults, in some instances, than that of a church, and extending farther than the eye can reach, crossing one another in every direction, and forming an immense city with streets and public squares. Nothing is lacking to the completeness of this subterranean town. Divine service is held in vast chapels cut out of the solid salt, and dwellings for the workmen, as well as stables for the horses employed in the mine, are likewise hewn out of the same material. There is a large population, and hundreds of workers are born and die there, some of them never leaving their underground birthplace and never seeing the light of the sun. Numerous lights, constantly maintained, illumine the city of salt, and their beams, reflected from the crystalline surfaces on every hand, give to the walls of the galleries in some places the limpid and brilliant appearance of glass, and in others cause them to shine with the beautiful tints of the rainbow. What magic illumination in those crystal churches, when 1,000 candles are reflected by the vaulted roof in gleams of light of all colors! Yes, it must be a magnificent sight, Jules assented. But, all the same, I should want to come up now and then into the light of day. Undoubtedly, for with all its splendors that subterranean abode is far inferior to ours. We have the open air, that pure air in which we delight to fill our lungs, and we have the sunlight, a vivifying light that no artificial illumination can equal. Nevertheless, I should like to see that mine, said Emile. What a tremendous grain of salt, to hold whole towers! Chapter 38. Olive Oil. Oil is obtained from seeds of various sorts and from certain kinds of fruit, but the most highly esteemed oil for the table, the very queen of oils, is that which we get from the olive, the fruit of the olive tree. This precious tree, which the ancients made the symbol of peace, fears the rude winters of the north, and thrives with us only in Provence and Languedoc, especially in the departments bordering on or near the Mediterranean. In size it is not a tall tree, usually attaining about twice the height of a man. Its head is rounded, not very dense in growth, and furnishing but poor shade. Its leaves are narrow, leathery, of an ashen green color, and do not fall in winter. In summer its sparse branches are the favorite resort of grasshoppers, which, reposing on the bark of the tree in luxuriant exposure to the intense heat of the sun, indulge in unrestrained exhibition of their musical accomplishments. The olive is green at first. The flesh covering its hard stone, which is pointed at both ends, has the most disagreeable taste you can imagine. An unripe grape is sour, an immature pear is harsh, a green apple tart, but an olive, not yet fully ripened, far surpasses them all in its repulsive flavor. At the very first bite, its unbearable acridity burns the mouth so that you might think you were chewing a red-hot coal. Certainly he had no need of a rare inspiration who first reposed confidence in this unpleasant fruit and succeeded in extracting its oil, which is mildness itself. I once took a notion, said Marie, to taste of an olive as it grew on the tree, and I can tell you I soon had enough of it. Goodness, what a horrid fruit! How can such sweet oil come from such bitter flesh? Later, when the cold weather of approaching winter comes, in November and December, olives change from green to reddish, and finally turn black. Then the skin wrinkles and the flesh ripens, losing its tartness and becoming rich in oil. That is the time for harvesting the fruit. Women with the help of short ladders gather it by hand and fill their upturned aprons, blowing now and then on their fingers, benumbed by the piercing cold of the December mornings. The harvest is piled up at the foot of the olive tree on a cloth that has been spread there, and the picking is resumed amid interminable chattering and bursts of laughter from among the branches. The olives are then taken to the mill, where, after being crushed under vertical millstones, they are cold pressed. By this first pressure is obtained fine or pure oil, the most esteemed of all. Subjected to the action of hot water and pressed a second time, olives furnish a second grade of oil. Finally, the residue, mixed with imperfect olives such as windfalls and those that are worm-eaten, yields what is known as pyrene oil, which is too ill-flavored to be used in cooking, but is useful for lighting and for soap-making. The very last residue is made into olive cakes, an excellent fuel. But it isn't their oil alone that makes olives valuable, said Marie. They are good to eat after some sort of treatment that I should like to know about. Olives that are black, very ripe and wrinkled, can at a pinch be eaten just as they come from the tree, in spite of a slight harshness of flavor that still clings to them. To remove this they are slightly salted, sprinkled with a few drops of oil, and kept in a pot, where they are stirred from time to time. In a few days they are ready to eat. Sometimes they are merely soaked in salt water. But, however they may be prepared, black olives are never equal to green ones. The most ill-flavored olives as they hang on the tree are the best once freed from their extremely disagreeable taste. Energetic treatment is necessary to give them the desired mildness of flavor. Recourse is had to potash, that harsh substance I told you about in speaking of ashes and the use of lye in washing. A quantity of very clean ashes is taken from the fireplace and put into water, to which is added a little lime, the effect of which is to increase the strength of the potash. Finally, the clear liquid, charged with the soluble portion of the ashes, is poured over the green olives. After some hours of contact with this corrosive fluid, they lose their acridity, and all that remains to be done is to rid them of the lye that impregnates them. This is accomplished by soaking them in pure water, and by changing the water every day until it is colorless and tasteless. By this repeated soaking, nothing that the ashes has contributed is left. Lastly, the olives, now of a beautifully green color and an agreeable taste, are salted down in brine, which ensures their preservation and corrects any undue sweetness of flavor. "Then it is potash," said Claire, "that turns the horrid tasting fruit into the olives we see in the table, and that I am so fond of." "Yes, it is potash obtained from ashes, potash alone, that subdues and softens the harsh flavor of the olive. Add this service to those that the same substance renders us when it enters into the composition of soap, glass, and washing fluid. In the case of the olive, it is the flesh of the fruit that furnishes the oil. But other forms of vegetation valued for their oily constituent have this in their seeds, the kernels. Leading examples are the walnut, sesame, poppy, colza, and a kind of turnip called rape, and flax. Break a dry walnut, take a quarter of the meat, and hold it close to the flame of a lamp. You will see it catch fire and burn with a beautiful white flame which feeds on an oily juice that oozes out as the heat increases. Thus we find there is oil in walnuts. To extract it, we crack the nuts and take out the meats, which we subject to strong pressure. Freshly made nut oil is pleasant to the taste and well adapted to culinary purposes. Therefore it is much in demand wherever nuts abound. Unfortunately, it soon turns rancid, and it contracts with age a strong and exceedingly repulsive taste. Sesame is a herbaceous annual cultivated chiefly in America and Egypt. Its seeds furnish a sweet oil, having nearly the same qualities as olive oil. Sesame oil is not sold as such with us, but I suspect dealers occasionally mix it with olive oil, which is much more expensive. Poppy heads are full of very fine seeds, which furnish a fairly good oil known as poppy oil. "Poppy heads will put a person to sleep," observed Claire. "I remember once somebody made me drink some poppy tea to put me to sleep when I was ill. Poppy oil ought to make one sleep too." "It is perfectly true that poppy heads make a tea that induces deep sleep. They owe this property to a substance called opium, which is so powerful that if you took a dose of it no bigger than a pea, it would act as a deadly poison and put you to sleep forever. But this formidable substance is found only in the shell of the fruit, in the envelope of the poppy head, and not in the seeds. Hence the oil extracted from these seeds can be used in cooking without any danger. Colza and rape are the two varieties of turnip cultivated principally in the north. The pod-like fruit contains 2 rows of fine seeds under 2 long strips or valves that open from bottom to top at maturity. These seeds give colza oil and rapeseed oil, which are used for lighting, and also in some of the industrial arts, but are unsuitable for cooking on account of their offensive taste. Linseed oil, finally, which is used chiefly in painting, I have already told you about in one of our former talks. Chapter 39. The Double Boiler. To avoid the danger of scorching or burning on in cooking food over a fire, the double boiler has been invented. This ensures an equable temperature in the process of cooking, with no risk whatever that the temperature will rise above the boiling point of water, no matter how hot the fire may be under the boiler. Into a kettle partly filled with water is fitted a smaller one with a rim near the top to support it. The inner kettle contains the substance to be cooked, and is provided with a lid. There you have the double boiler. The fire acts directly on the contents of the lower or outer boiler, heating the water, which in turn transmits its heat to the upper or inner boiler. In this manner, no excess of heat can by any possibility injure the cooking food, and there is never any crust or burnt matter found clinging to the bottom of the vessel in which the food is contained, simply because no part of that food ever passed the comparatively low temperature of boiling water. But if the fire is stirred and more fuel is put on, objected Marie, the water in the under boiler would get hotter and hotter, and the contents of the other would surely burn. No, my child, there you are quite mistaken. The water in a kettle or boiler can never pass a certain limit of heat, let the fire underneath be as hot as you please. Suppose we put a saucepan of water on the fire. The liquid heats gradually and finally begins to boil. Well, when it has once started boiling, it is as hot as it will ever be. In vain would you stir the fire and put on fuel and blow the flame. Your energy would be wasted. The water would boil faster, it is true, but it would not become any hotter. Do you mean to say, asked Emile, that a great bed of red-hot coals would not heat water so that it would be any hotter than if there were only a handful of burning sticks under it? It would make it boil faster, was the reply, and it would generate more steam, but I repeat that the water would not rise a single degree in temperature when once it had begun to boil. Nothing in the world can increase the heat of boiling water so long as the steam is free to escape. It is very strange, commented Jules, that a great fire cannot make more heat than a small one. Ah, but you must not fall from one error into another, returned his uncle. A great fire does plainly enough make more heat than a small one, but this excess of heat is not retained by the water, and therefore the latter does not become any the hotter. I should like to know, said Claire, how they make sure that boiling water can't get any hotter than when it first begins to boil, no matter how hot the fire underneath. Well, they don't put their hands in to find out, I suppose. Certainly not. The test is made with a thermometer, the little instrument I have already described to you. See the Storybook of Science. If a thermometer is plunged into boiling water, the mercury spirits contained in the bulb and the lower part of the glass tube will be seen to rise until the division marked 100 centigrade is reached, never more, never less, however hot the fire, so long as the water is free from any intermixture with other matter. If the fire burns furiously, the water will boil all the faster, and will send off great volumes of steam. If the fire is low, the water will boil slowly, and send off but little steam. But in each case, so long as it boils at all, it will be of exactly the same temperature, 100 degrees centigrade. In this way it is established beyond question that freely boiling water can never rise above a certain temperature, no matter how hot the fire underneath. The usefulness of the double boiler is thus made plain to you. The inner kettle, immersed in boiling water, can never be subjected to a greater heat than that of boiling water. Now, many substances, especially those that serve us as food, suffer no injury from being raised to the boiling point of water, while they scorch and acquire a bad taste if heated to a higher temperature. Such, for example, is the casein of milk. Therefore, in cooking preparations containing milk, it is well to use the double boiler. And in melting butter, in order to free it from casein and make it keep better, a subject which we have already discussed, see our humble helpers, the double boiler is better than the single kettle. The casein is deposited at the bottom without risk of burning, and the pure butter is poured off at leisure and stored in pots or jars, which are sealed up and kept from year to year without deterioration of the contents, so far as cooking purposes are concerned. End of Part 13. Part 14 of The Secret of Everyday Things by Henri Fabre. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 40. Little Pests. The chief constituent of cheese, as we have already seen, see our humble helpers, is casein, which is separated from the rest of the milk by the action of rennet. But casein alone would make very poor cheese, and therefore it is customary to add more or less cream to it, and thus to furnish a cheese of greater richness and savor. The amount of cream added determines in general the richness and palatability of the cheese, and thus innumerable grades and varieties of this article of food are offered for our selection, yet they all owe their origin to one substance, milk. Kept too long, as I have told you before, all cheeses, some earlier, others later, become moldy, first on the outside, then on the inside, the mold being at the outset of a yellowish white, afterward blue or greenish, and finally brick red. At the same time the substance of the cheese decays and acquires a repulsive odor and a flavor so acrid as to make the lips smart. Henceforth the cheese is nothing but a putrid mass which must be thrown away. Deterioration is more or less rapid according to the softness or hardness of the cheese, and its permeability by the air. To make cheese keep well, therefore, it must be dried thoroughly, and reduced to compactness by strong pressure. Certain varieties of Dutch cheese, remarkable for their durability, are so hard and compact that sometimes, before they can be eaten, they have to be broken up with a hammer, and softened by wrapping in linen soaked in white wine. But, hard though they are, these cheeses are valued for seasoning, for which purpose they are first reduced to powder on a grater, and they are also serviceable in the provisioning of ships for long voyages. Mold and decay are not the only enemies of cheese. There are also certain little creatures, mites and worms, that invade its substance and establish themselves there, defiling the cheese by their presence and gnawing away at it, little by little. The cheese mite, or Acarus domesticus, as it is called by the learned, is a tiny creature hardly visible to the naked eye, with a body all bristling with stiff hairs and supported by 8 short legs. Burrowing with its pointed head into the soft cheese, it lives there in colonies of a membership past counting, protected by the rind and taking shelter in the crevices. Assembled in mass, these animalcules look like so much dust, though on closer inspection it is seen to be animate dust, moving and swarming, and resolvable into a prodigious number of extremely small lice. If these mites are allowed to multiply at their own sweet will, the cheese gradually crumbles to dust. To ward off their inroads, cheeses should be occasionally scrubbed with a stiff brush, and the shelves holding them washed with boiling water. Cheese already attacked should be first well brushed and then rubbed with oil, which kills the mites. A more energetic procedure consists in subjecting the cheese to the fumes of burning sulphur in a closed box or chest. The sulphurous gas kills the animalcules without in the least impairing the quality of the cheese. "And what about the worms you spoke of?" asked Claire. "They are even more to be feared than the mites. What could be more disgusting than a piece of cheese promenading, so to speak, across one's plate, borne on the backs of these horrid creatures?" "Sometimes they are so numerous," remarked Marie, "that the substance of the cheese seems changed into vermin. It must be the decay that turns the cheese into mites and worms." "No, indeed, my child. Never in all the world does decay engender vermin. Cheese mites and cheese worms come from eggs laid by other mites and by the flies into which the worms are finally changed, just as caterpillars are changed into butterflies." "Then the vermin that we see swarming in all sorts of decay does not really come from that decay?" "Surely not. The decay feeds the vermin, but never brings it into being. It comes from eggs laid by various insects, especially by flies that are attracted from a distance by the smell of decay. Thus cheese worms finally turn into flies of various kinds whose lifetime is spent in the open air, often amid the flowers. When the time comes for laying their eggs, these flies, guided as they are by the sense of smell, know very well how to find our supplies of cheese. There they deposit their eggs, each of which becomes a little worm, which later turns into a fly." "How about the worms we find in fruit?" asked Jules. "Do they come from eggs?" "Yes. All worms, wherever they may be found, owe their origin to eggs laid by insects, and never, bear in mind, are they produced directly by decay. Let me give you a few examples. Who is not familiar with the cherry worm? The cherry itself may be of fine appearance, plump, dark purple, bursting with juice. Just as you are about to put it to your lips you feel a certain softness near the stem, and your suspicions are aroused. You open the cherry. Pah! A disgusting worm swims in the decaying pulp. That is enough. Those fine cherries tempt you no more. Well, That worm, if left undisturbed, will turn into a beautiful black fly, the cherry ortalis, with diaphanous wings crossed by 4 dark bands. The insect lays its eggs on cherries still green, one on each. No sooner is it hatched than the worm bores a hole through the pulp and installs itself next to the stone. This orifice is very small and, more than that, it soon closes up, so that the fruit inhabited by the worm looks sound. The worm's presence does not interfere with the growth and ripening of the cherry, a fortunate circumstance for the worm, which is thus allowed to gorge itself with the sweet juicy pulp. When the cherry is ripe, the worm is also fully developed, after which it leaves the fruit and drops it to the ground, where it digs itself in and waits for the next May, when it will turn into a fly, lay its eggs on the young cherries, and die. Now I understand, said Marie, how the worm gets into the cherry. I had always supposed it came in some way from the decaying pulp of the fruit. I will next show you, continued Uncle Paul, a picture of the insect that in its worm state eats nuts. It is called the nut weevil. With its long pointed beak, it pierces a hole in the tender shell of the young fruit, and at the bottom of this hole, in contact with the nut meat, it deposits an egg, which in a few days hatches a tiny worm. As this worm eats but very little, the nut continues to grow, and the nut meat ripens, but the gnawing goes on. Sometime in August, the stock of food comes to an end, and the worm-eaten nut falls to the ground. The weevil itself, its jaws now robust, bores a round hole in the empty shell, and abandons its early home to burrow into the ground, where its transformation takes place and the worm becomes a perfect insect. I often find, said Emile, under the hazelnut trees in the garden, nuts that look all right at first, only each one has a little hole in it and no meat inside. The meat has been devoured by the nut weevil, and the round hole is the door by which the creature makes its exit. Sometimes, said Claire, when I crack nuts with my teeth, I bite into something bitter and soft. That, replied her uncle, is the worm of the nut weevil crushed by your teeth. Pah! Nasty thing! She exclaimed. And what about the worms we often find in apples and pears? Asked Marie. Those are what are commonly called apple worms, or in learned language, Pyralidae. The moth has wings in 2 pairs, the upper being of an ash-gray marbled crosswise with brown, and adorned at the wing-tips with a large red spot, surrounded by a gold-red band, the lower of a uniform brown. As soon as the fruit begins to form, the insect lays an egg in the blossom end of the apple or pear, either fruit being alike acceptable. The tiny worm that hatches out, no bigger than a hair, bores into the fruit and establishes itself near the seeds. The little orifice by which it entered soon heals over so that the apple or pear appears sound for some time. Meanwhile the worm goes on growing in the lap of plenty. It makes a hole communicating with the outside, to admit fresh air and ensure the ventilation essential to the sanitary condition of its abode, with all its encumbrances of rubbish and excrement. By this tunnel bored through the pulp of the fruit till the outside is reached, the worm both receives fresh air and from time to time ejects, in the form of reddish wormhole dust, the pulp gnawed and digested. Apples and pears thus infested do not cease to grow. On the contrary, they mature even earlier than the others, but it is a sickly maturity, and hastens the fall of the fruit. The worm in the fallen apple or pear leaves its domicile by the exit already prepared, and withdraws into a crevice in the tree's bark, or sometimes into the ground, where it fashions for itself a cocoon of silk mingled with bits of wood or dead leaves, and the next year it turns into a moth at the season that brings forth the young apples and pears in which are to be laid the eggs for a new generation of worms. Chapter 41. Flies. These examples, Uncle Paul resumed, which I could multiply indefinitely without finding a single exception, prove to you that all vermin swarming in decayed matter owes its origin to eggs laid by insects, flies, moths, butterflies, and beetles of various kinds. Life always springs from life, never from decay. All the same, Marie declared, there are lots of people that say rotting matter breeds worms. That is an error as old as the world, and even in our day it is widely disseminated, though much less so than in ancient times. Persons of the highest education used to regard it as beyond question that mud, dust, excrement, and other matters in decomposition would breed animal life, even rather large specimens, such as rats, frogs, eels, snakes, and many others. If the learned men of antiquity endorse in their works such gross errors, what must have been the beliefs of the uneducated?" "Didn't those learned men know," asked Claire, "that frogs come from tadpoles hatched out of eggs laid by other frogs?" "They did not know it. They only had to look into the pond to find it out. They did not know how to look. In those old days men reasoned a great deal too much, sometimes to the point of unreason, but seldom did they take it into their heads to examine things as they really are. Patient observation, mother of all our knowledge, was unknown to them. They said, 'That is it,' without examining the matter, whereas in our day we examine before saying, 'That is it.' By this reversal of method science has, in scarcely a century, attained to a degree of power that astonishes us with its marvelous achievements. It is observation that has given us the means of protecting ourselves from the thunderbolt by using the lightning rod, of covering enormous distances in a short time with the help of steam, which propels the railway locomotive, and of transmitting thought instantly from one end of the world to the other with the electric telegraph. Truth is acquired through observation. Man does not invent it, but he has to seek it laboriously, and is fortunate if he finds it. For want of close observation, the ancients, on seeing a litter of young mice come out of some hole in the wall, attributed the procreation of these animals to the dust of the wall. If they saw a company of frogs leaping about on the muddy bank of a pond, it was enough to make them believe that frogs sprang from mud fermenting in the sun." "And I," declared Emile, "am sure that they are hatched out of eggs. From one of these eggs comes first a tadpole, which little by little loses its tail, gets 4 legs, and finally turns into a frog. That is something like the change of form of a caterpillar into a butterfly." "You know what was unknown to a great many wise heads in olden times." "If I know it, it is thanks to Uncle Paul, and those who think worms come out of decayed matter and frogs from mud apparently have no Uncle Paul." "Alas, my child, how many there are that have none. By that I mean there are few who receive the thorough education that enables one to judge things from experience, observation, and sound reason. People trust the merest appearances, and transmit their own premature conclusions. It is least troublesome and the quickest way. As you grow older, my dear children, you will learn how many foolish sayings gain currency in the world because people will not take the trouble to reflect and observe with their own eyes. If one is but willing to learn, for example, that the worms in decaying matter come from eggs and not from the decay itself, all that is necessary is to have eyes and use them, for the simplest sort of experiment will decide the question, though it was centuries and centuries before anyone thought of it. We merely cover with gauze or a fine wire screen any food that is beginning to spoil, such as cheese on the point of going bad, or anything else of the sort. Attracted by the odor, flies soon come circling about these tainted substances, and even lay their eggs on the gauze at points nearest the decaying matter, which lies just out of their reach. Under these conditions, however far advanced the state of decomposition may be, no worms will make their appearance in the tainted food, because it has been kept where no eggs could be laid in it. But if the protecting gauze or wire screen is removed, the flies will lay, here and there in the decaying substance, piles of little white eggs, and very soon there will be thousands of worms swarming amid the decomposing organic matter. By means of observations requiring rather more care, it is possible to catch in the very act the little insect that lays in the cherry, the egg from which comes the worm we all know so well. It has been ascertained that wormy fruit owes the inhabitants that devour it, not to decay as such, but to eggs deposited there by various insects. It has been discovered that lice do not come from flesh, nor flies from fermenting excrement, and also that frogs are not engendered by pond mud. In short, 1,000 errors of this kind have been so completely refuted that there remains not the shadow of a doubt on the matter in which the smallest grub is brought into being. Wherever you find worms, caterpillars, insects, be assured that other insects have laid their eggs there. Always and everywhere life owes its existence to life." "You open new views to us, uncle," said Marie, "and they will rid us of ever so many false notions." "I have been merely trying to show you the salutary part our reasoning faculties are called upon to play. It now remains for me to give you a lesson from established facts. Certain articles of food used by us, such as cheese and meat, especially game, are always in danger of falling prey to worms. This odious class of vermin owes its existence to flies which, according to their species, go in quest of animal flesh or cheese wherein to lay their eggs. 2 species are already well known to you, for you often see these flies buzzing noisily on the window pane. The first kind is dark blue, the second gray with reddish eyes. Both of them have much larger bodies than the ordinary fly, and both attack meat. As to cheese flies, I need only remind you of the worms too common to be unknown to you. These flies, these winged pests and audacious parasites, in them you behold the enemy that must be kept at a distance, and prevented from laying eggs in our provisions, if we wish to guard our larders from the invasion of vermin. Cut cheese should, accordingly, be kept under a bell-shaped wire screen, or, better, under a glass dome, which at the same time insures its protection from flies and keeps it from drying up through prolonged exposure to the air. As to meat and game, which need a continual circulation and renewal of air, they should be hung in cages of fine wire netting, and every time the cage is opened care should be taken not to let in any of the blue flies that are usually lurking in the neighborhood. If the enemy were shut up with the provisions even for 24 hours, everything would be spoiled, such a multitude of eggs does the blue fly lay, and in so short a time. In a securely closed and carefully watched cage, game, however strong its flavor, will always be free from worms unless they were already in the game when it was placed in the wire cage. End of section 14.